Festus. By Philip James Bailey. Preface to the American edition. We here present to the American public a book which has produced no little sensation in England, and which has been, for some time, known to many in this country. But although the first edition was issued 6 years since, it has had but a limited circulation among us. And it is believed that in republishing Festus, we not only perform a work which its merits demand, but open, for the first time, to many who will appreciate it, a great and original poem. The peculiar value of the second English edition, from which this is printed, consists in the Proem, which was not attached to the first. Having placed at the end of the volume some of the highest literary opinions in England, we will not intrude any analysis of our own. But a word upon one point with many minds, it will be difficult to acquit the author from the charge of irreverence. For this purpose, we refer to his vindication in the Proem, and in the body of the work. By which the reader will perceive that he is free from irreverence in spirit, whatever question there may be as to the propriety of certain forms of expression. As to the extravagances, which all will discover, they are the extravagances of deep and eloquent passion, the luxuriant overgrowth of a profoundly rich soil. With all its faults, Festus is a great poem, a mine of thought and imagery. It is perfectly safe to pronounce it one of the most powerful and splendid productions of the age. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Festus. Proem. Without all fear, without presumption, he who wrote this work would speak respecting it. A few brief words, and face his friend the world. Revising, not reversing, what hath been. Poetry is itself a thing of God. He made his prophets poets, and the more we feel of poesy do we become like God in love and power, undermakers. All great lays, equals to the minds of men, deal more or less with the divine, and have for end some good of mind or soul of man. The mind is this world's, but the soul is God's. The wise man joins them here all in his power. The high and holy works, amid lesser lays, stand up like churches among village cots. And it is joy to think that in every age, however much the world was wrong therein, the greatest works of mind or hand have been done unto God. So may they ever be. It shows the strength of wish we have to be great, and the sublime humility of might. True fiction hath in it a higher end than fact. It is the possible compared with what is merely positive, and gives to the conceptive soul an inner world, a higher, ampler heaven than that wherein the nations sun themselves. In that bright state are met the mental creatures of the men, whose names are writ highest on the rounded crown of fame's triumphal arch. The shining shapes which star the skies of that invisible land, which, whosoever would enter, let him learn. 'Tis not enough to draw forms fair and lively. Their conduct likewise must be beautiful. A hardy holiness must crown the work, as a gold cross the minster dome, and show, like that installment of divinity, that the whole building doth belong to God. And for the book before us, though it were what it is not, supremely little, like the needled angle of a high church spire, its sole end points to God the Father's glory, from all eternity seen, making clear his might and love in saving sinful man. One bard shows God as he deals with states and kings, another, as he dealt with the first man, another, as with heaven and earth and hell, ours, as he loves to order a chance soul, chosen out of the world, from first to last. And all along it is the heart of man, emblemed, created and creative mind. It is a statued mind and naked heart, which is struck out. Other bards draw men dressed in manners, customs, forms, appearances, laws, places, times, and countless accidents. Of peace or polity, to him these are not. He makes no mention, takes no compt of them. But shows, however great his doubts, sins, trials, whatever earth-born pleasures soil man's soul, what power soever he may gain of evil, that still, till death, time is, that God's great heaven stands open day and night to man and spirit. For all are of the race of God, and have in themselves good, the life rid of a heart, whose firmest prop and highest meaning was the hope of serving God as poet-priest, and the belief that he would not put back love offerings, though brought to him by hands unclean and earthy, e'en as fallen man's must be. And most of all, the thankful show of his high power and goodness in redeeming and blessing souls that love him, spite of sin and their old earthy strain. These are the aims, the doctrines, truths, and staple of the story. What theme sublimer than soul being saved? 'Tis the bard's aim to show the mind-made world, without, within, how the soul stands with God, and the unseen realities about us. It is a view of life spiritual and earthly. Let all look upon it, then, in the same light it was drawn and colored in faith, in that the writer too hath faith, albeit an effect, and not a cause. Faith is a higher faculty than reason, though of the brightest power of revelation. As the snow-headed mountain rises o'er the lightning, and applies itself to heaven, we know in daytime there are stars about us, just as at night, and name them what and where, by sight of science. So by faith we know, although we may not see them till our night, that spirits are about us, and believe that, to a spirit's eye, all heaven may be as full of angels as a beam of light, of motes. As spiritual, it shows all classes of life, perhaps, above our kind, known to tradition, reason, or God's word, whose bright foundations are the heights of heaven. As earthly, it embodies most the life of youth, its powers, its aims, its deeds, its failings. And, as a sketch of world life, it begins and ends, and rightly, in heaven and with God, while heaven is also in the midst thereof. God, or all good, the evil of the world, and man, wherein are both, are each displayed. The mortal is the model of all men. The foibles, follies, trials, sufferings, and manifest and manifold are they, of a young, hot, unworld-schooled heart that has had its own way in life, and wherein all may see some likeness of their own. 'Tis these attract, unite, and, sunlike, concentrate the ever-moving system of our feelings. The hero is the world-man, in whose heart one passion stands for all, the most indulged. The scenes wherein he plays his part are life, a sphere whose center is co-heavenly with its divine original and end. Like life, too, as a whole, the story hath a moral, and each scene one, as in life, one universal and peculiar truth, shining upon it like the quiet moon, illustrating the obscure unequal earth. And though these scenes may seem to careless eyes irregular and rough and unconnected, like to the stones at Stonehenge, though convolved and in primeval mystery, still in use, a meaning and a purpose may be marked among them of a temple reared to God, the meaning alway dwelling in the Word, in secret sanctity, like a golden toy, Mid beauty's orbed bosom, scenes of earth and heaven are mixed, as flesh and soul in man. Now, the religion of the book is this. Followed out from the book God writ of old. All creatures being faulty by their nature, and by God made all liable to sin. God only could atone, and unto none, except himself, for universal sin. It is thus that God did sacrifice to God, himself unto himself, in the great way of triune mystery. His death, as man, was real as our own, and as, except in the destruction of all life, there could be no atonement for its sin, while life doth necessarily result from God, as thought and outward action from ourselves. So the atonement must be to and by him, which makes it justice equally with love. For all his powers and attributes are equal, and must make one in any act of his. And every act of God is infinite. He acts through all in all, the truth we know. He doth himself inbreathe, the ill we do. He hath atoned for. And the scriptures show that God doth suffer for the sins of those whom he hath made, that are liable to sin. In all of us he hath his agony. We are the cross, and death of God, and grave. Him love then all the more, and worship him, who lived and died, and rose from death for us, and is and reigns forever God in all. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. And let each try, by great thoughts and good deeds, to show the most of heaven he hath in him. Many who read the word of life, much doubt whether salvation be of grace or faith, election, or repentance, or good works, or God's high will, reconcile all of them. Each of the persons of the triune God hath had his dispensation, hath it now. The Father by his prophets, and the Son in his own days, by his own deeds. And now the Spirit, by the ministry of Christ. And thus, by law, by gospel, and by grace, the scheme of God's salvation is complete. Salvation, then, is godlike, threefold. So that under one or other, all may come. By will of God alone, by faith in Christ, and by repentance, and good works, and grace. So there is one salvation of the Father, one of the Son, another of the Spirit. Each, the salvation of the three in one. The mortal in this lay is saved of will, in manner as this hymn unfolds, which hath just warranty for every word from God's. O God, thou wondrous one in three, as mortals must thee deem, thou only canst be said to be, we but at best to seem. For thou dost save, and thou mayst slay, canst make a mortal soul. In the eternal, in a day, wilt bring to naught the whole. Thou hardenest, and thou openest hearts, as in thy word is shown. Thou safest and destroyest parts, by thy right will alone. Let down thy grace, then, Lord, on all whom thou wilt save to live. Oh, if they stumble, stop their fall. Oh, if they fall, forgive. They are forgiven from the first. They are predestined thine. And though in sin they were the worst, in thee they are divine. They are, and were, and will be, Lord, in one, in heaven, in thee. Yea, with the Spirit, and the Word. One God in Trinity. These principles and doctrines pending not upon the action of the poem here, but over and above it, influencing nevertheless the story, as the course of stars inwoven with our system, Earth, vary the view of this life's hemisphere, and mingle it more palpably with heaven, and with its changeless, ceaseless, boundless God. It is thus that by creating to and from eternity, and multiplying ever. His own one being through the universe. He doth eternize happiness. And make good infinite by making all in him. There is but one great right and good, and ill. And wrong are shades thereof, not substances. Nothing can be antagonist to God. Necessity, like electricity, is in ourselves and all things, and no more without us than within us. And we live, we of this mortal mixture, in the same law as the pure colorless intelligence, which dwells in heaven, and the dead Hadean shades. We will and act and talk of liberty. And all our wills and all our doings both are limited within this little life. Free will is but necessity in play. The clattering of the golden reins which guide the thunder-footed coursers of the sun. The ship which goes to sea informed with fire, obeying only its own iron force. Reckless of adverse tide, breeze dead, or weak as infant's parting breath, too faint to stir. The feather held before it is as much the appointed thrall of all the elements as the white-bosomed bark which woos the wind, and when it dies desists. And thus with man, however contrary he set his heart to God, he is but working out his will, and, at an infinite angle, more or less, obeying his own soul's necessity. He only hath free will whose will is fate. Evil and good are God's right hand and left. By ministry of evil good is clear, and by temptation virtue. As of yore, out of the grave rose God. Let this be deemed enough to justify the portion weighed to the great spirit evil, named herein. If evil seem the most, yet good most is. As water may be deep and pure below, although the face be filmy for a time. And if the spirit of evil seem more in the work than God, it is but to work his will. Who therefore is all that the other seems. And evil is in almost every scene of life more or less forward. Above all, the mystery of the Trinity is held, whose mystery is its reasonableness. All that is said of deity is said in love and reverence. Be it so conceived. What comes before and after the great world, deep in the secretest abyss of light, and being's most reserved immensity, God alone knows eternally. Who rends the mantling heavens with his hands, but with the present is communion creatural. He liveth in the sacrament of life, and for the soul of man delineate here. The outline half invisible, is shown. The self-sought grace, the self-aspiring truth, and natural religion of the heart, contrasting godhood with humanity. Ever. Whereas the Spirit unites temptation and its workings in the heart, whose faint and false resistance but assists ambition, thirst of secret lore, joy, love, river-like, doubling sometimes on itself, adventure, pleasure, travel heavenly and earthly, friendship, passion, poesy, viewed ever in their spiritual end, and power, celestial happiness and earth's millennial foretaste, ill annihilate, the restoration of the angels lost, and one salvation universal given to all create, all these, related, form, with much beside, the body of the work, the islands, seas, and mainland of its orb. Thus much then for this book. It aims to mark the various belief as well as doubts, which hold or search by turns the mind of youth, unresting anywhere. Its heresies, if such they be, are charitable ones. For they who read not in the blessed belief that all souls may be saved, read to no end. We were made to be saved. We are of God. Nor bates the book one tittle of the truth. to smooth its way to favor with the fearful. All rests with those who read. A work or thought is what each makes it to himself, and may be full of great dark meanings, like the sea, with shoals of life rushing, or like the air, benighted with the wing of the wild dove, sweeping miles broad o'er the far western woods, with mighty glimpses of the central light. Or may be nothing, bodiless, spiritless. Now therefore to his work and to the world the writer bids, God speed. It matters not if they agree or differ. Each perchance may bear true witness to another end. Let then what hath been, be. It boots not here to palliate misdoings. 'Twere less toil to build Colossus than to hew a hill into a statue. Hail and farewell, all. Chapter 1. Scene, Heaven. God. Eternity hath snowed its years upon them, and the white winter of their age is come. The world and all its worlds, and all shall end. Seraphim. God. 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 As flames in skies, we burn and rise, and lose ourselves in thee. Years on years, and naught appears, save God to be. God. 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 To us no thought hath being brought toward thee that doth not move. Years on years, and what appears, save God to love? God. 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 All thou dost make lies like a lake below thine infinite eye. Years on years, and all appears, save God to die. Cherubim. As sun and star, how high or far, show but a boundless sky. So creature mind is all confined to show thee, God, most high. The sun still burns, the sun still turns, bound, round himself and round. So creature mind to self's confined, but thou God hast no bound. Systems arise, or a world dies, each constant hour in air. But creature mind, in heaven confined, lives on like thee, God. There. Seraphim. Cherubim. God. 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 Thou fill'st our eyes. Awere the skies. One burning, boundless sun. While creature mind, in path confined, posseth a spot thereon. God. 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 Lucifer. Ye thrones of heaven, how bright, how pure ye are. How have ye brightened since I saw ye first? How have I darkened since ye saw me last? What is the dark abyss of fire, and what the ravenous heights of air, o'er which I reign? In agony of glory, to these seats? The loathsome cavern of the oracle, o'er which ye rise in templed majesty, filled with the incense of all worshippers, and echoing with the eloquence of God, which rolls in sunny clouds around the heavens. Yet must I work through world and life my fate, and winding through the wards of human hearts, steal their incarnate strength. Death does his work in secret and in joy intense, untold, as though an earthquake smacked its mumbling lips o'er some thick-peopled city. But for me exists nor peace nor pleasure, even here, where all beside, the very faintest thought, is rapture. I will speak to God as erst, Father of spirit, as the Son of air, beginning of all ends, and end of all beginnings, throughout whole eternity, from whom eternity and every power, perfect and pure cause, is and emanates. Originator without origin, end without end, Creator of all ages, and Sabbath of all being, who hast made all numbers sacred, who art all and one, at whose right hand the wisdom of all worlds combined, is only fearful foolishness, or inarticulate madness, and thou, Lord, Maker and Perfecter of all, the One, being above all being, God the Life, who art the way whereon the world proceeds from God, all making, and whereby returns the ever-generated universe, who rulest all worlds in the law of light, thy nature and their own, who art before all ages, angels, blessed, times and worlds. Word that in every world art safe to save all souls, impregned with Spirit, God begot. And thou eternal Spirit Deity, the sanctifier of the universe, being, and life, and spirit, who dost make, destroyest, recreatest, makest God. God one and trine. Thou sayest me here again, still, sunlike, though eclipsed, of blinding power, and fiery cause, and everness of ill. Behold I bow before thee, hear thou me. God. What wouldst thou, Lucifer? Lucifer. There is a youth among the sons of men I fain would have given up wholly to me. God. He is thine to tempt. Lucifer. I thank thee, Lord God. Upon his soul thou hast no power. All souls are mine for aye. And I do give thee leave to this, that he may know my love is more than all his sin, and prove unto himself that naught but God can satisfy the soul he mocketh great. Lucifer. Thou God art all in one. Thy infinite bounds being, thou hast said the world shall end. The world is perfect, as concerns itself, and all its parts and ends, not as towards thee. So man is likest and unlikest God of all existence, therefore doth as much resemble thee as any act a mind. In him of whom I ask, I seek once more to tempt the living world, and then depart. The Holy Ghost. And I will hallow him to the ends of heaven, that though he plunge his soul in sin like a sword in water, it shall nowise ding to him. He is of heaven. All things are known in heaven, ere aimed at upon earth. The child is chosen. Saints. Another soul, the Holy One, hath chosen out of earth. And there is none throughout the whole like worthy of his birth. Guardian angel. Oh! Who hath joy like mine? Was I not here when from thy boundless bosom, as a star out of the air, that soul was kindled, Lord, and given to me to guard and guide, while both mid starry strains out of the depths of heaven fell at thy feet in worship, joy of joys. To you, ye saints and angels, let me speak. For ye I see rejoice with me. Ye know what 'tis to triumph o'er temptation, what to fall before it. How the young spirit faints, the virgin tremor, the heart's ebb and flow, when first some vast temptation calmly comes, and states itself before it, like the sun, low looming in the west, above the wave of wimpling streamlet, ere its waters grow to size aortal. Then the fiend himself. There is no greater evil, less the shame of yielding, more the glory of conquering. In him, to whom he goes, this soul elect, from infancy through childhood, up to youth, have I this soul attended, marked him blessed with all the sweet and sacred ties of life, the prayerful love of parents, pride of friends, prosperity, and health and ease, the aids of learning, social converse with the good and gifted, and his heart all lit with love. Like to the rolling sea with living light. Hopeful and generous and earnest. Rich. In commune with high spirits, loving truth. And wisdom for their own divinest selves. Tracking the deeds of the world's glory, or conning the words of wisdom, heaven-inspired. As on the soul, in pure effectual ray. The bright, transparent atoms, thought by thought, fall fixed for evermore. And thus his days, through sunny noon, or mooned eve, or night, star-armied, shining through the deathless air, all radiantly elapsed, in good or joy. All this, for long, I marked. There grew, at length, a change within his spirit, and I feared a fatal and a final fall from good. God's love seemed lost upon him. He became heart-deadened. Watching, warning, vain, I fled hither to intercede with God our Lord, to bless him with salvation. We may plead alway for those we love, by leave divine. Nor knew I till this moment, with all heaven, that, in the righteous providence of God, that soul was saved. Thou knowest, Lord, the mold of mortals, and the infinite end whereto the souls thou savest are predestinate. Oh! Be thy mercy mighty to this soul, fiend threatened, nor permit him who presides o'er hell's eternal holocaust, too far to tempt or tamper with the heart of man. God, my mercy doth outstretch the universe. Shall it not be sufficient for one soul? Lucifer, I am the wrath of God unto myself, and made by him to do my part. Do thou thine. They are far enough apart, I ween. Guardian angel, the heaven-strung chords of man's immortal soul are not for thee to wither at thy will. Bear witness, all ye blessed, to the word. Angels, intelligences, sons of God. Ye who know not but truth, feel not but love, will not but bliss, do not but righteousness. Whose life was ere the heavens were conceived, the stars begotten, or the ages born. Ye many-ordered hierarchies, which are the love, truth, justice, majesty and might, dominion, glory, wisdom, bliss of God. Ye through whose ministry of mercy, his immediate, ever instant, active, all spirits and worlds are governed, age by age, gazing and gaining glory. Ye who stand stirless, before the throne, entranced in joy. Or ye, whose life is to present all souls reborn to their Creator, or to search the golden-globed skies for deeds of grace. And ye who move all heavens, in whose names the name of God is, as in angels all, the crown, the wisdom, the intelligence, kindness, and strength and beauty, splendor, worth, original and rule. And ye who move restless around the throne, the burning seven, the virtue, power, salvation, fire and rest, blessing and praise of God. And ye who rule regions or kingdoms, states, tribes, families, ages and times, and seasons, and events, systems and elements, material powers, mental and spiritual. Or ye who bear souls from the heaven to earth, from earth to heaven. Ye tenants of the archetypal worlds and spiritual spheres, and you, ye saints, freed once on earth into the liberty of the necessity which is of God. Yours are the many multitudes of stars, and bliss and power forever, ye are God's, and live an endless life, bespoken here. Bear witness, all, that happiness succeeds to godliness, and that, despite of sin, the world may recognize in all time scenes. Though belts of clouds bar half its burning disk, The overruling, overthrowing power, which by our creature purposes works out its deeds, and by our deeds its purposes. Lucifer. God. For thy glory only can I act, and for thy creatures' good. When creatures stray farthest from thee, then warmest towards them burns thy love, even as yon sun beams hotliest on the earth when distant most. God. The earth whereon he dwells, this grain selected from the sands of life, dies with him. Lucifer. God. I go to do thy will. God. Thou, too, who watchest o'er the world, whose end I fix, prepare to have it judged. Angel of earth. Let me not then have watched o'er it in vain. From age to age, from hour to hour I still have hoped it would grow better, hope so now. 'Tis better than it once was, and hath more of mind and freedom than it ever had. I love it more than ever. Thou didst give it to me as a child. To me earth is even as the boundless universe to thee. Nay, more. For thou couldst make another. It is my world. Take it not from me, Lord. Thou, Christ, madst at the altar where thou offeredst up thyself for the creation. Let it be immortal as thy love. And altars are holy. And sister angels, sister orbs, hail it afar as such. Oh! I have heard world question world and answer. Seen them weep each other if eclipsed for one red hour. And of all worlds most generous was mine, the tenderest and the fairest. Lucifer. Knowest thou not God's Son to be the brother and the friend of spirit everywhere? Or hath thy soul been bound for ever to thy foolish world? Angel. Star unto star speaks light, and world to world repeats the password of the universe. To God. The name of Krifit, the one great word, well worth all languages in earth or heaven. Son of God. Think not I lived and died for thine alone, and that no other sphere hath hailed me Christ. My life is ever suffering for love. In judging and redeeming worlds is spent mine everlasting being. Lucifer. Earth he next will judge, for so saith God. Angel of earth. Be it not, Lord. Thou art a God of goodness and of love. He is the evil of the universe, and loveth not the earth, thy son, nor thee. Thou knowest best. Lucifer. Behold now all yon worlds. The space each fills shall be its successor. Accept the consolation. Angel of earth. Earth. O, earth. Lucifer. 'Tis earth shall lead destruction, she shall end. The stars shall wonder why she comes no more on her accustomed orbit, and the sun miss one of his 11 of light. The moon, an orphan orb, shall seek for earth for aye through time's untrodden depths and find her not. No more shall morn, out of the holy east, stream o'er the amber air her level light. Nor evening, with the spectral fingers, draw her tar-sprent curtain round the head of earth. Her footsteps never thence again shall grace the blue sublime of heaven. Her grave is dug. I see the stars, night-clad, all gathering in long and dark procession. Death's at work. And, one by one, shall all yon wandering worlds, whether in orbed path they roll, or trail in an inestimable length of light, their golden train of tresses after them, cease. And the sun, center and sire of light, the keystone of the world-built arch of heaven, be left in burning solitude. The stars, which stand as thick as dewdrops on the fields of heaven, and all they comprehend, shall pass. The spirits of all worlds shall all depart to their great destinies. And thou and I, greater in grief than worlds, shall live as now. In hell's dark annals there is something writ, which shall amaze man yet there. To thy earth, angel of earth, there is a blind world, yet unlit by God, rolling around the extremest edge of light, where all things are disaster and decay, the outcast of all being, no one thing fitting another, that is fit for thee. Be that thy world I but not the living earth. Stretch forth thy shining shield, O God. The heavens, over the prostrate earth, an armed friend, and save her from the swift and violent hell. Her beauty hath enchanted from the wrath of love like his, O save her, though by death. God, destruction and salvation are the hands upon the face of time. When both unite, the day of death dawns. Every orb exists unto its pre-appointed end, and earth, my creature, the elect of worlds, ere all is saved, the world shall perish as a worm upon destruction's path. The universe, evanish like a ghost before the sun, yea like a doubt before the truth of God. Yet nothing more than death shall perish. Then rejoice, ye souls of God, regenerate, ye indwellers divine of deity. In him ye are immortal as himself, Son of God. O'er all things are eternity and change, and special predilection of our God. Thou who createst souls, as the sun clouds, out of the sea of spirit, sire of both the first and second natures of thy Son, in whom the Maker and the Made make one, deific Spirit, who in every world payeth creation's penalties, in all is heir of God and nature, and in thee, and in self-worship, deifies himself. And you blessed spirits for whom I died, for whom forfeited, foreatoned for from the first, all heaven reserves the fullness of its bliss. Creator and created, witness, both, how I have loved ye, as God-natured life alone can love and suffer. Let the earth and every orb, the offspring of all air, perish, but all I die for, live for me. God, the earth shall not be when her Sabbath ends, in the high close of order. Lucifer, heaven, farewell. Hell is more bearable than nothingness. Thrones, thou, God, art Lord of mercy, and thy thoughts are high above the stardust of the world. Dominations, yet o'er the meanest atom reignest thou, omnipotent, as o'er the universe. Powers, thy might is self-creative, and thy works, immortal, temporal, destructible, are ever in thy sight and blessed there. The heavens are thy bosom, and thine eye is high o'er all existence, yea the worlds are but thy shining footprints upon space. Princedoms, eternal Lord, thy strength compels the worlds, and bows the heads of ages, at thy voice. Their unsubstantial essence wears away. Virtues, all favoring God, we glory but in thee. Ye heavens exalt, expand yourselves. They come, the infinite generations, all divine, of deity, our brethren and our friends. Archangels, thou who hast 1,000 names, as night hath stars, which light thee up to I create, yet not 1,000th part illumine thy boundlessness, nor that abyss of being, midst of which thy countless wonders constellate themselves. Thy light, the light we dwell in, shall at last fulfill the universe, and all be bliss. The consummation of all ages come. We praise thee for thy mercies, and for this, the first, and last, and greatest of all boons. Angels, thee God, we praise, through our ne'er sunsetting days, and thy just ways, divine. In thy hand is every spirit, and the meed the same may merit. All which all the worlds inherit are thine. It is not unto creatures given to scale the purposes of heaven, alway just and kind. But before thy mighty breath, life and spirit, dust and death, the boundless all is driven, like clouds by wind. Angel of earth, woe! Woe at last in heaven. Earth to death is given. The ends of things hang still over them as a sky. Do what we will, all's for eternity. Chapter 2. Scene, wood and water, sunset. Festus, alone. Festus. This is to be a mortal and immortal. To live within a circle, and to be that dark point where the shades of all things around meet, mix and deepen. All things unto me show their dark sides. Somewhere there must be light. Oh! I feel like a seed in the cold earth, quickening at heart, and pining for the air. Passion is destiny. The heart is its own fate. It is well youth's gold rubs off so soon. The heart gets dizzy with its drunken dance, and the voluptuous vanities of life enchain, enchant, and cheat my soul no more. My spirit is on edge. I can enjoy not which has not the honeyed sting of sin, that soothing fret which makes the young untried longing to be beforehand with their nature. In dreams and loneness cry, they die to live. That wanton wedding of the soul, which while it gives a finer, keener edge for pleasure, wastes more and dulls the sooner. Rouse thee, heart! Bough of my life, thou yet art full of spring. My quiver still hath many purposes. Yet what is worth a thought of all things here? How mean, how miserable every care! How doubtful, too, the system of the mind! And then the ceaseless, changeless, hopeless round of weariness and heartlessness and woe, and vice and vanity. Yet these make life. The life at least I witness if not feel. No matter. We are immortal. How I wish I could love men. For amid all life's quests, there seems but worthy one, to do men good. It matters not how long we live but how. For as the parts of one manhood while here, we live in every age, we think and feel, and feed upon the coming and the gone, as much as on the now time. Man is one, and he hath one great heart. It is thus we feel, with a gigantic throb athwart the sea, each other's rights and wrongs. Thus are we men. Let us think less of men and more of God. Sometimes the thought comes swiftening over us, like a small bird winging the still blue air. And then again, at other times, it rises, slow, like a cloud which scales the skies all breathless, and just overhead lets itself down on us. Sometimes we feel the wish across the mind rush, like a rocket tearing up the sky, that we should join with God and give the world the slip. But while we wish, the world turns round and peeps us in the face, the wanton world. We feel it gently pressing down our arm, the arm we had raised to do for truth such wonders. We feel it softly bearing on our side. We feel it touch and thrill us through the body. And we are fools and there's an end of us. 'Tis a fine thought that sometime end we must. There sets the Son of Suns, dies in all fire, like Asher's death great monarch, God of might. We love and live on power. It is spirit's end. Mind must subdue To conquer is its life. Why madst thou not one spirit, like the sun? To king the world? And oh! Might I have been that sun mind, how I would have warmed the world. To love and worship and bright life. Lucifer. Suddenly appearing. Not thou. Hadst thou more power, die more wouldst thou misuse. Festus. Who art thou, pray? I saw thee not before. It seems as thou hadst grown out of the air. Lucifer. Thou knowest me well. Though stranger to thine eye, I am not to thy heart. Festus. I know thee not. Lucifer. Come nearer. Look on me. I am above thee, beneath thee, and around thee, and before thee. Festus. Why, art thou all things, or dost go through all? A spirit, or embodied blast of air? I feel thou art a spirit. Lucifer. Yeah, I am. Festus. I knew it. I am glad, yet tremble so. What hours upon hours have I longed for this, and hoped that thought or prayer might produce. I have besought the stars, with tears, to send a power unto me, and have set the clouds, until I thought I saw one coming, but the shadowy giant alway thinned away, and I was fated unimmortalized. What shall I do? Oh! Let me kneel to thee. Lucifer. Nay, rise. And I'll not say, for thine own sake, that thou dost pray in private to the devil. Festus. Father of lies thou least. Lucifer. I am he. It is enough to make the devil merry, to think that men call on me momently, deeming me ever dungeoned fast in hell. Swearers and swaggerers jeer at my name, and oft indeed it is a special jest. With whittling gallants, let me once appear. Woe's me! They faint and shudder, pale and pray. The burning oath which quivered on the lip starts back and sears and blisters up the tongue. Confusion ransacks the abandoned heart, quells the bold blood, and o'er the vaulted brow slips the white woman hand. To judgment, ho! The very pivot of the earth seems snapped, and down they drop like ruins to repent. Such be the bravery of mighty man. Festus. I must be mad, or mine eye cheats my brain. And this strange phantom comes from overthought, like the white lightning from a day too hot. It must be so. But I will pass it. Lucifer. Stay. Festus. Oh, save me, God. He is reality. Lucifer. And now thou kneelst to heaven. Fie, graceless boy. Mocking thy Maker with a cast-off prayer. For had not I the first fruits of thy faith? Festus. Tempter, away from all the crowds of life. Why single me? Why score the young green bull? For fellage? Go. Am I the youngest, worst? No. Light the fires of hell with other souls. Mine shall not burn with thee. Lucifer. Thou judgest harshly. Can I not touch thee without slaying thee? Festus. Why art thou here? What wouldst thou have with me? Lucifer. For all I would have gentle words and looks. Festus. I pray thee, go. Lucifer. I cannot quit thee yet. But why so sad? Wilt kneel to me again? This leafy closet is most apt for prayer. Festus. Yes. I will pray for thee and for myself. Lucifer. Waste not thy prayers. I scatter them, they reach no further than thy breath, a yard or so. And as for me, I heed them, need them not. My nature God knows and hath fixed, and he Recks little of the manners of the world. Wicked he holdeth it and unrepentant. Festus. Therefore the more some ought to pray. Lucifer. To blow. A kiss, a bubble and a prayer hath like effect and satisfaction. Festus. Let me hence. Go tell thy blasphemies and lies elsewhere. Thou scatter prayer. Make me thy minister. One moment God. That I may rid the world forever of its evil. Oh! Thine arm. Lucifer. Canst rid thyself? Festus. Alas no. Get thee gone. Cannot insult thee nor provoke thy flight. Lucifer. I laugh alike at ruin and redemption. I am the one which knows nor hope nor fear. Which ne'er knew good nor e'er can know the worst. What thinkest thou can anger me, or harm? Festus. Wherefore didst thou quit hell? To drag me there? Lucifer. Thou wilt not guess mine errand. Deem'st thou aught? Which God hath made all evil? Me he made. Oft I do good, and thee to serve I come. Festus. Did I not hear thee boast with thy last breath? Not to have known what good was? Lucifer. From myself. I know it not, yet God's will I must work. I come I say to serve thee. Festus. Well. I would. Thou never hadst, but speak thy purpose straight. Lucifer. I heard thy prayer at sunset. I was here. I saw thy secret longings, unsaid thoughts, which prey upon the breast like night fires on a heath. I know thy heart by heart. I read the tongue when still as well as when it moves. And thou didst pray to God. Did he attend? Or turn his eye from the great glass of things, wherein he worshipped eternally himself, to thee one moment? He did not. I tell thee not he cares for men. I came. And come to proffer thee the earth. To set thee on a throne, the throne of will unbound. To crown thy life with liberty and joy. And make thee free and mighty even as I am. Festus. I would not be as thou art for hell's throne. Add earth's, add heaven's. Lucifer. I knew thy proud high heart. To test its worth and mark I held it brave. In shape and being thus myself I came. Not in disguise of opportunity. Not as some silly toy which serves for most. Not in the mask of lucre, lust nor power. Not in a goblin size nor cherub form. But as the soul of hell and evil came I. With leave to give the kingdom of the world. High freedom of thyself. Festus. Good, prove thy powers. Lucifer. Do I not prove them? Who but I, that have immortal might o'er mine own mind, and o'er all hearts and spirits of the living world, would share it with another, or forego 1 hour the great enjoyment of the whole? And who but I give men what each loves best? Festus. Open the heavens and let me look on God. Open my heart and let me see myself. Then I'll believe thee. Lucifer. Thou shalt not believe. For that I give thee, hut for that I am. Believe me first, then I will prove myself. Though sick I know thee of the joys of sense. Yet those thou lovest most I will make pure. And render worthy of thy love, unfilm them. That so thou mayst not dally with the blind. Thou shalt possess them to their very souls. Pleasure and love and unimagined beauty. All that be delicious, brilliant, great. Of worldly things are mine, and mine to give. Festus. What can be counted pleasure after love? Like the young lion which hath once lapped blood. The heart can ne'er be coaxed back to aught else. Lucifer. I will sublime it for thee all to bliss. As yet it hath but made thee wretched. Festus. Spirit. It is not bliss I seek, I care not for it. I am above the low delights of life. The life I live is in a dark cold cavern, where I wander up and down, feeling for something, which is to be, and must be, what, I know not. But the incarnation of my destiny is nigh. Lucifer. It is thy fate which weighs upon thee. Necessity sits on humanity, like to the world on Atlas' neck. 'Tis this, and the sultry sense of overdrawn life. Festus. True. The worm of the world hath eaten out my heart. Lucifer. I will renew it in thee. It shall be the bosom favorite of every beauty, even like a rosebud. Thou shalt render happy by naming who may love thee. Come with me. Festus. I have a love on earth, and one in heaven. Lucifer. Thou shalt love 10 as others love but one. Festus. Oh! I was glad when something in me said, come, let us worship beauty. And I bowed, and went about to find a shrine, but found none that my soul, when seeing, said enough, to. Many I met with where I put up prayers, and had them more than answered, and at such I worshipped, partly because others did, partly because I could not help myself. But none of these were for me, and away I went champing and choking in proud pain, in a burning wrath that not a sea could slake. So I betook me to the sounding sea, and overheard its slumberous mutterings of a revenge on man, whereat almost I gladdened, for I felt savage as the sea. I had only one thing to behold, the sea. I had only one thing to believe, I loved. Until that lonesome sameness grew sublime, and darkly beautiful as death, when some bright soul regains its star home, or as heaven, just when the stars falter forth, one by one, like the first words of love from a maiden's lips. There are points from which we can command our life, when the soul sweeps the future like a glass, and coming things, full freighted with our fate, jut out, dark, on the offing of the mind. Let them come. Many will go down in sight. In the billows' joyous dash of death go down. At last came love, not whence I sought nor thought it. As on a ruined and bewildered wight rises the roof he meant to have lost forever. On came the living vessel of all love, terrible in its beauty as a serpent, rode down upon me like a ship full sail, and bearing me before it, kept me up, spite of the drowning speed at which we drave. On, until we sank both. Was not this love? Lucifer. Why, how can I tell? I am not in love. But I have oft times heard mine angels call most piteously on their lost loves in heaven. And, as I suffer, I have seen them come. Seen star-like faces peep between the clouds, and hell become a tolerable torment. Some souls lose all things but the love of beauty, and by that love they are redeemable. For in love and beauty they acknowledge good, and good is God, the great necessity. I have not told thee half I will do for thee. All secrets thou shalt ken, all mysteries construe. At nothing marvel. All the veins which stretch, unsearchable by human eyes, of lore, most precious, most profound, to thine shall bear, and vulgar lie like dust. The world within, the world above thee, and the dark domain, mine own thou shalt o'errule, and he alone, who rightly can esteem such high delights. He only merits, he alone shall have. Festus. And if I have, shall I be happier? What is pleasure? What, happiness? Lucifer. It is that I vouchsafe to thee. Festus. Am I tempted thus unto my fall? Lucifer. God wills or lets it be. How thinkest thou? Festus. That I will go with thee. Lucifer. From God I come. Festus. I do believe thee, Spirit. He will not let thee harm me. Him I love. And thee I fear not. I obey him. Lucifer. Good. Both time and case are urgent. Come away. Festus. Give me a breathing time to fortify within myself the promise I have made. Lucifer. Expect me, then, at midnight, here. Remember that thou canst any time repent. Festus. Aye, true. Goes. Lucifer. Repentance never yet did aught on earth. It undoes many good things. Of all men. Heaven shield me from the wretch who can repent. Chapter 3. Scene, water and wood, midnight. Festus, alone. Festus. All things are calm, and fair, and passive. Earth looks as if lulled upon an angel's lap. Into a breathless dewy sleep, so still that we can only say of things, they be. The lakelet now, no longer vexed with gusts, replaces on her breast the pictured moon, pearled round with stars. Sweet imaged scene of time to come, perchance, when this vain life o'erspent, earth may some purer being's presence bear. Mayhap even God may walk among his saints, in eminence and brightness like yon moon, mildly outbeaming all the beads of light, strung o'er night's proud dark brow. How strangely fair yon round still star, which looks half suffering from, and half rejoicing in its own strong fire, making itself a lonely hood of light, like deity, where'er in heaven it dwells. How can the beauty of material things so win the heart and work upon the mind, unless like-natured with them are great things, and thoughts of the same blood? They have like effect. Lucifer. Why doubt on mind? What matter how we call that which all feel to be their noblest part? Even spirits have a better and a worse. For everything created must have form. Passions they have, somewhat like thine, but less of grossness and that downwardness of soul which men have. It is true they have no earth, for what they live on is above themselves. Festus. There seems a sameness among things, for mind and matter speak, in causes, of one God. The inward and the outward worlds are like. The pure and gross but differ in degree. Tears, feelings bright embodied form, are not more pure than dewdrops, nature's tears, which she sheds in her own breast for the fair which die. The sun insists on gladness, but at night, when he is gone, poor nature loves to weep. Lucifer. There is less real difference among things than men imagine. They overlook the mass, but fasten each on so me particular crumb, because they feel that they can equal that of doctrine, or belief, or party cause. Festus. That is the madness of the world, and that would I remove. Lucifer. It is imbecility, not madness. Festus. Oh! The brave and good who serve a worthy cause can only one way fail: by perishing therein. Is it to fail? No, every great or good man's death is a step firm set towards their end, the end of being, which is the good of all and love of God. The world must have great minds, even as great spheres, or suns, to govern lesser restless minds, while they stand still and burn with life. To keep them in their places, and to light and heat them. If I desire immortal life for aught, it is to learn the mystery of mind, and somewhat more of God. Let others rule systems or succor saints, if such things please. To live like light or die in light like dew. Either I should be blessed. Lucifer. It may not be. For as we do not see the sun himself, it is but the light about him, like a ring of glory round the forehead of a saint, so God thou wilt never see. His unveiled love were terrible, too mud for man to meet. Festus. Men have a claim on God, and none who hath a heart of kindness, reverence and love, but dare look God in the face and ask his smile. He dwells in no fierce light, no cloud of flame. And if it were, faith's eye can look through hell, and through the solid world. We must all think on God. Yon water must reflect the sky. Midnight. Day hath too much light for us to see things spiritually. Mind and night will meet, though in silence, like forbidden lovers, with whom to see each other's sacred form must satisfy the stillness of deep bliss. Sound as the silence of the high hilltop, where thunder finds no echo, like God's voice upon the worldling's proud, cold, rocky heart, fills full the sky, and the eye shares with heaven that look, so like to feeling, which the bright and glorious things of nature ever wear. There is much to think and feel of things beyond this earth, which lie, as we deem, upwards, far from the day's glare and riot. They are nights. Oh! Could we lift the future's sable shroud? Lucifer. Behind a shroud what shouldst thou see but death? Festus. Spirit is like the thread whereon are strung the beads or worlds of life. It may be here, it may be there that I shall live again, in yon strange world whose long nights know no star, but 7 fair maid-like moons attending him. Perfect his sky, perchance in one of those. But live again I shall wherever it be. We long to learn the future, love to guess. Lucifer. The science of the future is to man but what the shadow of the wind might be. Such thoughts are vain and useless. Festus. Forced o' us. Lucifer. All things are of necessity. Festus. Then best. But the good are never fatalists. The bad alone act by necessity, they say. Lucifer. It matters not what men assume to be, or good, or bad, they are but what they are. Festus. What is necessity? Are we, and thou, and all the worlds, and the whole infinite we cannot see, but working out God's thoughts? And have we no self-action? Are all God? Lucifer. Then hath he sin and all absurdity. Festus. Yet, if created being have free will, is it not wrong to judge it may traverse God's own high will, and yet impossible to think on't otherwise? Lucifer. It may be so. All creature wills, and all their ends and powers, must come within the boundless scope of God's. Festus. And all our powers are but weaknesses to what we shall have, and to that God hath. Doth not the wish, too, point the likelihood of life to come? Lucifer. Boys wish that they were kings. And so with thee. A deathless spirit state, freed from gross form and bodily weightiness, seems kingly by the side of Suk like thine. And boys and men will likely both be balked. What if it be, that spirit, after death, is loosed like flesh into its elements? The worlds which man hath constellated, hold no fellowship in nature. Nor perchance, as he hath systematized life, mind and soul. But sooth to say, I know not aught of this. I have no kind, no nature like to me, exists. And human spirits must at least sleep till the day of doom, if it ever be. Festus. Hast never known one free from body? Lucifer. None. Festus. Why seek then to destroy them? Lucifer. It is my part. Let ruin bury ruin. Let it be. Woe here, woe there, woe, woe, be everywhere. It is not for me to know, nor thee, the end of evil. I inflict and thou must bear. The arrow knoweth not its end and aim. And I keep rushing, ruining along, like a great river rich with dead men's souls. For if I knew, I might rejoice, and that to me by nature is forbidden. I know nor joy nor sorrow, but a changeless tone of sadness like the night winds is the strain of what I have of feeling. I am not as other spirits, but a solitude. Even to myself, I the sole spirit soul. Festus. Can none of thine immortals answer me? Lucifer. None, mortal. Festus. Where then is thy vaunted power? Lucifer. It is better seen as thus I stand apart from all. Mortality is mine, the green, unripened universe. But as the fruit matures, and world by world drops mellowed off, the wrinkling stalk of time, as thine own race hath seen of stars and now vanished, all is hid from me. My part is done. What after comes, I know not more than thou. Festus. Raise me a spirit. Awake ye dead. Out with the secret, death. The grave hath no pride nor the rise again. Let each one bring the bane whereof he died. Bring the man his, the maiden hers. Oh! Half mankind are murderers of themselves or souls. Yea, what is life but lingering suicide? Wake, dead. Ye know the truth, yet there ye lie. All mingling, mouldering, perishing together. Like run sand in the hourglass of old time. Death is the mad world's asylum. There is peace. Destruction's quiet and equality. Night brings out stars as sorrow shows as truths. Though many, yet they help not, bright, they light not. They are too late to serve us, and sad things are I too true. We never see the stars till we can see naught but them. So with truth. And yet if one would look down a deep well, even at noon, we might see those same stars. Far fairer than the blinding blue, the truth. Probe the profound of thine own nature, man. And thou mayst see reflected, e'en in life, the worlds, the heavens, the ages, by and by. The coming come. Then welcome, world-eyed truth. But there are other eyes men better love than truth's, for when we have her she is so cold and proud, we know not what to do with her. We cannot understand her, cannot teach. She makes us love her, but she loves not us. And quits us as she came and looks back never. Wherefore we fly to fiction's warm embrace, with her to relax and bask ourselves at ease. And, in her loving and unhindering lap, voluptuously lulled, we dream at most on death and truth. She knows them, loves them not. Therefore we hate them and deny them both. Call up the dead. Lucifer. Let rest while rest they may. For free from pain and from this world's wear and tear, it may be a relief to them to rot. And it must be that at the day of doom, if mortals should take up immortal life, They will curse me with a thunder which shall shake the sun from out the socket of his sphere. The curse of all created. Think on it. Festus. Those souls thou mean'st whom thou hast ruined, damned. Lucifer. Nor only those. When once the virgin bloom of soul is soiled, and rudely hath my hand swept o'er the swelling clusters of all life. Little it matters whether crushed or touched. Scarcely, each speaks. The spoiler hath been there. The saved, the lost, shall curse me both alike. God too shall curse me, and I, myself. That curse is ever greatening, quick with hell. The coming consummation of all woe. Festus. O man, be happy. Die and cease forever. Why wear we not the shroud alway, that robe which speaks our rank on earth, our privilege? To know I have a deathless soul I would lose it. Lucifer. Believest thou all I tell thee? Festus. All, I do. Stringing the stars at random round her head. Like a pearl network, there she sits, bright night. I love night more than day, she is so lovely. But I love night the most because she brings my love to me in dreams which scarcely lie. Oh! All but truth and lovelier oft than truth. Let me have dreams like these, sweet night, forever. When I shall wake no more, an endless dream of love and holy beauty mid the stars. Lucifer. I see thy heart and I will grant thy wish. I have lied to thee. I have command over spirits. Whom wilt thou that I call? Festus. Mine Angela. Lucifer. There is an angel ever by thine hand. What sayest thou? Festus. It is my love. It is she. My glory. Spirit. Beauty, let me touch thee. Nay, do not shrink back, well then I am wrong. Thou didst not use to shrink from me, my love. Angela. Dost thou hear me? Speak to me. And thou art there, looking alive and dead. Thy beauty is then incorruptible. I thought so, oft as I have looked on thee. Thou art too much even now for me as once. I cannot gather what I rave to say. Nor why I had thee hither. Stay, sweet sprite. Dear art thou to me now, as in that hour. When first love's wave of feeling, spray-like broke into bright utterance, and we said we loved. Yeah, but I must come to thee. Move no more. Art thou in death or heaven or from the stars? Have I done wrong in calling for thee thus? What art thou? Speak, love, whisper me as wont. In the dear times gone by. Or durst thou not unfold the mystery of thine and mine own being? Was it death who hushed thy lips? Is his cold finger there still? Let me come. She is not. Lucifer. And thou canst not bring her back. Festus. I will not, cannot be without her. Call her. Lucifer. I call on spirits and I make them come. But they depart according to their own will. Another time and she shall speak with thee. Ere long, and she shall show thee where she dwells. And how doth pass her immortality. If lengthening decay can so be called. Can lines finite one way be infinite? Another? And yet such is deathlessness. Festus. It is hard to deem that spirit cease, that thought and feeling flesh-like perish in the dust. Shall we know those again in a future state, whom we have known and loved on earth? Say yes. Lucifer. The mind hath features as the body hath. Festus. But is it mind which shall rerease? Lucifer. Man were not man without the mind be had in life. Festus. Shall all defects of mind and fallacies of feeling be immortalized? All needs, all joys, all sorrows, be again gone through, before the final crisis be imposed? Shall heaven but be old earth created new? Or earth, tree-like, transplanted into heaven, to flourish by the waters of all life, and we within its shade, as heretofore, cropping its fruit, with life-seeds cord at heart? Lucifer. Man's nature, physical and psychical, will be together raised, changed, glorified. And all shall be alike, like God, and all unlike each other, and themselves. The earth shall vanish from the thoughts of those she bore, as have the idols of the olden time. From men's hearts of the present, all delight and all desire shall be with heavenly things, and the new nature God bestowed on man. Festus. Then man shall be no more man but an angel. Lucifer. When he is dead and buried, what remains? That such an obscure, contradictory thing should be perpetuated anywhere? Festus. Oh! If God hates the flesh, why made he it so beautiful that e'en its semblance maddens? Am I to credit what I think I have seen? Or am I suffering some deceit of thine? Lucifer. I am explaining, not deluding. Festus. True. Defining night by darkness, death by dust, I run the gauntlet of a file of doubts, each one of which down hurls me to the ground. I ask 100 reasons what they mean, and every one points gravely to the ground, with one hand, and to heaven with the other. In vain I shut mine eyes. Truth's burning beam forces them open, and when open, blinds them. Lucifer. Doubly unhappy. Festus. I am too unhappy to die, as some too wayworn cannot sleep. Planets and suns, that set themselves on fire by their own rapid self-revolvements, are but like some hearts. Existence I despise. The shape of man is wearisome. A bird's, a worm's, a whirlwind's, I would change with aught. Time. Dash thine hourglass down. Have done with this. The course of nature seems a course of death, and nothingness the sole substantial thing. Lucifer. Corruption springs from light, 'tis the same power creates, preserves, destroys, the matter which it works on, being one ever-changing form, the living and the dying and the dead. Festus. I'll not believe a thing which I have known. Hell was made hell for me, and I am mad. Lucifer. True venom churns the froth out of the lips. It works, and works like any water wheel. And she then was the maiden of thy heart. Well, I have promised. Ye shall meet again. Festus. I loved her for that she was beautiful, and that to me she seemed to be all nature, and all varieties of things in one. Would set at night in clouds of tears, and rise all light and laughter in the morning, yea. And that she never schooled within her breast one thought or feeling, but gave holiday to all. And that she made all even mine in the communion of love, and we grew like each other, for we loved each other. She, mild and generous as the sun in spring, and I, like earth all budding out with love. Lucifer. And then, love's old end, falsehood, nothing worse, I hope? Festus. What's worse than falsehood? To deny the God which is within us, and in all. Is love? Love hath as many vanities as charms, and this, perchance, the chief of both, to make our young hearts track upon the first and snow-like fall of feeling which overspreads The bosom of the youthful maiden's mind. More pure and fair than even its outward type. If one did thus, was it from vanity? Or thoughtlessness, or worse? Nay, let it pass. The beautiful are never desolate. But someone always loves them, God or man. If man abandons, God himself takes them. And thus it was. She whom I once loved died. The lightning loathes its cloud, the soul its clay. Can I forget that hand I took in mine? Pale as pale violets, that I, where mined and matter met alike divine? Ah, no. May God that moment judge me when I do. Oh! She was fair, her nature once all spring. And deadly beauty like a maiden sword. Startlingly beautiful. I see her now. Whatever thou art, thy soul is in my mind. Thy shadow hourly lengthens o'er my brain. And peoples all its pictures with thyself. Gone, not forgot, past, not lost, thou shalt shine. In heaven like a bright spot in the sun. She said she wished to die, and so she died. For, cloud-like, she poured out her love, which was her life, to freshen this parched heart. It was thus. I said we were to part, but she said nothing. There was no discord, it was music ceased. Life's thrilling, bounding, bursting joy. She sat like a house god, her hands fixed on her knee. And her dark hair lay loose and long around her. Through which her wild bright eye flashed like flint. She spake not, moved not, but she looked the more. As if her eye were action, speech and feeling. I felt it all, and came and knelt beside her. The electric touch solved both our souls together. Then comes the feeling which unmakes, undoes. Which tears the sea-like soul up by the roots. And lashes it in scorn against the skies. Twice did I madly swear to God, hand clenched, that not even he nor death should tear her from me. It is the saddest and the sorest sight. One's own love weeping. But why call on God? But that the feeling of the boundless bounds. All feeling, as the welkin doth the world? It is this which ones us with the whole and God. Then first we wept. Then closed and clung together. And my heart shook this building of my breast. Like a live engine booming up and down. She fell upon me like a snow wreath thawing. Never were bliss and beauty, love and woe, revelled and twined together into madness. As in that one wild hour. To which all else, the past, is but a picture, that alone is real, and forever there in front. Making a black blank on one side of life. Like a blind eye. But after that I left her. And only saw her once again alive. Lucifer. Well, shall we go? Festus. This moment. I am ready. Farewell ye dear old walks and trees. Farewell. Ye waters. I have loved ye well. In youth and childhood it hath been my life to drift across ye lightly as a leaf, or skim your waves in yon skiff, swallow-like, or lie like a loved locket on your sunny bosom. Could I, like you, by looking in myself, find mine own heaven, farewell. Immortal, come. The morning peeps her blue eye on the east. Lucifer. Think not so fondly as thy foolish race. Imagining a heaven from things without. The picture on the passing wave call heaven. The wavelet, life, the sands beneath it, death. Daily more seen till, lo, the bed is bare. This fancy fools the world. Festus. Let us away. Chapter 4. Scene, a mountain, sunrise. Festus and Lucifer. Festus. Hail beauteous earth. Gazing o'er thee, I all forget the bounds of beings. And I long to fill thee, as a lover pines to blend soul, passion, yea existence, with the fair creature he calls his own. I ask for naught before or after death but this, to lie and look, and live, and bask, and bless myself upon thy broad bright bosom. From thee I sprang, and to thee I turn, heart, arm and brain. Yes, I am all thine own. Thou art the sole parent to rock and river, plain and wood. I cry, ye are my kin. While I, O earth, am but an atom of thee, and a breath passing unseen and unrecorded like the tiny throb here in my temple's pulse. Thou art forever and the sacred bride of heaven, worthy the passion of our God. Oh, full of light's love, grace, the grace of all who owe to thee their life, thy Maker's love. His face's light. All thine rejoice in thee. Thou in thyself for I, rolling through air. As seraph's song out of their trumpet lips rolls round the skies of heaven. See the sun, God's crest upon his azure shield the heavens. Canst thou, a spirit, look upon him? Lucifer. I led him from the void, where he was wrought by this right hand, up to the glorious seat. His brightness overshadows, built his throne on piles of gold, and laid his chambers on beams of gold, wrapped a veil of fire around his face, and bade him reign and burn like me. There, ever since, sat warming into life these worlds as in a nest, he has and is. But fall he must. I have done, do, not else. From my first thought to this and to my last. No matter, it is beneath this mind of mine to reck of aught. I bear, have borne the ill of ages, of eternities, and must. I care not. I shall sway the world as now, which worse and worse sinks with me as I sink, till finite souls evanish as a vapor, till immortality, the proud thing, perish, and God alone be an eternity. Then will I clap my hands and cry to him, I have done. Have thy will now. There is none but thee. I am the first created being. I will be the last to perish and to die. Festus. Thou art a fit monitor, methinks, of pleasure. Lucifer. To the high air sunshine and cloud are one. Pleasure and pain to me. Thou and the earth alone feel these as different, for ye are under them, the heavens and I above. Festus. But tell me, have ye scenes like this in hell? Lucifer. Nay, not in heaven. Festus. What is heaven? Not the toys of singing, love and music? Such a place were fit for women only. Lucifer. Heaven is no place, unless it be a place with God, all where it is the being good, the knowing God, the consciousness of happiness and power, with knowledge which no spirit e'er can lose, but doth increase in every state, and ought it most delights in the full leave to do. But why consume me with such questions? Why add earth to hell, in the great chain of worlds, which God in wrath hath bound about me? Festus. Why? 'Twas therefore that I closed with thee, great fiend, that thou mightst answer all things I proposed, or bring me those who would do. Lucifer. All these things thou wilt know sometime, when to see and know are one, to see a thing and comprehend the nature of it essentially, perceive the reason and the science of its being, and the relations with the universe, of all things actual or possible, mortal, immortal, spiritual, gross, This, when the spirit is made free of heaven, is the divine result, proportioned still to the intelligence as human, for there are degrees in heaven as everything, by God's will, unimaginable space, as full of suns as is earth son of atoms, faileth to match his boundless variousness, and ever must do, though 1,000 worlds, as diverse from each other as is thine. From any of thy systems, were Elon said, each minute into life unendingly. All of yon worlds, and all who dwell in them, stand in diverse degrees of bliss and being, through the 10,000 times 10,000th grade of blessedness, above this world's and man's ability to feel or to conceive. The soul may pass and yet know not of heaven, more than a dim and miniature reflection of its most bright infinity. For God makes to each spirit its peculiar heaven, and yet is heaven a bright reality, as this or any of yon worlds, a state where all is loveliness and power and love, where all sublimest qualities of mind, not infinite, are limited alone by the surrounding godhood, and where not but what produceth glory and delight to creature and creator is, where all enjoy entire dominion o'er themselves, acts, feelings, thoughts, conditions, qualities, spirit and soul and mind, all under God. For spirit is soul deified, while earth, to the immortal vast, God-natured spirit, is but a spell, which having served to light a lamp, is cast into consuming fire. Festus. And hell? Is it not but pits and chains and flames? Lucifer. An ever-greatening sense of ill and woe, I crushing down the soul, but filling never its infinite capacity of pain. Festus. But human nature is not infinite, and therefore cannot suffer endlessly. Lucifer. God may create in time what shall endure unto eternity. With him is no distinction, nor in that which is of him. Festus. Then is not soul of God, but man and earth. Soul when made spirit is of earth no more, nor time, but of eternity and heaven. 'Tis but when in the body, and bent down to worldly ends, that human souls become objects of time, as most are, till the hour comes when the soul of man shall be made one with God's Spirit. And where shall woe be then? Where, sin? Where, suffering? When the mortal soul shall be divinest and eternest by God's very Spirit put upon it? Lucifer. How can souls begotten to predestined doom, from and before all worlds, be deemed of earth? Festus. Things spiritual, as belonging God, are known unto him, and predestined from eternity, nor these alone, but flesh forms not, nor does it need the care of fate. Lucifer. The object of eternal knowledge must have like existence. Festus. Then it cannot be bound unto torment. That would be to bring torture on godlike essence. Lucifer. Hast not heard how thine existence here, on earth, is but the dark and narrow section of a life which was with God, long ere the sun was lit, and shall be yet, when all the bold bright stars are dark as death dust, immortality and wisdom tending thee on either hand, thy divine sisters? But do thou believe e'en what thou wilt, it matters not to me. Festus. Is it the nature or the deed of God to render finite follies infinite, or to eternus sin and death in fire? For so long as the punishment endures, the crime lasts. Were it not for thy presence, Spirit, I would not deem hell were. Lucifer. Let not my presence pass for more than it is worth. I pray, nor yet my absence. Trust me, I could wish, with thee, that hell were blotted out of utmost space. 'Tis man himself I makes his own God and his hell. But this is truth. Festus. The truth is perilous never to the true, nor knowledge to the wise, and to the fool, and to the false, error and truth alike. Error is worse than ignorance. But say, how can eternal punishment be due to temporal offenses, to a pulse of momentary madness? Lucifer. Pardon me. Sin is not temporary. Nothing is of spiritual nature, but hath cause. Immortal and immortal end in all. As spirits. Therefore till the soul shall be by grace redeified, as is the soul, so is the sin, for ever before God. Festus. Sin is not of the spirit, but of that which blindeth spirit, heart and brain. Lucifer. Believe so. The law of all the worlds is retribution. Festus. But is it so of God? Lucifer. The laws of heaven are not of earth, their law is liberty. Festus. Thou thundercloud of spirits, darkening the skies and wrecking earth. Could I hate men? How I should joy with thee, even as an eagle, nigh famished, in the fellowship of storms. But I still love them. What will come of men? Lucifer. Whatever may, perdition is their meed. Were heaven dispeopled for a ministry to warn them of their ways, were thou and I to monish them. Were heaven, and earth, and hell to preach at once, they still would mock and jeer. As now, but never repent until too late. Until the everlasting hour had struck. Festus. Men might be better if we better deemed of them. The worst way to improve the world is to condemn it. Men may overget delusion, not despair. Lucifer. Why love mankind? The affections are thy system's weaknesses, the wasteful outlets of self-maintenance. Festus. The wild flower's tendril, proof of feebleness, prove strength, and so we fling our feelings out. The tendrils of the heart, to bear us up. O earth! How drear to think to tear oneself, even for an hour, from looks like this of thine. From features, oh, so fair, to quit for aye the luxury of thy side. Why art thou thus glorious, and 'twere not to sate the soul, and chide us for the senseless dream of heaven? The still strong stream sweeps onward to its end, like one of the great purposes of God. Or like, may be, a soul like mine to him. Along yon deep blue vein upon thy bosom, earth, I could float forever. See it there, winding among its green and smiling isles, like charity amidst her children dear, or peace, rejoicing in her olive wreaths, and gladdening as she glides along the lands. Lucifer. And yet all this must end, must pass. Drop down. Oblivion like a pebble in a pit. For God shall lay his hand upon the earth, and crush it up like a red leaf. Festus. Not be? I cannot root the thought, nor hold it firm. Lucifer. This same sweet world which thou wouldst fondly deem eternal, may be, which I soon shall see destruction suck back as the tide a shell. Festus. It will not be yet. I'll woo thee, world, again, and revel in thy loveliness and love. I have a heart with room for every joy. And since we must part sometime, while I may I'll quaff the nectar in thy flowers, and press the richest clusters of thy luscious fruit into the cup of my desires. I know my years are numbered not in units yet, but I cannot live unless I love and am loved, unless I have the young and beautiful bound up like pictures in my book of life. It is the intensest vanity alone which makes us bear with life. Some seem to live, whose hearts are like those unenlightened stars of the first darkness, lifeless, timeless, useless, with nothing but a cold night air about them. Not suns, not planets, darkness organized. Orbs of a desert darkness, with no soul to light its watchfire in the wilderness, and civilize the solitude one moment. There are such seemingly, but how or why they live I know not. This to me is life. That if life be a burden, I will join to make it but the burden of a song. I hate the world's coarse thought. And this is life. To watch young beauties bud-like feelings burst, and load the soul with love, as that pale flower, which opes at eve, spreads sudden on the dark its yellow bloom, and sinks the air down with sweets. Let heaven take all that's good, hell all that's foul. Leave us the lovely, and we will ask no more. Lucifer. To me it seems time all should end. The sky grows gray. It is not so bright nor blue as once. Well I remember, as it were yesterday, when earth and heaven went happy, hand in hand, with all the morning dew of youth about them, with the bright unworldly hearts of youth and truth, and the maiden bosoms of the beautiful. Ere earth sinned, or the pure indignant heavens retreated high, nigh God. When earth was all a creeping mass alive with shapeless things, and when there were but three things in the world: monsters, mountains and water, before age had thickened the eyes of stars, and while the sea, rejoicing like a ring of saints round God, or heaven on heaven about some newborn son, in its sublime same-soundingness, laughed out, and cried not I. Like God I never rest. Festus. God hath his rest, earth hers. Let me have mine. Yet must I look on thee, fair scene, again, ere I depart. The glory of the world is on all hands, in one encircling ken. I gaze on river, sea, isle, continent, mountain, and wood, and wild, and fire-lipped hill, and lake, and golden plain, and sun, and heaven, where the stars brightly die, whose death is day. City and port and palace, ships and tents, lie massed and mapped before me. All is here. The elements of the world are at my feet, above me and about me. Now would I be and do somewhat beside that I am. Canst thou not give me some ethereal slave of the pure essence of an element, such as my bondless brain hath ofttimes drawn, in the divine insanity of dreams, to stand before me and obey me, Spirit? Lucifer. Call out, and see if aught arise to thee. Festus. Green dewy earth, who standest at my feet, singing and pouring sunshine on thy head, as Naiad native water, speak to me. I am thy son. Canst thou not now, as once, bring forth some being dearer, liker to thee? Then is my race, Titan or tiny Fay, stream nymph or wood nymph. She hath ceased to speak, like God, except in thunder, or to look, unless in lightning. Miracles, with earth, are out of fashion as with heaven. Lucifer. Moors. The pity. Call elsewhere. Old earth is hard of hearing, maybe. Festus. I beseech thee, see tossing thy wavy locks in sparkling play, like to a child awakening with the light to laughter. Canst not thou disgulf for me, from thy deep bosom, deep as heaven is high, of all thy sea gods one, or sea maids? Lucifer. None. Festus. I half despair. Fire. That art slumbering there, like some stern warrior in his rocky fort, after the vast invasion of the world. Hast not some flaming imp, or messenger, of empyrean element, to whom, in virtue of his nature, are both known the secrets of the burning, central, void below, and yon bright heaven, out of whose airy fire are wrought the forms of angels and the thrones? Hast none at hand to do my bidding? Come. Breathe out a spirit for me. One I ask. That shall be with me always, as a friend. And not like thee, who despotisest o'er the heart thou seek'st to serve. I must be free. Lucifer. All finite souls must serve, their widest sway is but the rule of service. This fair earth, which thou dost boast so much of, why, thou seest, 'tis but the party-colored, scummy dross of the original element wherefrom the fiery worlds were framed. Festus. Air. And thou, wind, which art the unseen similitude of God, the Spirit, his most meet and mightiest sign, the earth with all her steadfastness and strength, sustaining all, and bound about with chains of mountains, as is life with mercies, ranging round with all her sister orbs the whole of heaven, is not so like the unlikenable one as thou. Ocean is less divine than thee, for although all but limitless, it is yet visible, many a land not visiting. But thou art, love-like, everywhere. O'er earth, o'er ocean triumphing, and I with clouds that like the ghost of ocean's billows roll, decking or darkening heaven. The sun's light floweth and ebbeth daily like the tides. The moon's doth grow or lessen, night by night. The stirless stars shine forth by fits and hide, and our companion planets come and go. And all are known, their laws and liberties. But no man can foreset thy coming, none reason against thy going, thou art free. The type impalpable of spirit, thou. Thunder is but a momentary thing, like a world's death rattle, and is like death. And lightning, like the blaze of sin, can blind only and slay. But what are these to thee, in thine all-present variousness? Now, so light as not to wake the snowiest down upon the dove's breast, winning her bright way, calm and sublime as grace unto the soul, towards her far native grove. Now, stern and strong as ordnance, overturning tree and tower, cooling the white brows of the peaks of fire, turning the sea's broad furrows like a plough, fanning the fruiting plains, breathing the sweets of meadows, wandering o'er blinding snows and sands like seabeds and the streets of cities, where men as garnered grain lie heaped together, freshening the cheeks, and mingling off the locks of youth and beauty 'neath star-speaking eve, swelling the pride of canvas, or, in wrath, scattering the fleets of nations like dead leaves. In all, the same o'ermastering sightless force, bowing the highest things of earth to earth, and lifting up the dust unto the stars. Fate-like, confounding reason, and like God's Spirit, conferring life upon the world. Midst all corruption incorruptible, monarch of all the elements. Hast thou no soft Aeolian sylph, with sightless wing, to spare a mortal for an hour? Lucifer. Peace, peace. All nature knows that I am with thee here. and that thou needst no minor minister. To thee I personate the world, its powers, beliefs, and doubts, and practices. Festus. Are all mine invocations fruitless, then? Lucifer. They are. Let us enjoy the world. Festus. If 'twas God's will that thou shouldst visit me, he shall not send temptation to my heart in vain. Sweet world, we all still cling to thee. Though thou thyself passest away, yet men will hanker about thee. Like mad ones by their moping haunts, men pass, cleaving to things themselves which pass away. Like leaves on waves, thus all things pass forever, save mind and the mind's meed. Lucifer. Let us too pass. Chapter 5. Scene, alcove and garden. Festus and Clara. Festus. What happy things are youth and love and sunshine! How sweet to feel the sun upon the heart! To know it is lighting up the rosy blood, and with all joyous feelings, prism-hued, making the dark breast shine like a spar grot. We walk among the sunbeams as with angels. Clara. Yes, there are feelings so serene and sweet, coming and going with a musical lightness, that they can make amends for their passingness, and balance God's condition to decay. As yon light fleecy cloudlet floating along, like golden down from some high angel's wing, breaks but relieves and beautifies the blue. I wonder if ever I could love another. How I should start to see upon the sward a shadow not thine own arm linked with mine. See, here is a garland I have bound for thee. Festus. Nay, crown thyself. It will suit thee better, love. Place wreaths of everlasting flowers on tombs, and deck with fading beauties forms that fade. Put it away, I will no crown save this. And could the line of dust which here I trace upon my brow but warrant dust beneath, and nothing more, or could this bubble frame, informed with soul, lashed from the stream of life, by its own impetus, but burst at once, and vanish part on high and part below, I would be happy, nor would envy death. Could I, like heaven's bolt, earthing quench myself, this moment would I burn me out a grave. Might I but be as many years in dying as I have lived, that might be some relief. Clara. What canst thou mean? Festus. Mean? Is there not a future? The past, the present and the coming, curse each. The future, curse it. Clara. Shall we not ever live and love as now? Festus. Ay, live I fear we must. Clara. And love, because we then are happiest. We shall lack nothing having love, and we must be happy everywhere, we too. For spiritual life is great and clear, and self-continuous as the changeless sea, rolling the same in every age as now. Whether o'er mountain tops, where only snow dwells, and the sunbeam hurries coldly by, or o'er the valleys, as now, of some old world, older than ancient man's. As is the seas, so is the life of spirit, and the kind. And then with natures raised, refined and freed from these poor forms, our days shall pass in peace and love. No thought of human littleness shall cross our high calm souls, shining and pure as the gold gates of heaven. Like some deep lake, upon a mountain summit they shall rest, high above cloud and storm of life like this. All peace and power, and passionless purity. Or if a thought of other troubled times ruffle it for a moment, it shall pass, like a chance raindrop on its heavenward face. I love to meditate on bliss to come. Not that I am unhappy here, but that The hope of higher bliss may rectify the lower feeling which we now enjoy. This life, this world is not enough for us. They are nothing to the measure of our mind. For place we must have space, for time we must have eternity, and for a spirit godhood. Festus. Mind means not happiness, power is not good. Clara. True bliss is to be found in holy life. In charity to man, in love to God. Why should such duties cease, such powers decay? Are they not worthy of a deathless state? A boundless scope, a high uplifted life? Man, like the airborne eagle who remains on earth only to feed and sleep and die. But whose delight is on his lonely wing, wide sweeping as a mind, to force the skies. High as the light fall air, begirt with clouds. It dash this nether world, immortal man. Rushes aloft, right upwards, into heaven. O faith of Christ, sole honor of the world. Festus. What know men of religion, save its forms? Clara. True faith nor biddeth nor abideth form. The bended knee, the eye uplift is all which man need render, all which God can bear. What to the faith are forms? A passing speck, a crow upon the sky. God's worship is that only He inspires, and His bright words, writ in the red-leaved volume of the heart, return to Him in prayer, as due to heaven. Our proper good we rarely seek or make, mindless of our immortal powers and their immortal end, as is the pearl of its worth, the rose its scent, the wave its purity. Festus. Come, we will quit these saddening themes. Wilt sing to me? For I am gloomy, and I love thy singing, sacred as the sound of hymns. On some bright Sabbath morning, on the moor, where all is still save praise, and where hard by the ripe grain shakes its bright beard in the sun, the wild bee hums more solemnly. The deep sky, the fresh green grass, the sun, and sunny brook, all look as if they knew the day, the hour, and felt with man the need and joy of thanks. Clara. I cannot sing the lightsome lays of love. Many thou knowst who can, but none that can love thee as I do, for I love thy soul. And I would save it, Festus. Listen then. Is heaven a place where pearly streams glide over silver sand? Like childhood's rosy dazzling dreams of some far fairy land? Is heaven a clime where diamond dews glitter on fadeless flowers, and mirth and music ring aloud from amaranthine bowers? Ah no, not such is heaven. Surpassing far all these, such cannot be the guerdon given man's wearied soul to please. For saint and sinner here below, such vain to be have proved, and the pure spirit will despise whatever the sense hath loved. There we shall dwell with sire and son, and with the mother maid, and with the Holy Spirit, one in glory like arrayed, and not to one created thing shall our embrace be given, but all our joy shall be in God, for only God is heaven. Festus. I know that thou dost love me. I in vain strive to love aught of earth or heaven but thee. Thou art my first, last, only love, nor shall another even tempt my heart. Like stars, 1,000 sweet and bright and wondrous fair, 1,000 deathless miracles of beauty, they shall ever pass at all but eyeless distance, and never mix with thy love, but be lost all, meanly in its moon-like lustrousness. Clara. How still the air is! The tree-tops stir not, but stand and peer on heaven's bright face as though it slept and they were loving it, they would not. Have the skies see them move for summers, would they? See that sweet cloud. It is watching us, I am certain. What have we here to make thee stay 1 second? Away! Thy sisters wait thee in the west. The blushing bridemaids of the sun and sea. I would I were like thee, thou little cloud. Ever to live in heaven, or seeking earth. To let my spirit down in drops of love. To sleep with night upon her dewy lap. And, the next dawn, back with the sun to heaven. And so on through eternity, sweet cloud. I cannot but think that some senseless things are happy. Often and often have I watched a gossamer line sighing itself along the air, as it seemed, and so thin, thin and bright, looking as woven in a loom of light, that I have envied it, I have, and followed. Oft watched the sea-birds down blown o'er the wave, now touching it, now spirited aloft, now out of sight, now seen, till in some bright fringe of streamy foam, as in a cage, at last, a playful death it dies, and mourned its death. Festus. But thinkest thou the future is a state more positive than this, or that it can be aught but another present, full of cares and toils, perhaps, and duties, that the soul will ever be more nigh to God than now, save as may seem from mind's debility, just as the sun, from weakness of the eye, and the illusions made by matter's forms, seems hot and wearied resting on the hill? It would be well, I think, to live as though no more were to be looked for, to be good, because it is best, here, and leave hope and fear for lives below ourselves. If earth persuades not, that I owe prayer and praise and love to God, while all I have He gives, will heaven? Will hell? No, neither, never. Clara. I think not all with thee. Have I not heard thee hint of spirit friends? Where are they now? Festus. Ah! Close at hand, mayhap. I have a might immortal, and can ken with angels. Neither sky nor night nor earth hinder me. Through the forms of things I see their essences. And thus, even now, behold. But where I cannot show to thee, far round, nature herself, the whole effect of God. Mind, matter, motion, heat, time, love, and life. And death and immortality, those chief and firstborn giants all are there, all parts. All limbs of her their mother, she is all. Clara. And what does she? Festus. Produce, it is her life. The three named last, life, death, deathlessness, glide in elliptic path round all things made. For none save God can fill the perfect whole, and are but to eternity as is the horizon to the world. At certain points, each seems the other, now, the three are one. Now, all invisible, and now, as first, moving in measured round. Clara. How look these beings? Festus. Ah! Life looks gaily and gloomily in turns, with a brow checkered like the sward, by leaves, between which the light glints. And she, careless, wears a wreath of flowers, part faded and part fresh. And death is beautiful and sad and still. She seems too happy. Happier far than life. In but one feeling, apathy, and on her chill white brow frosts bright, a braid of snow. Clara. And immortality? Festus. She looks alone, as though she would not know her sisterhood. And on her brow a diadem of fire, matched by the conflagration of her eye, outflaming even that eye which in my sleep beams close upon me till it bursts from sheer O'erstrainedness of sight, burns. Clara. What do they? Festus. Each strives to win me to herself. Clara. How? Festus. Death. Opens her sweet white arms and whispers, Peace. Come say thy sorrows in this bosom. This will never close against thee, and my heart, though cold, cannot be colder much than man's. Come. All this soon must end. And soon the world shall perish leaf by leaf, and land by land. Flower by flower, flood by flood, and hill by hill, away, oh. Come, come. Let us die. Clara. Say that thou wilt not die. Festus. Nay, I love death. But immortality, with finger spired, points to a distant, giant world, and says, there is my home. Live along with me. Clara. Canst see that world? Festus. Just, a huge shadowy shape. It looks a disembodied orb, the ghost of some great sphere which God hath stricken dead. Or like a world which God hath thought, not made. Clara. Follow her, Festus. Does she speak again? Festus. She never speaks but once, and now, in scorn, points to this dim, dwarfed, misbegotten sphere. Clara. Why let her pass? Festus. That is the great world question. Life would not part with me. And from her brow, tearing her wreath of passion flowers, she flung it round my neck and dared me struggle then. I never could destroy a flower, and none but fairest hands like thine can grace with me the plucking of a rose. And life, sweet life, vowed she would crop the world for me and lay it herself before my feet even as a flower. And when I felt that flower contained thyself, one drop within its nectary kept for me, I lost all count of those strange sisters three. And where they be I know not. But I see one who is more to me. Clara. I know not how thou hast this power and knowledge. I but hope it comes from good hands, if it be not thine own force of mind. It is much less what we do than what we think, which fits us for the future. I wish we had a little world to ourselves, with none but we two on it. Festus. And if God gave us a star, what could we do with it? But that we could without it? Wish it not. Clara. I'll not wish then for stars. But I could love some peaceful spot where we might dwell unknown, where home-born joys might nestle round our hearts, as swallows round our roofs, and blend their sweets, like dewy tangled flowerets in one bed. Festus. The sweetest joy, the widest woe is love. The taint of earth, the odor of the skies, is in it. Would that I were aught but man. The death of brutes, the immortality of fiend or angel, better seems than all the doubtful prospects of our painted dust. And all morality can teach is, bear. And all religion can inspire is, hope. Clara. It is enough. Fruition of the fruit of the great tree of life, is not for earth. Stars are its fruit, its lightest leaf is life. The heart hath many sorrows beside love. Yea, many as the veins which visit it. The love of aught on earth is not its chief, nor ought to be inclusive of them all. There is the one main sorrow, life. For what can spirit, severed from the great one, God, feel but a grievous longing to rejoin its infinite, its author, and its end? And yet is life a thing to be beloved, and honored holily, and bravely borne. A man's life may be all ease, and his death. By some dark chance, unthought of agony. Or life may be all suffering, and decease. A flower like sleep. Or both be full of woe. Or each comparatively painless. Blame not God for inequalities like these. They may be justified. How canst thou know? They may be only seeming. Canst thou judge? They may be done away with utterly. By loving, fearing, knowing God the truth. In all distress of spirit, grief of heart, bodily agony, or mental woe. Rebuffs and vain assumptions of the world. Or the poor spite of weak and wicked souls. Think thou on God. Think what he underwent. And did for us as man. Weigh thou thy cross with Christ's, and judge which were the heavier. Joy even in thine anguish, such was his. But measurelessly more. Thy suffering assimilateth thee to him. Rejoice. Think upon what thou shalt be. Think on God. Then ask thyself, what is the world, and all its mountainous inequalities? Ah, what? Are not all equal as dust atomies? Festus. My soul's orb darkens as a sudden star, which having for a time exhausted earth, and half the heavens of wonder, mortally, passes for ever, not eclipsed, consumed. All but a cloudy vapor darkening there. The very spot in space it once illumed. Once to myself I seemed a mount of light. But now, a pit of night, no more of this. Here have I lain all day in this green nook, shaded by larch and hornbeam, ash and yew. A living well and runnel at my feet. And wild flowers, dancing to some delicate air. An urn-topped column and its ivy wreath, skirting my sight as thus I lie and look upon the blue, unchanging, sacred skies. And thou, too, gentle Clara, by my side, with lightsome brow and beaming eye, and bright, long glorious locks, which drop upon thy cheek, like gold-hued cloud flakes on the rosy morn. Oh! When the heart is full of sweets to o'erflowing, and ringing to the music of its love, who but an angel or an hypocrite could speak or think of happier states? Clara. Farewell. Remember what thou saidst about the stars. Goes. Festus. Oh! Why was woman made so fair? Or man so weak as to see that more than one had beity? It is impossible to love but one. And yet I dare not love thee as I could. For all that the heart most longs for and deserves passes the soonest and most utterly. The moral of the world's great fable, life. All we enjoy seems given to deceive. Or may be, undeceive us, who cares which? And when the sum is done, and we have proved it, why work it over and over still again? I am not what I would be. Hear me, God. And speak to me in thine invisible likeness. The wind, as once of yore. Let me be pure. Oh! I wish I was a pure child again. As ere the clear could trouble me, when life was sweet and calm as is a sister's kiss. And not the wild and whirlwind touch of passion, which though it hardly light upon the lip, with breathless swiftness sucks the soul out of sight, so that we lose it, and all thought of it. What is this life wherein thou hast founded me? But a bright wheel which burns itself away, benighting even night with its grim limbs, when it hath done and fainted into darkness? Flesh is but fiction, and it flies away. The gaunt and ghastly thing we bear about us, and which we hate and fear to look upon, is truth, in death's dark likeness limned, no more. Chapter 6. Scene, anywhere. Festus and Lucifer meeting. Festus. God hath refused me, wilt thou do it for me? Or shall I end with both? Remake myself? Lucifer. Now that is the one thing which I cannot do. Am I not open with thee? Why choose that? Festus. Because I will it. Thou art bound to obey. Lucifer. The world bears marks of my obedience. Festus. Off. I am torn to pieces. Let me try. And gather up myself into a man. As once I was. I have done with thee. Dost hear? Lucifer. Thou canst not mean this. Festus. Once for all, I do. Lucifer. It is men who are deceivers, not the devil. The first and worst of all frauds is to cheat oneself. All sin is easy after that. Festus. I feel that we must part now or never. And I had rather of the two it were now. Lucifer. This is my last walk through my favorite world. And I had hoped to have enjoyed it with thee. For thee I quitted hell. For thee I warped and shriveled up my soul into a man. For thee I shed my shining wings. For thee. Put on this mask of flesh, this mockery of motion, and this seeming shape like thine. And by my woe, I swear that were I now for thy false heart, to give my spirit spring, I would scatter soul and body both to hell, and let one burn the other. Festus. If thou darest lift but the finger of a thought of ill against me, and thou durst not, mark, we part. Lucifer. Well, as thou wilt. Remember that thy heart will shed its pleasures as thine eye its tears, and both leave loathsome furrows. Festus. Thinkest thou that I will have no pleasures without thee, who marrest all thou makest and even more? Lucifer. Thou canst not. Save indeed some poor trite thing, called moderation, every one can have. And modesty, God knows, is suffering. Festus. Now will I prove thee liar for that word, and that the very vastest out of hell. With perfect condemnation I abjure. My soul, my nature doth abhor itself. I have a soul to spare. Goes. Lucifer. 100, I have him yet, for he is mine to tempt. Gold hath the hue of hell flames, but for him I will lay some brilliant and delicious lure, which shall be worth perdition to a seraph. Most men glide quietly and deeply down. Some seek the bottom like a cataract. Now he shall find it, seek it how he will. None ever went without once taking breath. It is passion plunges men into mine arms. But it matters not, hell burns before them all. It is by hell light they do their chiefest deeds. And by hell light they shine unto each other. And hell through life's thick fog aries red and round. And but for hell they would grope in utter dark. Chapter 7. Scene, a country town, marketplace, noon. Lucifer and Festus. Lucifer. These be the toils and cares of mighty men. Earth's vermin are as fit to fill her thrones as these high heavens' bright seats. Festus. Men's callings all are mean and vain. Their wishes more so, oft. The man is bettered by his part or place. How slight a chance may raise or sink a soul. Lucifer. What men call accident is God's own part. He lets ye work your will, it is his own. But that ye mean not, know not, do not, he doth. Festus. What is life worth without a heart to feel the great and lovely, and the poetry and sacredness of things? For all things are sacred, the eye of God is on them all, and hallows all unto it. It is fine to stand upon some lofty mountain thought, and feel the spirit stretch into a view. To joy in what might be if will and power for good would work together but 1 hour. Yet millions never think a noble thought, but with brute hate of brightness bay a mind, which drives the darkness out of them, like hounds. Throw but a false glare round them, and in shoals they rush upon perdition. That's the race. What charm is in this world seen to such minds? Blinded by dust? What can they do in heaven? A state of spiritual means and ends? Thus must I doubt, perpetually doubt. Lucifer, who never doubted never half believed. Where doubt their truth is, 'tis her shadow. I declare unto thee that the past is not. I have looked over all life, yet never seen the age that had been. Why then fear or dream about the future? Nothing but what is. Else God were not the maker that he seems, as constant in creating as in being. Embrace the present. Let the future pass. Plague not thyself about a future that only which comes direct from God, his Spirit, is deathless. Nature gravitates without effort, and so all mortal natures fall deathwards. All aspiration is a toil, but inspiration cometh from above, and is no labor. The earth's inborn strength could never lift her up to yon stars, whence she fell. Nor human soul, by native worth, claim heaven as birthright, more than man may call cloudland his home. The soul's inheritance, its birthplace, and its deathplace, is of earth. Until God mocketh earth and soul anew, the one like heaven, the other like himself, so shall the new creation come at once. Sin, the dead branch upon the tree of life, shall be cut off forever, and all souls concluded in God's boundless amnesty. Festus, thou windest and unwindest faith at will. What am I to believe? Lucifer, thou mayst believe but that which thou art forced to. Festus, then I feel that instinct of immortal life in me, which prompts me to provide for it. Lucifer, perhaps. Festus, man hath a knowledge of a time to come. His most important knowledge, the weight lies nearest the short end, and the world depends upon what is to be. I would deny the present, if the future. Oh, there is a life to come, or all's a dream. Lucifer, and all may be a dream. Thou sayest in thine deeds, clear, moving, full of speech and order, then why may not all this world be but a dream of God's? Fear not. Some morning God may waken. Festus, I would it were. This life's a mystery. The value of a thought cannot be told, but it is clearly worth 1,000 lives. Like many men's. And yet men love to live as if mere life were worth their living for. What but perdition will it be to most? Life's more than breath and the quick round of blood. It is a great spirit and a busy heart. The coward and the small in soul scarce do live. One generous feeling, one great thought, one deed of good, ere night, would make life longer seem than if each year might number 1,000 days, spent as is this by nations of mankind. We live in deeds, not years, in thoughts, not breaths, in feelings, not in figures on a dial. We should count time by heart throbs. He most lives. Who thinks most, feels the noblest, acts the best. Life's but a means unto an end, that end beginning, mean and end to all things, God. The dead have all the glory of the world. Why will we live and not be glorious? We never can be deathless till we die. It is the dead win battles. And the breath of those who through the world drive like a wedge, tearing earth's empires up, nears death so close. It dims his well-worn scythe. But no. The brave die never. Being deathless, they but change their country's arms for more, their country's heart. Give then the dead their due, it is they who saved us. The rapid and the deep, the fall, the gulf, have likenesses in feeling and in life. And life, so varied, hath more loveliness in one day than a creeping century of sameness. But youth loves and lives on change, till the soul sighs for sameness, which at last becomes variety, and takes its place. Yet some will last to die out thought by thought, and power by power, and limb of mind by limb, like lambs upon a gay device of glass, till all of soul that's left be dry and dark, till even the burden of some 90 years hath crashed into them like a rock, shattered their system as if 90 suns had rushed to ruin earth, or heaven had rained its stars, till they become, like scrolls, unreadable, thwart dust and mold. Can they be cleaned and read? Do human spirits wax and wane like moons? Lucifer. The eye dims and the heart gets old and slow. The lithe limb stiffens, and the sun-hued locks thin themselves off, or whitely wither. Still, age is not spirit, even in one point. Immeasurably small, from orb to orb, in ever-rising radiance, shining like the sun upon the thousand lands of earth. Look at the medley, motley throng we meet. Some smiling, frowing some their cares and joys, alike not worth a thought, some sauntering slowly, as if destruction never could o'ertake them. Some hurrying on as fearing judgment swift should trip the heels of death and seize them living. Festus. Grief hallows hearts even while it ages. And much hot grief, in youth, forces up life with power which too soon ripens and which drops. A funeral passes. Whose funeral is this ye follow, friends? Lucifer. Would ye have grief, let me come. I am woe. Mourner. We want no grief, Festus. She died of grief. Festus. Did ye say she died? Oh. I knew her then. Set down the body, let Toe look upon her. Now, Son of God, what dost thou now in heaven? While one so beautiful lies earthening here? I will give up the future for the past, the winged spirit and the starry home, if thou wilt let her live, and make me love. Mourner. She was a lock of heaven which heaven gave earth, and took again, because unworthy of her. Festus. Her air was an immortal's. I have seen stars look on it with feeling, and her eye. Wherever she went, it won her way like wine. Men bowed to it as to the lifted host. How could I be so cruel? Who but I? And now, corruption, come, sit, feast thyself. This is the choicest banquet thou hast been at. Thou art my happier, only rival, thou, who takest love from the living, life from beauty, beauty from death, whole robber of the world. Mourner. The moment after thou desertedst her, a cloud came over the prospect of her life, and I foresaw how evening would set in, early and dark and deadly. She was true. Festus. Did I not love thee too? Pure, perfect thing. This is a soul I see and not a body. Go, beauty, test for eye. Go, starry eyes, and lips like rosebuds peeping out of snow. Go, breast love-filled as a boat's sail with wind, leaping from wave to wave as leaps a child, thoughtless o'er grassy graves. Go, locks, which have the golden embrownment of a lion's eye. Yet one more look, farewell, thou well and fair. All who but love thee shall be deathless. Not named but with thee can perish. Thou and death have made each other purer, lovelier, seem like snow and moonlight. Never more for thee. Let eyes be swollen like streams with latter rains. To die were rapture having lived with thee. Thy soul hath passed out of a bodily heaven into a spiritual rest for aye. Pure as the dead, in life, the dead are holy. I would I were among them. Let us pass. Living is but a habit, and I mean to break myself of it soon. Lucifer. Too soon thou canst not. Men heed not of the day, how nigh none knows, which brings the consummation of the world. But in my ear the old machine already begins to grate. They would not credit warning. Or I would up and cry, repent. I will. Here is a fair gathering and I feel moved. Mortals, repent. The world is nigh to its end. On its last legs and desperately sick. See ye not how it reels round all day long? Boys. Oh. Here's a ranter. Come, here's fun. Amen. I know the church service by heart. Bystander. Be off. You'll serve the church by keeping out of it. Lucifer. I am a preacher come to tell ye truth. I tell ye too there is no time to be lost. So fold your souls up neatly, while ye may. Direct to God in heaven, or someone else may seize them, seal them, send them, you know where. The world must end. I weep to think of it. But you laugh. I knew ye would. I know. Men never will be wise till they are fools. Forever. Laugh away. The time will come when tears of fire are trickling from your eyes. Ye will blame yourselves for having laughed at me. I warn ye, men, prepare. Repent. Be saved. I warn ye, not because I love, but know ye. God will dissolve the world, as she of old. Her pearl, within his cup and swallow ye. In wrath, although to taste ye would be poison. And death and suicide to aught but God. Again I warn ye. Save himself who can. Do ye not oft begin to seek salvation? You? And fail, as oft, to find? Sink? Cease? And shall I tell ye, brethren, why ye fail? Once and forever? Why, there is no past. And the future is the fiction of a fiction. The present moment is eternity. It is that ye have sucked corruption from the world. Like milk from your own mothers, it is in your soul blood and your soul bones. Earth does not wean one out of 1,000 sons to heaven. Beginnings are alike, it is ends which differ. One drop falls, lasts, and dries up, but a drop. Another begins a river, and one thought settles a life, an immortality. And that one thought ye will not take to good. Now I will tell ye just one other truth. Ye hate the truth as snail's salt, it dissolves ye. Body and soul, but I don't mind. So, now. Up to this moment ye are all, each, damned. What are ye now? Still damned. It will be the same. Tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Till some fine morning ye will wake in fire. Ye see I do not mince the truth for ye. Belike ye think your lives will dribble out as brooks in summer dry up. Let us see. Try, dike them up, they stagnate, thicken, scum. That would make life worse than death. Well, let go. Where are ye then? For life, like water, will find its last level. What level? The grave. It is but a fall of 5 feet after all. That cannot hurt ye. It is but just enough to work the wheel of life, so work away. Ye may think that I do not know the terms and treasures whereupon ye live so high. But I know more than most men, modestly speaking. I know I am lost, and ye too. God could only save me by destroying me, so that I have no advantage over you. And therefore think ye will the rather bear one of your own state to advise for ye. Now don't you envy me, good folks, I pray. Envy's a coal comes hissing hot from hell. 'Twill be such coals will burn ye by the way. Your other preachers first think they are safe. Now I say, broadly, I am the worst among ye. And God knows I have no need to wrong myself. Nor you. I boast not of it, but as truth. It is little to be proud of, credit me. What is salvation? What is safety? Think. Who wants to know? Does any? The crowd. All of us. Lucifer. Then I will not tell ye. You shall wait until some angel come and stir your stagnant souls. Then plunge into yourselves and rise redeemed. Come, I'll unroll your hearts and read them to ye. To say ye live is but to say ye have souls. That ye have paid for them and mean to play them. Till some brave pleasure wins the golden stake, and rakes it up to death as to a bank. Ye live and die on what your souls will fetch. And all are of different prices, therefore hell cannot well bargain for mankind in gross. But each soul must be purchased, one by one. This it is makes men rate themselves so high. While truly ye are worth little, but to God ye are worth more than to yourselves. By sin ye wreak your spite against God, that ye know. And knowing, will it. But I pray, I beg, act with some smack of justice to your Maker. If not unto yourselves, do. It is enough to make the very devil chide mankind. Such baseness, such unthankfulness. Why he thanks God he is no worse. You don't do that. I say be just to God. Leave off these airs. Know your place, speak to God, and say, for once, go first, Lord. Take your finger off your eye. It blocks the universe and God from sight. Think ye your souls are worth nothing to God? Are they so small? What can be great with God? What will ye weigh against the Lord? Yourselves? Bring out your balance, get in, man by man. Add earth, heaven, hell, the universe, that's all. God puts his finger in the other scale. And up we bounce, a bubble. Not as great, nor small with God, for none but he can make the atom indivisible, and none but he can make a world. He counts the orbs. He counts the atoms of the universe. And makes both equal, both are infinite. Giving God honor, never underrate yourselves, after him ye are everything. But mind, God's more than everything, he is God. And what of me? No, us? No. I mean the devil? Why see ye not he goes before both you and God? Men say, as proud as Lucifer. Pray who would not be proud with such a train? Hath he not all the honor of the earth? Why Mammon sits before 1,000,000 hearths, where God is bolted out from every house? Well might he say he cometh as a thief. For he will break your bars and burst your doors, which slammed against him once, and turn ye out, roofless and shivering, neath the doomstorm. Heaven shall crack above ye like a bell in fire, and bury all beneath its shining shards. He calls, ye hear not. Lo! He comes, ye see not. No! Ye are deaf as a dead adder's ear. No, ye are blind as never bat was blind. With a burning bloodshot blindness of the heart. A swimming, swollen senselessness of soul. Listen. Whom love ye most? Why him to whom ye in your turn are dearest? Need I name? Oh no! But all are devils to themselves. And every man his own great foe. Hell gets only the gleanings. Earth hath the full wane. And hell is merry at its harvest home. But ye are generous to sin and grudge. The gleaners nothing, ask them, push them in. Let not an ear, a grain of sin be lost. Gather it, grind it up, it is our bread. We should be ashamed to waste the gifts of God. Why is the world so mad? Why runs it thus? Having and howling round the universe? Because the devil bid it from the birth. The fault is all with him. Fear nothing, friends. It is fear which beds the far to come with fire. As the sun does the west, but the sun sets. Well, still ye tremble, tremble, first at light. Then darkness. Tremble. Ye dare not believe. No, cowards. Sooner than believe ye would die. Die with the black lie flapping on your lips. Like the soot flake upon a burning bar. Be merry, happy if ye can, think never of him who slays your souls, nor him who saves. There is time enough for that when ye are dying. Keep your old ways. It matters not this once. Be brave. Ye are not men who meat and wine serve to remind but of the sacrament. To whom sweet shapes, and tantalizing smiles bring up the devil and the 10 Commandments. And so on, but I said the world must end. I am sorry. It is such a pleasant world. With all its faults it is perfect, to a fault. And you, of course, end with it. Now how long will the world take to die? I know ye place great faith upon deathbed repentances. The saddener the better. I know ye often begin to think of praying and repenting. But second thoughts come and ye are worse than ever. As over new white snow a filthy thaw. Ye do amaze me verily. How long will ye take heart on your own wickedness? And God's forbearance? Have ye cast it up? Come now, the year and month, day, hour and minute. Sin's golden cycle. Do ye know how long exactly heaven will grant ye? How long God, who when he had slain the world and wasted it, hung up his bow in heaven, as in his hall, a warrior after battle, will yet bear tour contumely and scorn of his best gifts, man's mockery of man? But never mind. Some of us are magnificently good, and hold the head up high like a giraffe. You, in particular, and you, and you. Good men are here and there, I know. But then, you must excuse me if I mention this. My duty is to tell it you, the world. Like a black block of marble, jagged with white. As with a vein of lightning petrified. Looks blacker than without such. Looks in truth. So gross the heathen, gross the Christian too. Like the original darkness of void space. Hardened. Instead of justice, love and grace. Each worth to man the mission of a God. Injustice, hate, uncharitableness. Tri-equal reign round earth, a trinity of hell. Ye think ye never can be bad enough. And as ye sink in sin, ye rise in hope. And let the worst come to the worst, you say. There always will be time to turn ourselves. And cry for half an hour or so to God. Salvation, sure, is not so very hard. It need not take one long. And half an hour is quite as much as we can spare for it. We have no time for pleasures. Business. Business. No. Ye shall perish sudden and unsaved. The priest shall, dipping, die. Can man save man? Is water God? The counselor, wise fool. Drop down amid his quirks and sacred lies. The judge, while dooming unto death some wretch, shall meet at once his own death, doom, and judge. The doctor, watch in hand, and patient's pulse, shall feel his own heart cease its beats, and fall. Professors shall spin out, and students strain their brains no more. Art, science, toil shall cease. The world shall stand still with a rending jar, as though it struck at sea. The halls where sit the heads of nations shall be dumb with death. The ship shall after her own plummet sink, and sound the sea herself and depths of death. At the first turn death shall cut off the thief, and dash the gold bag in his yellow brain. The gambler, reckoning gains, shall drop a piece. Stoop down and there see death, look up, their God. The wanton, temporizing with decay, and qualifying every line which vice writes bluntly on the brow, inviting scorn, shall pale through plastered red, and the loose, low sought see clear, for once, through his misty, o'er-brimmed eye. The just, if there be any, die in prayer. Death shall be everywhere among your marts, and giving bills which no man may decline. Drafts upon hell one moment after date. Then shall your outcries tremble amid the stars. Terrors shall be about ye like a wind, and fears come down upon ye like a house. Festus. Yon man looks frightened. Lucifer. Then it is time to stop. I hope I have done no good. He will soon forget his soul. Flesh soaks it up as sponge does water. Now wait. I will rub them backwards like a cat, and you shall see them spit and sparkle up. Let us suppose a case, friends. You are men, and there is God, and I will be the devil. Very well. I am the devil. One says, I think you are. You look as if you lived on buttered thunder. Lucifer. Nay, be not wroth. Ye would crucify the devil. I do believe, if he a moment vexed you. I know well which ye choose, but choose again. Time or eternity? Speak, hell or heaven. The crowd. He's a mad ranter, down with him. Festus. Let him be. Lucifer. Stand by me, Festus, and I will by thee. Why, God and man, this is the second time that I have run for my life. Festus. Nay, nay, come back. They will not harm thee, they would chair thee round the marketplace, knew they but whom thou art. Peace, they're my friends. 1 minute, let us pray. Grant us, O God, that in thy holy love, the universal people of the world may grow more great and happy every day. Mightier, wiser, humbler, too, towards thee. And that all ranks, all classes, callings, states of life, so far as such seem right to thee, may mingle into one, like sister trees. And so in one stem flourish, that all laws and powers of government be based and used in good and for the people's sake. That each may feel himself of consequence to all, and act as though all saw him, that the whole, the mass of every nation may so do, as is most worthy of the next to God. For a whole people's souls, each one worth more than a mere world of matter, make combined a something godlike, something like to thee. We pray thee for the welfare of all men. Let monarchs who love truth and freedom feel the happiness of safety and respect from those they rule, and guardianship from thee. Let them remember they are set on thrones. As representatives, not substitutes. Of nations, to implead with God and man. Let tyrants who hate truth, or fear the free, know that to rule in slavery and error, for the mere ends of personal pomp and power, is such a sin as doth deserve a hell to itself soul. Let both remember, Lord, they are but things like natured with all nations, that mountains issue out of plains, and not plains out of mountains, and so likewise kings are of the people, not the people of kings. And let all feel, the rulers and the ruled, all classes and all countries, that the world is thy great halidom, that thou art King, Lord, only owner and possessor. Grant that nations may now see, it is not kings nor priests they need fear so much as themselves, that if they keep but true to themselves, and free, sober, enlightened, godly, mortal men become impassible as air, one great and indestructible substance as the sea. Let all on thrones and judgment seats reflect how dreadful thy revenge through nations is on those who wrong them, but do thou grant, Lord, that when wrongs are to be redressed, such may be done with mildness, speed, and firmness, not with violence or hate, whereby one wrong translates another, both to the abhorrent. The bells of time are ringing changes fast. Grant, Lord, that each fresh peal may usher in an era of advancement, that each change prove an effectual, lasting, happy gain. And we beseech thee, overrule, O God, all civil contests to the good of all party and religious difference, to honorable ends, whether secured or lost. And let all strife, political or social, spring from conscientious aims, and have a generous self-ennobling end. Man's good and thine own glory in view always. The best may then fail and the worst succeed, alike with honor. We beseech thee, Lord, for bodily strength, but more especially for the soul's health and safety. We entreat thee, in thy great mercy, to decrease our wants, and add autumnal increase to the comforts, which tend to keep men innocent, and load their hearts with thanks to thee as trees in bearing the blessings of friends, families, and homes, and kindnesses of kindred. And we pray that men may rule themselves in faith in God, in charity to each other, and in hope of their own soul's salvation, that the mass, the millions in all nations, may be trained from their youth upwards, in a nobler mode, to loftier and more liberal ends. We pray, above all things, Lord, that all men be free from bondage, whether of the mind or body, the bondage of religious bigotry and bald antiquity, servility of thought or speech to rank and power. Be all free as they ought to be in mind and soul, as well as by state birthright, and that mind, time's giant pupil, may right soon attain majority, and speak and act for himself. Incline thou to our prayers, and grant, O Lord, that all may have enough, and some safe mean of worldly goods and honors, by degrees take place, if practicable, in the fitness and fullness of thy time. And we beseech thee, that truth no more be gagged, nor conscience dungeoned, nor science be impeached of godlessness, nor faith be circumscribed, which as to thee and the soul's self-affairs is infinite, but that all men may have due liberty to speak an honest mind, in every land, encouragement to study, leave to act, as conscience orders. We entreat thee, Lord, for thy Son's sake, to take away reproach of all kinds from thy church, and all temptation of pomp or power political, that none may err in the end for which they were appointed, to any of its orders, low or high, and no ambition, of a worldly cast, leaven the love of souls unto whose care they feel propelled by thy most holy Spirit. Be every church established, Lord, in truth. Let all who preach the word, live by the word, in moderate estate, and in thy church, one, universal, and invisible, worldwards, yet manifest unto itself. May it seem good, dear Saviour, in thy sight, that orders be distinguished, not by wealth, but piety and power of teaching souls. Equalize labor, Lord, and recompense. Let not 100 humble pastors starve in this or any land of Christendom, while 1 or 2, impalaced, mitred, throned, and banquettied, burlesque if not blaspheme the holy penury of the Son of God, the fastings, the foot wanderings, and the preachings of Christ and his first followers. Oh, that the Son might come again! There should be no more war, no more want, no more sickness. With a touch, he should cure all disease, and with a word, all sin, and with a look to heaven, a prayer, provide bread for 1,000,000 at a time. But till that perfect advent grant us, Lord, that all good institutions, orders, claims, charitably proposed, or in the aid of thy divine foundation, may much prosper, and more of them be raised and nobly filled, that thy word may be taught throughout all lands, and save souls daily to the thrones of heaven. And we entreat thee, that all men whom thou hast gifted with great minds may love thee well, and praise thee for their powers, and use them most humbly and holily, and, lever-like, act but in lifting up the mass of mind about them, knowing well that they shall be questioned by thee of deeds the pen hath done, or caused, or glozed. Inspire them with delight and power to treat of noble themes and things worthily, and to leave the low and mean things born of vice or day-lived fashion in their naked native folly. Make them know fine thoughts are wealth, for the right use of which men are and ought to be accountable, if not to thee, to those they influence. Grant this we pray thee, and that all who read or utter noble thoughts, may make them theirs, and thank God for them, to the betterment of their succeeding life. That all who lead the general sense and taste, too apt, perchance, to be led, keep in mind the mighty good they may achieve, and are in conscience bound and duty to attempt unceasingly to compass. Grant us, all-maintaining Sire, that all the great mechanic aids to toil man's skill hath formed, found, rendered, whether used in multiplying works of mind, or aught to obviate the 1,000 wants of life, may much avail to human welfare now, and in all ages, henceforth and forever. Let their effect be, Lord, to lighten labor, and give more room to mind, and leave the poor some time for self-improvement. Let them not be forced to grind the bones out of their arms for bread, but have some space to think and feel like moral and immortal creatures. God, have mercy on them till such time shall come. Look thou with pity on all lesser crimes, thrust on men almost when devoured by want, wretchedness, ignorance and outcast life. Have mercy on the rich, too, who pass by the means they have at hand to fill their minds with serviceable knowledge for themselves and fellows, and support not the good cause of the world's better future. O, reward all such who do, with peace of heart and power, for greater good. Have mercy, Lord, on each and all, for all men need it equally. May peace and industry and commerce weld into one land all nations of the world, re-wedding those the deluge once divorced. Oh, may all help each other in good things, mentally, morally, and bodily. Vouchsafe, kind God, thy blessing to this isle. Specially, may our country ever lead the world, for she is worthiest, and may all profit by her example, and adopt her course, wherever great, or free, or just. May all her subject colonies and powers have of her freedom freely, as a child receiveth of its parents. Let not rights be wrested from us to our own reproach, but granted we may make the whole world free, and be as free ourselves as ever, more. If policy or self-defense call forth our forces to the field, let us in thee place, first, our trust, and in thy name we shall come, for we will only wage the right. Let us not conquer nations for ourselves, but for thee, Lord, who hast predestined us to fight the battles of the future now, and so have done with war before thou comest. Till then, Lord God of armies, let our foes have their swords broken and their cannon burst, and their strong cities leveled. And while we war faithfully and righteously, improve, civilize, Christianize the lands we win. From savage or from nature, thou, O God, wilt aid and hallow conquest, as of old, thine own immediate nations. But we pray that all mankind may make one brotherhood, and love and serve each other. That all wars and feuds die out of nations, whether those whom the sun's hot light darkens, or ourselves whom he treats fairly, or the northern tribes whom ceaseless snows and starry winters blench. Savage or civilized, let every race bed, black or white, olive, or tawny-skinned, settle in peace and swell the gathering hosts of the great Prince of Peace. Oh, may the hour soon come when all false gods, false creeds, false prophets, allowed in thy good purpose for a time demolished, the great world shall be at last the mercy seat of God, the heritage of Christ, and the possession of the Spirit, the Comforter, the Wisdom, shall all be one land, one home, one friend, one faith, one law. Its ruler God, its practice righteousness, its life peace. For the one true faith we pray. There is but one in heaven and there shall be but one on earth, the same which is in heaven. Prophecy is more true than history. Grant us our prayers, we pray, Lord, in the name and for the sake of thy Son Jesus Christ, our Saviour and Redeemer, who with thee and with the Holy Spirit reigneth God over all worlds, one blessed Trinity. The crowd. Amen. Lucifer. Well, friends, we'll sing a hymn, then part. I give it out, and you sing, all of you. Oh, earth is cheating earth. From age to age forever. She laughs at faith and worth, and dreams she shall die never. Never, never, never. And dreams she shall die never. And hell is cursing hell. From age to age forever. Its groans ring out the knell of souls that may die never. Never, never, never. Of souls that may die never. But heaven is blessing heaven. From age to age forever. And its thanks to QOD are given. For bliss that can die never. Never, never, never. For bliss that can die never. My blessing be upon ye all, now go. Festus. I wonder what these people make of thee. Lucifer. Aye, manner's a great matter. Festus. They deserve all the rebuke thou gavest them and more. What mountains of delusion men have reared! How every age hath bustled on to build its shadowy mole, its monumental dream. How faith and fancy, in the mind of man, have spuriously mingled, and how much shall pass away for aye, as passed before. Yon sun, the Lord of steadfastness and change. The visionary landscapes of the skies. The golden capes far stretching into heaven. The snow-piled cloud crags, the bright-winged isles, which dot the deep, impassive, ocean air. Like a disbanded rainbow, of all hues. Fit for translated fairies' paradise. Or as before the eye of musing child. The faces fancy forms in clouds and fire. Of glowing angel or of darkening fiend. Arts, superstition, arms, philosophy. Have each in turn possessed, betrayed, and mocked us. Yes, vain philosophy, thine hour is come. Thy lips were lined with the immortal lie. And dyed with all the look of truth. Men saw, believed, embraced, detested, cast thee off. Those lights, the morn of truth's immortal day. As thou didst falsely swear them, have they not vanished, the mere auroras of the mind? And thou didst vow to gather clear again the fallen waters of humanity. To smooth the flaw from out an eye, to piece a pounded pearl. Thank God. I am a man, not a philosopher. Rivers may rot, never revive the root of oak firebolt. Come, let us to the hills, where none but God can overlook us. For I hate to breathe the breaths and think the thoughts of other men. In close and clouded cities, where the sky frowns like an angry father mournfully. I love the hills and I love loneliness. And oh, I love the woods, those natural fanes, whose very air is holy, and we breathe of God. For he doth come in special place. And, while we worship, he is there for us. Lucifer. It is time that something should be done for the poor. The sole equality on earth is death. Now, rich and poor are both dissatisfied. I am for judgment, that will settle both. Nothing is to be done without destruction. Death is the universal salt of states. Blood is to be base of all things, law and war. I could tame this lion age to follow me. I should like to macadamize the world. The road to hell wants mending. Festus. Come away. Chapter 8. Scene, the surface. Lucifer and Festus. Lucifer. Wilt ride? Festus. I'll have an hour's ride. Lucifer. Be mine the steeds. Be me the guide. Come hither, my brave black steed. And thou, too, his fellow. Hither with speed. Though not so fleet as the steeds of death. Your feet are as sure. Ye have longer breath. Ye have drawn the world without wind or bait 6,000 years. And it waxeth late. So take me this once, and again to my home. And rest ye and feast ye. They come. Festus. Tossing their manes like pitchy surge, and lashing their tails into a tempest, their eyes flashing like shooting thunderbolts. Lucifer. Come, know your masters, colts. Up, and away. Festus. Hurrah! Hurrah! The noblest pace the world e'er saw. I swear by heaven we'll beat the sun in the longest heat that ever was run. if we keep it up as we have begun. Lucifer. I told thee my steeds were a gallant pair. Festus. And they were not thine. They might be divine. Lucifer. Thine is named ruin. And darkness mine. Festus. Like all of thy deeds. Now that's unfair. Lucifer. A civiler and gentler beast. Thou hast never crossed at least. Now, look around. Festus. Why, this is France. Nature is here like a living romance. Look at its vines and streams and skies. Its glancing feet and dancing eye. Lucifer. 'Tis a strange nation, light yet strong. Fierce of heart and blithe of tongue. Prone to change, so fond of blood. She wounds herself to quaff her own. Festus. Oh! It's a brave and lovely land. And well deserving every good. Which others wish themselves alone. Could she but herself command. Lucifer. On. On. No more delay. Or will not ride round the world all day. Festus. Good horse, get off the ground. Lucifer. Sit firm. And if our horses please, we will take at once the Pyrenees. 'Twas bravely leapt. Festus. Aye, this is Spain. Europe's last land. 'Twill e'er remain. Last in the progress of the earth. The last in liberty. The last in wealth and worth. The last in bigotry. Lucifer. Turn thy steed, and slacken rein. Quick! We must be back again. O'er the vale hid in the mountain. O'er the merry forest fountain. Ruin and darkness. We must fly. O'er crag and rift. Swift, swift, swift. As the glance of an eye. Festus. That is Italy, the grave. And resurrection of the slave. Lucifer. And there lies Greece, whose soul, men say hath fled. Festus. Perhaps some god may come. And raise the dead. Lucifer. Norward now we'll hold our course. Thine I think is the bolder horse. But bear him up with a harder hand. Bow riding this o'er Switzerland. Festus. So all have found it who have tried. High as their Alps the people's pride. Never to have bowed before. The tyrant or the conqueror. Lucifer. Away, away. Before thee lie the fields and floods of Germany. Festus. Well I love thee, fatherland. Sire of Europe, as thou art. Be free. And crouch no more, but stand. Thy noblest son will take thy part. Oh! Sooner let the mountains bend beneath the clouds, when tempests lower. Then nations stoop their sky-comparing heads in homage to some petty despot's power. The worm which suffers mincing into parts may sprout forth heads and tails, but grows no hearts. Lucifer. There lies Austria. Famous land. For fiddlesticks and sword in hand. Festus. And Poland, whom truly unhappy we call. Unworthy to rise, unwilling to fall. Forge into swords thy feudal chain. Smite e'en the souls of foes in twain. The fetters have been bound in vain. Round England's arms, and we are free. As the souls of our sires in heaven which be. That earth should have so few men, fathers, like to you. Lucifer. What matter who be free or slaves? For all there is one tyranny, the graves. Or freedom, may be. On. On. Haste. Festus. What land is yonder wide, white waste? Lucifer. Ha! 'Tis Russia's gentle realm, whose scepter is the sword, whose crown, the helm. Festus. I swear by every atom which exists, I better love this reckless ride. O'er hill and forest, lake and river wide, o'er sunlit plain and through the mountain mists, than aught which thou hast given beside. Lucifer. See what a long, long track of dust and fire behind, for miles and mile aback, and shrill and strong, as we shoot along, whistles and whirs, like a forest of firs, falling, the cold north wind. Festus. Look! My way I can only read by the sparks from the hoof of my giant steed. Lucifer. Where art thou now? Festus. In Tartar land. I know by the deserts of salt and sand. Nor aim nor end hath a wandering life. Rest reaps but rest, and strife but strife. With the nations round, they ne'er have mixed. For good or ill, they stand all still. Their bodies but rove, their minds are fixed. And yonder lies old China's wall, where gods of gold do men enthrall. Gods whose gold's their only worth. Lucifer. Well, is not gold the god of earth? Now southward, hey! For Hindostan. The sun beats down both beast and man. Insect and herb for life do gasp. The river reeks and faints the asp. Festus. But blithe are we, and our steeds, I trow, and the mane of mine yet bears the snow which fell on us by Caucasus, by the four beasts. But this is warm. Lucifer. Away! Away! Nor stint nor stay. We'll reach the sea before yon storm. Festus. We'll take the sea. Lucifer. Aye, that will we. And swim as we ride, our steeds astride. Come leap, leap off with me. Festus. What? Shall we leap sheer off this steep, a mile the sea above? Lucifer. Leap as to save from worse than a grave the maid thou most dost love. Festus. There is a rapture in the headlong leap, the wedge-like cleaving of the closing deep, a feeling full of hardihood and power, with which we court the waters that devour. Oh! 'Tis a feeling great, sublime, supreme, like the ecstatic influence of a dream, to speed one's way thus o'er the sliding plain, and make a kindred being with the main. Lucifer. By chaos. This is gallant sport. A league at every breath. Methinks if I ever have to die, I'll ride this rate to death. Festus. Away, away upon the widening tide, like lover hastening to embrace his bride, we hurry faster than the foam we ride, dashing aside the waves which round us cling, with strength like that which lifts an eagle's wing, where the stars dazzle and the angels sing. Lucifer. We scatter the spray, and break through the billows, as the wind makes way through the leaves of willows. Festus. In vain they urge their armies to the fight. Their surge crests crumble 'neath our stroke of might. We meet and fear not. Mount, now rise, now fall, and dare, with full-nerved arm, the rage of all. Through anger-swollen wave or sparkling spray, nothing it recks, we hold our perilous way. Right onward, till we feel the whirling brain ring with the maddening music of the main, till the fixed eyeball strives and strains to ken, yet loathes to see the shore and haunts of men, and the blood, half starting through each ridgy vein, in the unwieldy hand sets black with pain. Then let the tempest cloud on cloud come spread, and tear the stormy terrors of his head. Let the wild sea-bird will around my brow, and shriek, and swoop, and flap her wing as now. It gladdens. On, ye boisterous billows, roll, and keep my body, ye have ta'en my soul. Thou element, the type which God hath given, for eyes and hearts too earthy, of his heaven. Were heaven a mockery, I would never mourn, while o'er thy bosom I might still be born. While yet to me the power and joy was given, to fling my breast on thine, and mingle earth with heaven. Lucifer. See yonder. Now we quit the main, for here's the cape, here's land again, and scour we must o'er Afric's plain. Festus. Away, away. On either hand. Nor town nor tower, nor shade nor shower, nothing but sun and sand. Lucifer. See, there they are. I knew, right soon, we would light on the mountains of the moon. Over them. Over, not forbids. Festus. Yonder the Nile and the pyramids. Hurrah! By my soul! At every bound, I see, I feel the earth rash round. I see the mountains slide away, that side night and this side day. Lucifer. Shall we go to America? Festus. Why, have we time? Lucifer. Oh, plenty. Be there, too, ere we reckon 20. Another run, another bound, and we shall leave this lion ground. Festus. The sea again. The swift bright sea. Lucifer. Hold hard, and follow me. Well, now we have travelled upon the waves. Wilt travel a time beneath? And visit the sea-born in their caves? And look on the rainbow-tinted wreath of weeds, beset with pearls, wherewith the mermaid binds her long green hair, or rouse the sea-snake from his lair? Festus. Aye, aye. Down let us dive. Lucifer. Look up. We lack not stars, and every star thou sayest's alive. A little globe of life, light, love, whose every atom is a living being, each the other's bosom seeing, each enlightening the other. Festus. Oh! How unlike the world above, where each doth mainly, vainly strive to dim or to outshine his brother. Lucifer. Come on. Come on. Festus. Are those bright spars, or eyes of things which ne'er forgive, that seem to play on us, and glare with rage that we so far should dare to search the hidden deeps, where tide, the moon-slave, sleeps, where the wind breathes not, and the wave walks softly as above a grave, where coral worms, in countless nations, build rocks up from the sea's foundations, where the islands strike their roots far from the old mainland, and spring like desert fruits, shook off by God's strong hand, up from their bed of sand. Look, listen. There is music in the cave, where ocean sleeps, and brightness in the wave. The sea-bird makes its pillow, and the star, last born of heaven, its azure mirror. Far and wide, the pale, fine, fire of ocean flows, softly sublime like lightnings in repose, till roused, anon, afar its flaming spray it throws. Lucifer. There. Now we stand on the world's end land. Over the hills. Away we go. Through fire, and snow, and rivers, where to all others are rills. Festus. Through the lands of silver, the lands of gold, through lands untrodden, and lands untold. Lucifer. By strait and bay. We must away. Through swamp, and plain. And hurricane. Festus. And that dark cloud of slaves. Which yet may rise. Though not shall blot the bannered stars. From freedom's skies. America. Half-brother of the world. With something good and bad of every land. Greater than thee here lost their seat. Greater source none can stand. Thy flag now flouts the skies. The highest under heaven. Save the red cross, whereto are given all victories. Lucifer. Our horses snort and snuff the sea. And pant for where we ought to be. Festus. Well, here we are. And as we flew in, I said, let darkness follow ruin. Lucifer. 'Twas right. Spur on. Come, darkness, come. Think of thy well-stround stall. Festus. For me, I care not what's to come. Nor for the fate by which I fall. But I would that I were ocean's son. The solitary brave. Like yon sea snake, to climb upon the crest of the bounding wave. Oh! Happy, if at last I lie within some pearled and coral cave, while overhead the booming surge and moaning billow shall chaunt my dirge, and the storm blast, as it sweepeth by, shall, answering, howl to the mermaid's sigh, and the night wind's mournful minstrelsy, their requiem over my grave. Lucifer. Through morn and midnight, sunset and high noon, 1 hour hath ta'en us, o'er all land and sea. O'er opening earthquake and iceberg, have we swept in swift safety. 'Twill be over, soon. Behold the common, narrow sea, which, like a strong man's arm, keeps back two foes whose lips are white, whose hearts with rage are warm. Festus. England. My country, great and free. Heart of the world, I leap to thee. How shall my country fight when her foes rise against her? But with thine arm, O sea, the arm which thou lent'st her. Where shall my country be buried when she shall die? Earth is too scant for her grave. Where shall she lie? She hath brethren more than 100, and they all want room. They may die and may lie where they live. They shall not mix with her doom. Where but within thine arms? O sea, wherein she hath lived and gloried. Let her rest be. We will rise and will say to the sea, flow over her. We will cry to the depths of the deep, cover her. The world hath drawn his sword, and Bis' red shield drips before him. But, my country, rise. Thou canst never die, while a foe hath life to fly. Rise, land, and gore him. Lucifer. Now get on land, and hie along, o'er forest copse, and glade. We have but a league or two more to go, before our journey's made, with speed that flings the sun into the shade. Festus. See the gold sunshine patching, and streaming and streaking across the gray-green oaks, and catching by its soft brown beard, the moss. Lucifer. Ah! Here we get an open plain. Here we'll get down. Away, good steeds. Be off again. Festus. We must be near to town. I am bound to thee forever, by the pleasure of this day. Henceforth we will never sever, come what come may. Chapter 9. Scene, a village feast. Evening. Festus, Lucifer and others. Festus. It is getting dark. One has to walk quite close to see the pretty faces that we meet. Lucifer. A disagreeable necessity. Truly. Festus. We'll rest upon this bridge. I am tired. Yon tall slim tree. Does it not seem as made for its place there, a kind of natural maypole? Beyond, the lighted stalls stored with the good things of our childhood's world, and behind them, the shouting showman and the clashing cymbal. The open-doored cottages and blazing hearth. The little ones running up with naked feet, and cake in either hand, to their mother's lap. Old and young laughing. Schoolboys with their playthings. Clowns cracking jokes, and lasses with sly eyes. And the smile settling in their sun-flecked cheeks, like noon upon the mellow apricot. Make up a scene I can for once give into. It must please all, the social and the selfish. Are they not happy? Lucifer. Why, it matters not. They seem so, that's enough. Festus. But not the same. Lucifer. Yet truth and falsehood meet in seeming, like the falling leaf and shadow on the pool's face. And these are joys, like beauty, but skin deep. Festus. Remove all such and what's the joy of earth? 'Tis they create the appetite of life. Give zest and relish to the lot of millions. And take the taste for them away, what's left? A dry ungainly skeleton of soul. Lucifer. Power is I above the soul and joy. Below it. Pleasure men prefer to power. Children at play. Festus. Play away, good ones. Old man. Pity the poor blind man. Festus. Here is substantial pity. Old man. Heaven reward you. Festus. Blind as the blue skies after sunset. Blind. And I am tired of looking on what is. One might as well see beauty nevermore as look upon it with an empty eye. I would this world were over. I am tired. Naught happens but what happens to oneself. And all hath happened I have wished, and more. Our pleasures all pass from us, one by one. With that relief which sighing gives the heart. Though each sigh leaves it lower. It is sad to think how few our pleasures really are. And for the which we risk eternal good. There's nothing that can satisfy one's self. Except one's self. Well, it is very sad. And by the time we come of age we have felt, in one degree or other, all that age can offer. We have reaped our field ere noon. The rest is reproduction. Sowing, reaping. Losing again. Toil and gain tire alike. We cannot live too slowly to be good and happy, nor too much by line and square. But youth is burning to forestall its nature, and will not wait for time to ferry it over the stream, but flings itself into the flood, and perishes. And yet, why not? There is no charm in time as time, nor good. The long days are no happier than the short ones. 'Tis some time now since I was here. We leave our home in youth, no matter to what end. Study, or strife, or pleasure, or what not. And coming back in few short years, we find all as we left it, outside. The old elms. The house, grass, gates, and latchet selfsame click. But lift that latchet, all is changed as doom. The servants have forgotten our step. And more than half of those who knew us know us not. Adversity, prosperity, the grave. Play a round game with friends. On some the world hath shot its evil eye, and they are past. From honor and remembrance, and a stare, is all the mention of their names receives. And people know no more of them than of the shapes of clouds at midnight, a year back. Lucifer. Let us move on to where the dancing is. We soon shall see how happy they all are. Here is a loving couple quarreling. And there, another. It is quite distressing. See yonder. Two men fighting. Festus. What avail? These vile exceptions to the rule of joy? Lucifer. Behold the happiness of which thou spakest. The highest hills are miles below the sky. And so far is the lightest heart below. True happiness. Festus. This is a snake-like world. And always hath its tail within its mouth. As if it ate itself, and moral time. The world is like yon children's merry-go-round. What men admire are carriages and hobbies, which the exalted mannikins enjoy. There is a noisy ragged crowd below. Of urchins drives it round. Who only get the excitement for their pains, best gain perhaps. For it is not they who labor that grow dizzy. Nor sick, that's for the idle, proud above. Who soon dismount. More weary of enjoying than those below of working. And but fair. It is wretchedness or recklessness alone keeps us alive. Were we happy we should die. Yet what is death? I like to think on death. It is but the appearance of an apparition. One ought to tremble, but ought stand for nothing. I hate the thought of wrinkling up to rest. The tooth-like aching ruin of the body. With the heart all out, and nothing left but edge. Give me the long high-bounding feel of life, which cries, let me but leap unto my grave. And I'll not mind the when nor where. We never care less for life than when enjoying it. Oh! I should love to die. What is to die? I cannot hold the meaning more than can. An oak's arms clasp the blast that blows on it. There is an air-like something which must be. And yet not to be seen, nor to be touched. I am made up to die, for having been everything, there is nothing left but nothing. To be again. Lucifer. Hark! Here is a ballad singer. Ballad singer. All of my own composing. Festus. Yes, yes, we know. Ballad singer. My gypsy maid. My gypsy maid. I bless and curse the day. I lost the light of life, and caught the grief which mocketh grey. Would that the light which blinded me had saved me on my way. My night-haired love. So sweet she was. So fair and blithe was she. Her smile was brighter than the moon's. Her eyes the stars might see. I met her by her lane-spread tent, beside a moss-green stone, and bade her make, not mock, my fate. My fortune was her own. Thou art but yet a boy, she said. And I a woman grown. I am a man in love, I cried. My heart was early manned. She smiled, and only drooped her eyes. And then let go my hand. We stood a minute, neither spake. What each must understand. I told her, so she would be mine, and follow where I went. She straight should have a bridal bower, instead of gypsy tent. Or would she have me wend with her? The world between should fall. For her I would fling up faith and friends, and name, and fame, and all. Her smile so bright froze while I spake, and ice was in her eye. So near, it seemed ere touch her heart. I might have kissed the sky. I said that if she loved to rule, or if she longed to reign, I would make her queen of every race, which Terk trode the world's sad face, or bleed at every vein. She laid her finger on her lip, and pointed to the sky. There is no God to come, she said. Dost thou not fear to die? And what is God, I said, to thee? Thy people worship not the good, the happy, and the free. She said, they need no God. I looked until I lost mine eyes. I felt as though I were in a dark cave, with one weak light. The light of life, with her. And that was wasting fast away. I watched but would not stir. Again she took my hand in hers. And read it o'er and o'er. Ah! Eyes so young, so sweet, I said. Make as they read love's lore. She held my hand, I trembled whilst. For sorely soon I felt. She made the love cross she foretold. And all the woe she dealt. Unhappy I should be, she said. And young to death be given. I told her I believed in her. Not in the stars of heaven. Hush! We breathe heaven, she said, and bowed. And the stars speak through me. Let heaven, I cried, take care of heaven. I only care for thee. She shrank, I looked, and begged a kiss. I knew she had one for me. She would deny me none, she said. But give me none would she. My gypsy mind. My gypsy maid. 'Tis 3 long years like this. Since there I gave and got from thee that meeting, parting kiss. I saw the tears start in her eye. And trickle down her cheek. Like falling stars across the sky. Escaping from their maker's eye. I saw, but spared to speak. Go, and forget. She said, and slid below her lowly tent. I will not, cannot, hear me, girl. She heard not, and I went. At eve, by sunset, I was there. The tent was there no more. The fire which warmed her flickered still. The fire she sat before. I stood by it, till through the dark. I saw not where it lay. And then like that my heart went out. In ashy grief and grey. My gypsy maid. My gypsy maid. Oh! Let me bless this day. This day it was I met thee first. And yet it shall be and is cursed. For thou hast gone away. Lucifer. Another, please, not quite so gloomy, friend. Girl. I wonder if the tale it tells be true. Ballad singer. I dare say, but you want a merrier. Every man's life has its apocrypha. Mine has, at least. I have said more than need be. It happened, too, when I was very young. We never meet such gypsies when we are old. And yet we more complain of youth than age. Now, make a ring, good people. Let me breathe. Sings. Oh! The wee green nook, the sly green nook. The wee sly nook for me. Where the wheat is wavin' bright and brown. And the wind is fresh and free. Where I weave wild weeds, and out reeds. Curve whistles as I lay. And a douse low voice is murmurin' by. Through the lee-lang simmer day. Oh! The wee green nook, etc. And where things loik as though they load. To languish in the sun. And that if they feed the fire they dree. They wadna pang were gone. Where the lift abun is still as death. And bright as life can be. While the douse low voice says, na, na, na. But ye mauna loikas at me. Oh! The wee green nook, etc. Where the lang rank bent is soft and cool. And freshenin' till the feet. And the spot is sly, and the spinney high. Where my love and I mak seat. And I tease her till she rins, and then I catch her round the tree. While the poppies shack their hides and blush. Let 'em blush till they drap, for me. Oh! The wee green nook, etc. Festus. And all who know such feelings and such scenes will, I am sure, reward you. Here, take this. Others. And this, too. Ballad singer. Thank ye all, good friends. Festus. There's much that hath no merit but its truth, and no excuse but nature. Nature does never wrong, 'tis society which sins. Look on the bee upon the wing among flowers. How brave, how bright his life! Then mark him hived, cramped, cringing in his self-built, social cell. Thus is it in the world hive, most where men lie deep in cities as in drifts, death drifts, nosing each other like a flock of sheep, not knowing and not caring whence nor whither they come or go, so that they fool together. Lucifer. It is quite fair to have these lives and say, this side is nature's, that society's, when both are side views only of one thing. Farmer. I am glad to see you come among us, sir. Parson. Why, I have but little comfort in these pastimes. And any heart, turned Godwards, feels more joy in one short hour of prayer, than e'er was raised by all the feasts on earth since their foundation. But no one will believe us. As if we had never known the vain things of the world, nor lain and slept in sin's seducing shade, listless, until God woke us, made us feel we should be up and stirring in the sun. For everything had to be done ere night. What is all this joy and jollity about? Grant there may be no sin. What good is it? Farmer. I can't defend these feasts, sir, and can't blame. Parson. Good evening, friends. Why, Festus. I rejoice we meet again. I have a young friend here, a student, who hath stayed with us of late. You would be glad, I know, to know each other. Therefore be known so. Festus. You are a student, sir. Student. I profess little, but it is a title a man may claim perhaps with modesty. Festus. True. All mankind are students. How to live and how to die forms the great lesson still. I know what study is, it is to toil hard, through the hours of the sad midnight watch, at tasks which seem a systematic curse and course of bootless penance. Night by night, to trace one's thought as if on iron leaves, and sorrowful as though it were the mode and date of death we wrote on our own tombs. Wring a slight sleep out of the couch, and see the selfsame moon, which lit us to our rest, her place scarce changed perceptibly in heaven, now light us to renewal of our toils. This, to the young mind, wild and all in leaf, which knowledge, grafting, paineth, fruit soon comes, and more than all our troubles pays us powers, so that we joy to have endured so much, that not for nothing have we slaved and slain ourselves almost, and more. It is to strive to bring the mind up to one's own esteem. Who but the generous fail? It is to think, while thought is standing thick upon the brain, as dew upon the brow, for thought is brain sweat, and gathering quick and dark, like storms in summer, until convulsed, condensed, in lightning sport, it plays upon the heavens of the mind, opens the hemisphered abysses here, and we become revealers to ourselves. Student. When night hath set her silver lamp on high, then is the time for study. When heaven's light pours itself on the page, like prophecy, on time, unlooming all its mighty meanings, it is then we feel the sweet strength of the stars and magic of the moon. Lucifer. It's a bad habit. Student. And wisdom dwells in secret and on high, as do the stars. The sun's diurnal glare is for the daily herd, but for the wise, the cold pure radiance of the night-born light, wherewith is inspiration of the truth. There was a time when I would never go to rest before the sun rose. And for that, through a like length of time as that now gone, the world shall speak of me 6,000 years hence. Lucifer. How know you that the world won't end tomorrow? Parson. I now, an early riser, love to hail the dreamy struggles of the stars with light, and the recovering breath of earth, sleep drowned, awakening to the wisdom of the sun, and life of light within the tent of heaven, to kiss the feet of morning as she walks in dewy light along the hills, while they, all odorous as an angel's fresh-culled crown, unveil to her their bounteous loveliness. Student. I am devout to study. Worthy books are not companions, they are solitudes. We lose ourselves in them and all our cares. The further back we search the human mind, mean in the mass, but in the instance great, which starting first with deities and stars, and broods of beings earth-born, heaven-begot, and all the bright side of the broad world, now boats upon dreams and dim atomic truths, is all for comfort and no more for glory. The nobler and more marvelous it shows. Trifles like these make up the present time. The Iliad and the pyramids the past. Festus. The future will have glory not the less. I can conceive a time when the world shall be much better visibly, and when, as far as social life and its relations tend, men, morals, manners shall be lifted up to a pure height we know not of nor dream. When all men's rights and duties shall be clear, and charitably exercised and borne. When education, conscience, and good deeds shall have just equal sway, and civil claims. Great crimes shall be cast out, as were of old. Devils possessing madmen, truth shall reign. Nature shall be rethroned, and man sublimed. Student. Oh! Then may heaven come down again to earth, and dwell with her, as once, like to a friend. Lucifer. As like each other as a sword and scythe. Oh! Then shall lions mew and lambkins roar. Festus. And having studied, what next? Student. Much I long to view the capital city of the world. The mountains, the great cities, and the sea are each an era in the life of youth. Festus. There to get worldly ways, and thoughts, and schemes. To learn to detect, distrust, despise mankind. To ken a false factitious glare amid much that shines with seeming saint-like purity. To gloss misdeeds, to trifle with great truths. To pit the brain against the heart, and plead wit before wisdom, these are the world's ways. It learns us to lose that in crowds which we must after seek alone, our innocence. And when the crowd is gone. Student. Not only that. There all great things are round one. Interests, mighty and mountainous of estimate, are daily heaped or scattered neath the eye. Great deeds, great thoughts, great schemes, and crimes, and all which is in purpose, or in practice, great. Of human nature, there are common things. Men make themselves be deathless as in spite. As if they waged some lineal feud with time. As though their fathers were immortal, too. And immortality an everyday accomplishment. Festus. Fie. Fie. 'Tis more for this. Amid gayer people and more wanton ways. To give a loose to all the lists of youth. To tr your passion flowers high ahead. And bind them on your brow as others do. The mornlit revel and the shameless mate. The tabled hues of darkness and of blood. The published bosom and the crowning smile. The cup excessive. And if aught there be more vain than these or wanton, that to have have all but always in intent, effect, or fact. Nay, nay, deny it not, I know. Youth hath a strange and strong desire to try all feelings on the heart, it is very wrong, and dangerous, and deadly, strive against it. Student. It might be some old sage was warning us. Festus. Youth might be wise. We suffer less from pains than pleasures. Student. I should like to see the world, and gain that knowledge which is. Festus. Barrener than ice, possessing and producing not, but means and forms of death or vanity. The world is just as hollow as an eggshell. It is a surface, not a solid mind. And all this boasted knowledge of the world, to me seems but to mean acquaintance with low things, or evil, or indifferent. Farmer. Much more is said of knowledge than its worth. A man may gain all knowledge here, and yet be, after death, as much in the dark as I. Lucifer. What makes you know of living after death? Farmer. Why, nothing that I know, and there it is. But something I am told has told me so. No angel ever came to me to prove it. And all my friends have died, and left no ghosts. Festus. All that is good a man may learn from himself. And much, too, that is bad. Parson. Nay, let me speak. Aught that is good the soul receives of God, when he hath made it his, and until then, man cannot know, nor do, nor be, aught good. Oh! There is not on earth worth being known, but God and our own souls, the God we have within our hearts. For it is not the hope, nor faith, nap fear, nor notions others have of God can serve us, but the sense and soul we have of him within us. And, for men, God loves us men each individually, and deals with us in order, soul by soul. Lucifer. What are your politics? Farmer. I have none. Lucifer. Good. Farmer. I have my thoughts. I am no party man. I care for measures more than men, but think. Some little may depend upon the men. Something in fires depends upon the great. First boy. What are your colors? Second boy. Blue as heaven. Third boy. And mine are yellow as the sun. First boy. Mine, green as grass. Second boy. Green's forsaken, and yellow's forsworn. And blue's the color that shall be worn. Student. As to religion, politics, law, and war, but little need be said. All are required, and all are well enough. Of liberty, and slavery, and tyranny we hear much. But the human mind affects extremes. The heart is in the middle of the system, and all affections gather round the truth. The moderated joys and woes of life. I love my God, my country, kind and kin. Nor would I see a dog wronged of his bone. My country. If a wretch should e'er arise out of thy countless sons, who would curtail thy freedom, dim thy glory, while he lives, may an earth's peoples curse him, for of all hast thou secured the blessing. And if me exist who would not arm for liberty, be he too cursed living, and when dead, let him be buried downwards, with his face looking to hell, and o'er his coward grave the hare skulk in her form. Lucifer. Nay, gently, friend. Curse nothing, not the devil. He's beside you. For aught you know. Student. I neither know nor care. They pass some card players. Festus. Kings, queens, knaves, tens would trick the world away. And it were not, now and then, for some brave ace. Student. You see yon wretched starved old man, his brow grooved out with wrinkles, like the brown dry sand. The tide of life is leaving? Lucifer. Yes, I see him. Student. Last week he thought he was about to die. So he bade gold be strewn beneath his pillow. Gold on a chest that he might lie and see. And gold put in a basin on his bed, that he might dabble with his fingers in. He's going now to grope for pence or pins. He never gave a pin's worth in his life. What would you do to him? Lucifer. I would have him wrought into a living wire, which, beaten out, might make a golden network for the world. Then melt him inch by inch and hell by hell. Where is the law of wrath? Student. Oh, charity. It is a thought the devil might be proud of. Once and away. Misers and spendthrifts may torment each other in the world to come. Festus. Men look on death as lightning, always far off, or in heaven. They know not it is in themselves, a strong and inward tendency. The soul of every atom, every hair. That nature's infinite electric life, escaping from each isolated frame, up out of earth, or down from heaven, becomes to each its proper death, and adds itself thus to the great reunion of the whole. There is a man in mourning. What does he hear? Student. He has just buried the only friend he had, and now comes hither to enjoy himself. Festus. Why will we dedicate the dead to God, and not ourselves, the living? Oft we speak with tears of joy and trust, of some dear friend, as surely up in heaven, while that same soul, for aught we know, may be shuddering even in hell, to hear his name named. Or there may be no soul in the case, and the fat icy worm, give him a tongue, can tell us all about him. Student. Here is music. Stay. That simple melody comes on the heart like infant innocence, for feeling pure, while yet the new-bodied soul is swinging to the motion of the heavens, and scarce hath caught, as yet, earth's beckoning course. Festus. The heart is formed as earth was, it's formless and void, and fit but for itself. Then feelings half alive, just organized. Come next, then creeping sports and purposes. Then animal desires, delights, and loves. For love is the first and granite-like effect of things, the longest and the highest, next. The wild and winged desires, youth's saurian schemes, which creep and fly by turns, which kill, and eat, and do disgorge each other, comes at length the mold of perfect matchless manhood, then woman divides the heart, and multiplies it. The insipidity of innocence. Paul's, it is guilty, happy, and undone. A death is laid upon it, and it goes. Quits its green Eden for the sandy world, where it works out its nature, as it may. In sweat, smiles, blood, tears, cursings, and what not. And giant sins possess it, and it worships works of the hand, head, heart, its own or others. A creature worship, which excludeth God's. The less thrusts out the greater. Warning comes. But the heart fears not, feels not, till at last down comes the flood from heaven, and that heart, broken inwards, earth-like, to its central hell. Or like the bright and burning eye we see, inly, when pressed hard backwards on the brain, ends and begins again, destroyed, is saved. Every man is the first man to himself. And Eves are just as plentiful as apples. Nor do we fall, nor are we saved by proxy. The Eden we live in is our own heart. And the first thing we do, of our free choice, is sure and necessary to be sin. Lucifer. The only right me have is to be damned. What is the good of music, or the beauty? Music tells no truths. Festus. Oh! There is not so sweet as lying and listening music from the hands and singing from the lips of one we love. Lips that all others should be turned to. Then the world would all be love and song, heaven's harps and orbs join in, the whole be harmony. Distinct, yet blended, blending all in one. Long and delicious tremble like a chord. But to thee, God, all being is a harp, whereon thou makest mightiest melody. Hast ever been in love? Student. I never was. Festus. 'Tis love which mostly destinates our life. What makes the world it after life I know not. For our horizon alters as we age. Power only can make up for the lack of love. Power of some sort. The mind at one time grows so fast, it fails, and then it stretches more. Then its strength. But, as it opes, love fills it up. Like to the stamen in the flower of life. Till for the time we well nigh grow all love. And soon we feel the want of one kind heart. To love what's well, and to forgive what's ill. In us, that heart we play for at all risks. Student. How can the heart which lies embodied deep in blood and bone, set like a ruby eye into the breast, be made a toy for beauty? And, vain-like, blown about by every wanton sigh? How can the soul, the rich star-travelled stranger, who here sojourneth only for a purchase, risk all the riches of his years of toil, and his God-vouched inheritance of heaven, for one light momentary taste of love? Festus. It is so. And when once you know the sport, the crowded pack of passions in full cry, the sweet deceits, the tempting obstacles, the smile, the sigh, the tear, and the embrace, all the delights of love at last in one, with kisses close as stars in the Milky Way, in at the death you cry, though 'twere your own. Student. Upon my soul, most sound morality. Nothing is thought of virtue, then, nor judgment. Festus. Oh! Everything is thought of, but not then. And, judgment, no. It is nowhere in the field. Student. Slow-paced and late arriving, still it comes. I cannot understand this love, I hear. Of its idolatry, not its respect. Festus. Respect is what we owe, love what we give. And men would mostly rather give than pay. Morality's the right rule for the world. Nor could society cohere without virtue, and there are those whose spirits walk abreast of angels in the future, here. Respect and love thou such. Lucifer. Of course you wish women to love you rather than love them. It is better. Now, you say you are a student. All things take study. What more than the face? Whether your own, or hers you look and long at. There are many ways to one end, here is one. You are good-looking. But that matters little. It only pleases them. To please yourself. Your face may be as ugly as the... Well, well. But you must cultivate yourself, it will pay you. Study a dimple. Work hard at a smile. The things most delicate require most pains. Practice the upward, now the sidelong glance. Now the long passionful unwinking gaze, which beats itself at last, and sees air only. Be restless, and distress yourself for her. Take up her hand, press it, and pour on it. Let it drop, snatch it again as though you had Let slip so much of honor or of heaven. Swear, vow by all means, never miss an oath. If broken, why it only spoils itself. It is a broken oath and not an whole one. Frown, toss about, let her lips be for a time. But steal a kiss at last like fire from heaven. Weep if you can, and call the tears heat drops. Droop your head, sigh deep, play the fool, in short. 1 hour, and she will play the fool forever. Mind. It is folly to tell women truth. They would rather live on lies so they be sweet. Never be long in one mind to one love. You change your practice with your subject. All differ. But yet, who knows one woman well? By heart, knows all. It is my experience. And I advise on good authority. So thank me for my lecture on delusion. Festus. Time laughs at love. It is a hateful sight. That bald old graybeard jeering the boy, love. But as to women, that game has two sides. Passion is affection. And there is not so maddening and so lowering as to have the worse in passion. Think, when one by one. Pride, love, and jealousy, and 50 more. Great feelings column up to force a heart. And all are beaten back, all fail, all fail. The tower intact, but risk it, we must learn. To know the world, be wise and be a fool. The heart will have its swing, the world its way. Who seeks to stop them, only throws himself down. We must take as we find, go as they go. Or stand aside. Let the world have the wall. How do you think, pray, to get through the world? Student. I mean not to get through the world at all. But over it. Festus. Aspiring. You will find. The world is all uphill when we would do. All downhill when we suffer. Nay, it will part. Like the Red Sea, so that the poor may pass. We make our compliments to wretchedness. And hope the poor want nothing, and are well. But I mean, what profession will you choose? Surely you will do something for a name. Student. Names are of much more consequence than things. Festus. Well, here's our honest, all-exhorting friend. The parson, here the doctor. I am sure. The devil might act as moderator there. And do mankind some service. Lucifer. In his way. Student. But I care neither for men's souls nor bodies. Festus. What say you to the law? Are you ambitious? Student. Nor do I mind for other people's business. I have no heart for their predicaments. I am for myself. I measure everything. By, what is it to me? From which I find. I have but little in common with the mass. Except my meals and so forth, dress and sleep. I have that within me I can live upon. Spider-like, spin my place out anywhere. Festus. To none of all die arts and sciences. Astronomy nor entomology. Nor gunnery, for instance, then you feel. Attracted heartily and mentally? Student. Why no, there are so many rise and fall. One knows not which to choose. As for the stars, I never look on them without dismay. Earth has outrun them in our modern mind. By worlds of odds. Enough for us, it seems. And our cold calculators to jot down their revolutions, distances, and squares. And the bright laws which stars and spirits rule are all laid out and buried grave on grave. The fourfold worlds and elemental spheres, which in concentric circles, like the ring that the magician stands in, from on high, give spiritual calling to our earth, and lord it over her, yet in such wise that still by them we may conjoin our souls. unto the starry spirits of all worlds. Beyond the changed mansions of the moon. Beyond the burning heart of heaven, where dwell the governors of nature and the blessed. All-knowing spirits and celestial and divine demons are all gone, extinct. There is no danger now of knowing aught which ought not to be known. No more of that. And you, ye planetary sons of light, from him who hovereth, moth-like, round the sun, to six-mooned Uranus, light's loftiest round. Tour aspects, dignities, ascendancies. Tour partile quartiles, and your plastic trines. And all your heavenly houses and effects shall meet no more devout expounders here. You too, ye juried signs, Earth's sunny path. Upon her wheeling orbit, all farewell. Your exaltations and triplicities. Fiery, airy, and the rest. Your falls. And detriments, and governments, and gifts. Are all abolished. Henceforth ye shall shine. In vain to man. Diurnal, cardinal. Nocturnal, equinoctial, hot or dry. Earthy, or moist, or feminine, or fixed. Luxurious, violent, bicorporate. Masculine, barren, and commanding, cold. Fruitful or watery, or what not, now. It matters nothing. The joy of Jupiter. The exaltation of the dragon's head. The sun's triplicity and glorious. Day house on high, the moon's dim detriment. And all the starry inclusions of all signs. Shall rise, and rule, and pass, and no one know. That there are spirit rulers of all worlds. Which fraternize with earth, and, though unknown, hold in the shining voices of the stars. Communion on high, ever and everywhere. The mystic charm of numbers, and the soul. Oneness which is in all, of nature's great. Triadic principle, in all things, seen. In man thus, as composed of thrice three forms. Intrinsic, first, corporeally, blood. Body, and bones, next, intellectively. Imagination, judgment, memory. And thirdly, spiritually, mind and soul. And spirit, which unites with God the whole. Being, and comes from and returns to him. Allures no more man's mind debased. Thus, too, of alchemy, the golden starry stone. Invisible, the principle of life. The quintessence of all the elements. Is still unbought. Still flows the stream of pearl. Beneath the magic mountain. Still the scent. As of 1,000 amaranthine wreaths, which lures all life unto its sweetness, floats around. Mist-like, the shining bath where Luna laves. Or soul, bright brother of that mooned maid, triumphs in light. The spiritual sun. The heavenly earth smaragdin, and the fire. Spirit of life, the live lands still exist. Immortally, internally unseen. Still breathes the paradisal air around. The universal whole. The watery fire. Destructive, yet impalpable to sense. The initial and conclusion of the world. Yeah, the beginning and the end of death. The secret which is shared 'tween God and man. And which is nature only, holy, still. In heavenly gloom incomprehensible. Wait the deific will. Yeah, still the light. Whereto all elements contribute, burns. About us and within us, world and soul. The primal sperm and matter of the world. Whose center is the limit of all things. The snowy gold. The star and spirit seed. Which is to render rich and deathless all. The self-begot, self-wedded, and self-born. Which the wind carries in its womb, all have. And few receive. The spirit of the earth. The water of immortal life still lives. The universal solvent of disease. still bounds through nature's veins. And still, in fine, the secret's only to be told by fire. Starry or beamless, central and extreme. Burn to be born. And other natures may use them, and do. In Demogorgon's hall still sits the universal mystery, throned in itself and ministered unto by its own members, man, alas, alone. The recreant spirit of the universe contemns the operations of the light. Loves surface knowledge, calls the crimes of crowds. Virtue adores the useful vices. Licks the gory dust from off the feet of war, and swears it food for gods, though fit for fiends. Only, reversing just the devil's state. When first he entered on this orb of man's, a fallen angel's form, a reptile's soul. Lucifer. Oh! This is libelous to man and fiend, and brute together. Student. All are art and part of the same mystic treason. But enough. The most material, immaterial departments of pure wisdom are despised. For well we know that, properly prepared, soul's self-adapted knowledge to receive are by the truth desired, illumined. Man's spirit, extolled, dilated, clarified by holy meditation and divine lore, fits him to convene with purer powers, which do unseen surround us aye and gladden in human good and exaltation. Thus, the face of heaven is not more clear to one than to another outwardly, but one by strong intention of his soul perceives, attracts, unites himself to essences and elemental spirits of wider range and more beneficent nature, by whose aid, occasion, circumstance, futurity, impress on him their image and impart their secrets to his soul. Thus chance and lot are sacred things, thus dreams are verities. But oh! Alas for all earth's loftier lore and spiritual sympathy of worlds! There shall be no more magic nor Kabbalah, nor Rosicrucian nor alchemic lore, nor fairy fantasies, no more hobgoblins, nor ghosts, nor imps, nor demons, conjurers, enchanters, witches, wizards, shall all die. Hopeless and airless, their divining arts, supernal or infernal, dead with them. And so, 'twill doubtless be with other things in time. Therefore I will commit my brain to none of them. Festus. Perchance 'twere wiser not. Man's heart hath not half uttered itself yet, and much remains to do as well as say. The heart is some time ere it finds its focus, and when it does, with the whole light of nature strained through it to a hair's breadth, it but burns the things beneath it, which it lights to death. Well, farewell, Mr. Student. May you never regret those hours which make the mind, if they unmake the body, for the sooner we are fit to be all mind, the better. Blessed is he whose heart is the home of the great dead, and their great thoughts. Who can mistake great thoughts? They seize upon the mind, arrest, and search, and shake it, bow the tall soul as by wind, rush over it like rivers over reeds, which quaver in the current, turn us cold, and pale, and voiceless, leaving in the brain a rocking and a ringing, glorious, but momentary, madness might it last, and close the soul with heaven as with a seal. In lieu of all these things whose loss thou mournest, if earnestly or not I know not, use the great and good and true which ever live, and are all common to pure eyes and true. Upon the summit of each mountain thought, worship thou God, for deity is seen. From every elevation of the soul. Study the light, attempt the high, seek out the soul's bright path. And since the soul is fire of heat intelligential, turn it to the all-fatherly source of light and life. Piety purifies the soul to see perpetual apparitions of all grace and power, which to the sight of those who dwell in ignorant sin are never known. Obey thy genius, for a minister it is unto the throne of fate. Draw to thy soul and centralize the rays which are around of the divinity. Keep thy spirit pure from worldly taint by the repellent strength of virtue. Think on noble thoughts and deeds. Ever count o'er the rosary of truth, and practice precepts which are proven wise. It matters not then what thou fearest. Walk boldly and wisely in that light thou hast. There is a hand above will help thee on. I am an omnist, and believe in all religions, fragments of one golden world, yet to be relit in its place in heaven. For all are relatively true and false, as evidence and earnest of the heart. To those who practice, or have faith in them, the absolutely true religion is in heaven only, yea in deity. But foremost of all studies, let me not forget to bid thee learn Christ's faith by heart. Study its truths, and practice its behests. They are the purest, sweetest, peacefullest of all immortal reasons or records. They will be with thee when all else have gone. Mind, body, passion, all wear out, not faith nor truth. Keep thy heart cool, or rule its heat to fixed ends, waste it not upon itself. Not all the agony of all the damned, fused in one pang, vies with that earthquake throb which wakens it from waste to let us see the world rolled by for aye, and that we must wait an eternity for our next chance, whether it be in heaven or elsewhere. Student. Sir, I will remember this most grave advice, and think of you with all respect. Festus. Well, mind. The worst men often give the best advice. Our deeds are sometimes better than our thoughts. Commend me, friend, to every one you meet. I am an universal favorite. Old men admire me deeply for my beauty, young women for my genius and strict virtue, and young men for my modesty and wisdom. All turn to me, whenever I speak, full-faced, as planets to the sun, or owls to a rushlight. Farewell. Student. I hope to meet again. Festus. And I. Yonder's a woman singing. Let us hear her. Ballad singer. In the grey church tower were the clear bells ringing, when a maiden sat in her lonely bower, sadly and lowly singing. And thus she sang, that maiden fair, of the soft blue eyes and the long light hair. This hand hath oft been held by one who now is far away, and here I sit and sigh alone through all the weary day. Oh, when will he I love return? Oh, when shall I forget to mourn? Along the dark and dizzy path ambition madly runs. 'Tis there they say his course he hath, and therefore love he shuns. Oh, fame and honor bind his brow, for so he would be with me now. In the grey church tower were the dear bells ringing, when a bounding step in that lonely bower broke on the maiden singing. She turned, she saw, oh, happy fair, for her love who loved her so well was there. Lucifer. And we might trust these youths and maidens fair. The world was made for nothing but love, love. Now I think it was made but to be burned. Festus. And if I love not now, while woman is all bosom to the young, when shall I love? Who ever paused on passion's fiery wheel? Or trembling by the side of her he loved? Whose lightest touch brings all but madness, ever stopped coldly short to reckon up his pulse? The car comes, and we lie, and let it come. It crushes, kills, what then? It is joy to die. Enough shall not fool me. I fling the foil away. Let me but look on aught which casts the shadow of a pleasure, and here I bear a breast which would embrace a bride of fire. Pleasure, we part not. No. It were easier to wring God's lightnings from the grasp of God. I must be mad, but so is all the world. Folly. It matters not. What is the world? To me? Not. I am all things to myself. If my heart thundered, would the world rock? Well. Then let the mad world fight its shadow down. There soon will be nor sun, nor world, nor shadow. And thou, my blood, my bright red running soul, rejoice thou, like a river in thy rapids. Rejoice, thou wilt never pale with age, nor thin, but in thy full dark beauty, vein by vein, fold by fold, serpent-like, encircling me. Like a stag, sunstruck, top thy bounds and die. Throb, bubble, sparkle, laugh and leap along. Make merry while the holidays shall last. Heart. I could tear thee out, thou fool. Thou fool. And strip thee into shreds upon the wind. What have I done that thou shouldst serve me thus? Lucifer. Let us away. We have had enough of this. Festus. The night is glooming on us. It is the hour when lovers will speak lowly, for the sake of being nigh each other. And when love shoots up the eye like morning on the east, making amends for the long northern night, they passed ere either knew the other loved. It is the hour of hearts, when all hearts feel as they could love to mad death, finding aught to give back fire, for love, like nature, is war, sweet war. Arms. To arms. So they be. Woman. Old people may say what they please. The heart of age is like an emptied wine cup. Its life lies in a heel tap, how can they judge? 'Twere a waste of time to ask how they wasted theirs. But while the blood is bright, breath sweet, skin smooth, and limbs all made to minister delight, ere yet we have shed our locks like trees their leaves, and we stand staring bare into the air. He is a fool who is not for love and beauty. I speak unto the young, for I am of them, and always shall be. What are years to me? Traitors. That vice-like fong the hand ye lick. Ye fall like small birds beaten by a storm against a dead wall, dead. I pity ye. Oh! That such mean things should raise hope or fear. Those titans of the heart, that fight at heaven, and sleep by fits on fire, whose slightest stirs an earthquake. I am bound and blessed to youth. Oh! Give me to the young, the fair, the free, the brave, who would breast a rushing burning world. Which came between them and their heart's delight? None but the brave and beautiful can love. Oh, for the young heart like a fountain playing, flinging its bright fresh feelings up to the skies. It loves and strives to reach, strives, loves in vain. It is of earth, and never meant for heaven. Let us love both, and die. The sphinx-like heart, consistent in its inconsistency, loathes life the moment that life's riddle is read. The knot of our existence is untied, and we lie loose and useless. Life is had. And then we sigh, and say, can this be all? It is not what we thought, it is very well. But we want something more, there is but death. And when we have said, and seen, and done, and had. Enjoyed and suffered, all we have wished and feared. From fame to ruin. And from love to loathing. There can come but one more change, try it, death. Oh! It is great to feel we care for nothing. That hope, nor love, nor fear, nor aught of earth can check the royal lavishment of life. But like a streamer strewn upon the wind, we fling our souls to fate and to the future. And to die young is youth's divinest gift. To pass from one world fresh into another, ere change hath lost the charm of soft regret, and feel the immortal impulse from within, which makes the coming life cry alway on, and follow it while strong, is heaven's last mercy. There is a firefly in the southern clime, which shineth only when upon the wing. So is it with the mind, when once we rest, we darken. On, said God unto the soul. As to the earth, forever. On it goes. A rejoicing native of the infinite. As a bird of air, an orb of heaven. Chapter 10. Scene, the center. Festus and Lucifer. Lucifer. Behold us in the fire crypts of the world. Through seas and buried mountains tomb-like tracts. Fit to receive the skeleton of death. When he is dead, through earthquakes, and the bones of earthquake-swallowed cities, have we wormed down to the ever-burning forge of fire, whereon in awful and omnipotent ease Nature, the delegate of God, brings forth her everlasting elements, and breathes around that fluent heat of life which clothes itself in lightnings, wandering through the air, and pierces to the last and loftiest pore of earth's snow-mantled mountains. In these vaults are hid the archives of the universe, and here, the ashes of all ages gone, each finally inurned. These pillars stand, earth's testimony to eternity. Festus. All that is solid now was fluid once. Water, or air, or fire, or someone. Permanent, permeating, element. As in this focal, world-evolving fire. Like what I see around, the vacuous power, whereon the world is based, e'en as wherein it rolls, I must believe. Lucifer. The original of all things is one thing. Creation is one whole. The differences a mortal sees are diverse only to the finite mind. Festus. This marble-walled immensity o'erroofed with pendant mountains glittering, awes my soul. God's hand hath scooped the hollow of this world. Yea, none but his could. And I stand in it, like a forgotten atom of the light. Some star hath lost upon its lightning flight. Lucifer. Here mayst thou lay thy hand on nature's heart, and feel its thousand-yeared throbbing cease. High overhead, and deep beneath our feet, the sea's broad thunder booms, scarce heard, around. The arches, like uplifted continents of starry matter, burning inwardly, stand. And, hard by, earth's gleaming axle sleeps. All moving, all unmoved. Festus. Age here on age lie heaped like withered leaves. And must it end? Lucifer. God worketh slowly, and 1,000 years he takes to lift his hand off. Layer on layer. He made earth, fashioned it and hardened it into the great, bright, useful thing it is. It sees, life-crowded, and soul-hallowed lands. He girded with the girdle of the sun, that sets its bosom glowing like love's own breathless embrace, close clinging as for life. Veined it with gold, and dusted it with gems. Lined it with fire, and round its heart fire bowed. Rock ribs unbreakable, until at last earth took her shining station as a star. In heaven's dark hall, high up the crowd of worlds. All this and thus did God, and yet it ends. The ball he rolled and rounded, melts away. E'en now to its constituent atomies. Festus. It is enough. Though here were posited all secrets of existence, natural or supernatural, dwell not here would I. Though 'twere to drain profoundest fountains. No. I love it not, the science nor the scene. I long to know again the fresh green earth, the breathing breeze, the sea and sacred stars. These recollections crowd upon my soul as constellations on the evening skies, and will not be forgotten. Let us leave Lucifer. Aught that reminds the exile of his home is surely pleasant. I, friend, am content. Festus. I cannot be content with less than heaven. O heaven, I love thee ever. Soul and whole, living and comprehensive of all life. The age world, the universal heaven, and heavenly universe. The sacred seat of intellective time, the throned stars, and old oracular night, by night or day. To me thou canst not but be beautiful. Boundless, all-central, universal sphere. Whether the sun all light thee, or the moon, embayed in clouds, mid starry island round, with mighty beauty inundate the air. Or when one star, like a great drop of light, from her full flowing urn hangs tremulous. Yea, like a tear from her the eye of night let fall o'er nature's volume as she reads. Or, when in radiant thousands, each star reigns in imparticipable royalty, leaderless, uncontrasted with the light, wherein their light is lost, the sons of fire, arch-element of the heavens. When storm and cloud debar the mortal vision of the eye, from wandering o'er thy threshold, more and more I love thee, thinking on the splendid calm which bounds the deadly fever of these days, the higher, holier, spiritual heaven. And when this world, within whose heartstrings now I feel myself encoiled, shall be resolved, thee I shall be permitted still perchance to love and live in endlessly. Lucifer. All here thou seat hath holden fellowship with gods, with eldest time and primal matter, space, and stars, and air, and all inherent fire, the watery deep and chaos, night, the all, and the interior immortality, and first begotten love. These rocks retain their caverned footsteps printed in pure fire. Those were the times, the ancient youth of earth, the elemental years, when earth and heaven made one in holy bridals, royal gods. Their bright immortal issue, when men's minds were vast as continents, and not as now, minute and indistinguishable plots, with here and there acres of untilled brains. When lived the great original, broad-eyed, sunken race, whose wisdom, like these sea-sustaining rocks, hath formed the base of the world's fluctuous lore. When too, by mountainous travail, human might sought to possess the everlasting heavens, and incommunicable, by the right of self-acquirement and high kindred with celestial virtues. When the mortal powers, for counsel, wisdom, and experience, teachers of all arts, founders of all good, with godhood strove, and gloriously failed, in failure half successful, as these scenes, fire fountains, and volcano utterances, earth heavings, island vomitings, evince. Festus. The world hath made such comet-like advance lately on science, we may almost hope, before we die of sheer decay, to learn something about our infancy. But me this troubles not. were all earth's mountain chains. To utter fire at once, what a grand show of pyrotechny for our neighbor moon. Let us ascend. But not through the charred throat of an extinct volcano. Lucifer. This way, down. So shalt thou thread the world at once. Festus. Haste, haste. Chapter 11. Scene, a ruined temple. Festus and Lucifer. Festus. Here will I worship solely. Lucifer. 'Tis a fane. Once sacred to the sun. Festus. It matters not. What false god here hath falsely been adored? Or what life-hating rites these walls have viewed? The truly holy soul, which hath received the unattainable, can hallow hell. Now to the only true and triune God these walls shall echo praise, if never yet. Bring me a morsel of the fire without. For I will make a sacred offering to God, as though the high priest of the world. He lacks not consecration at best hands, whom thou hast hallowed, Lord, by choice. And these, the elements I offer, thou hast made holy, by making them. Lucifer. Lo! Here is fire. I will await thee in the air. Festus. Withdraw. Thine, Lord, are all the elements and worlds. The sun is thy bright servant, and the moon thy servant's servant. The round rushing earth, the lifeful air, the thousand-winged winds, the heaven-kinied fire, the continental clouds, the sea broad-breasted, and the tranced lake, rich arterial rivers, and the hills, which wave their woody tresses in the breeze. In grateful undulation, all are thine. Thine are the snow-robed mountains circling earth, as the white spirits guard the Saviour's throne. Thine the bright secrets, central in all orbs, and rudimental mysteries of life. The sun-starred night, the ever-maiden morn, the all-prevailing day, consummate eve. Confess them thine through the perpetual world. All art hath wrought from earth, or science lured from truth, like flame out of the fire cloud, are thine. Thine the glory, all belongs to thee. Finite, indefinite and infinite. As mountains to a world, as worlds to heaven. The high doomed city and the toilful town, and early hamlet, all that live or die, that flourish or decay, that change, or stand before thy face, unchanged, exist for thee, or are not at thy bidding. Thine, all souls. Atom and world, the universe is thine. Thou canst as easily turn thy kindest eye from comprehending the bright infinite to this crushed temple, where the wild flower decks its earthquake-rift walls, and the birds build in corners of its columned capitals. And to this crumbling heart I offer here, as trust thine own eternity. Behold! Accept, I pray thee, Lord, this sacrifice, these elemental offerings simple, pure, which in the name of man I make to thee. Formless. Save prostrate soul and kneeling heart, in token of thy perfect monarchy, and all-comprising mercy. These are they: a flowery turf, a branch, a burning coal, a cup of water and an empty bowl. This air-filled bowl is typic of the world. Thou feast with thy spirit, and the soul, receptive of thy life-conferring truth. This the symbolic element wherefrom we are to be reborn, wherein made pure. Those whom thou choosest are to be redeemed out of the mighty multitudes of men. Yet all as of one nature be redeemed. This coal, torn flaming from the earth, proclaims thy sin-consuming mercy as of earth. And may our souls ever aspire to thee, as these pale flames unto the stars, this turf, is as the earthy nature and abode. We would subject to thee. And Lethe here, the representative of every star and world-extended matter. Lord, this branch, which waveth high o'er all, oh, let it sign thine own eternal Son's humanity, which was on earth, yet ever lives in heaven, redemptive of all being. Golden branch, which, in the eld time, seers and sibyls' words, full of dark central thought and mystic truth, foretold should overspread the spirit world, and with its fruit heal every wound of death. Tree of eternal life, thee all adore. Accept this prayer, O Saviour, that if men can nothing do but sin, thou mayst forgive the creature crime, and bring back all to thee. Thou art the one who made the universe. Yet didst thou walk on earth, thou breakest bread, and drankest wine with men, betokening so thine own complete, divine humanity. May all obey thy words and do thy will. We praise thee God, our Father, whoso would be saved, let him believe in thee triune. Thou doest all things rightly, all are best. Sorrow, or joy, or power, or suffering, providing, therefore, all things that must be, and ought to be, as thou dost and hast done, from the beginning even to the end. This heart let cease from prayer, these lips from praise, save that which life shall offer pauselessly. Now go I forth again, refreshed, consoled, upon my time-enduring pilgrimage. Ho! Lucifer! Lucifer! I wait thee. Festus! Whither next? Lucifer! As thou wilt, apposite or opposite. 'Tis light translateth night, 'tis inspiration expounds experience, 'tis the west explains the east, 'tis time unfolds eternity. Chapter 12. Scene, a metropolis, public place. Festus and Lucifer. Festus. What can be done here? Lucifer. Oh! 1,000 things. As well as elsewhere. Festus. True, it is a place where passion, occupation, or reflection may find fit food or field, but suits not me. My burden is the spirit, and my life is henceforth solely spiritual. Lucifer. Well, at the occurrent season, too, it shall be satisfied. It might be even now, from things about us. But look, here comes a man thou knowest well. Festus. I do. Stop, friend. Of late I have not seen thee. Whither goest thou now? Friend. I am upon my business, and in haste. Festus. Business. I thought thou wast a simple schemer. Friend. Mayhap I am. Festus. There is a visionary business, as well as visionary faith. Friend. I have been, all life, living in a mine, lancing the world for gold. I have not yet fingered the right vein. Oh! I often wish the time would come again, which science prates of, when earth's bright veins ran ruddy, virgin gold. Festus. When the world's gold melts, all the poorer metals, all things less pure, less precious, all beside, will vanish, not be left but gems and gold. If all were rich, gold would be penniless. Lucifer. I have a secret I would fain impart to one who would make right use of it. Now, mark. Chemists say there are 50 elements. And more, wouldst know a ready recipe for riches? Friend. That indeed I would, good sir. Lucifer. Get then these 50 earths, or elements, or what not. Mix them up together. Put all to the question. Tease them well with fire. Vapor and trituration, every way. Add the right quantity of lunar rays. Boil them, and let them cool, and watch what comes. Friend. Thrice greatest Hermes. But it must be, yes. I'll go and get them. Good day, instantly. Goes. Lucifer. He'll be astonished, probably. Festus. He will. In any issue of the experiment. Perhaps the nostrum may explode and blow him. Body and soul to atoms and to Lucifer. Nonsense. Festus. There needs no satire on men's rage for gold. Their nature is the best one, and excuse. And now what next? Lucifer. Why, let us take our ease. Beside this feathery fountain. It is cool. And pleasant, and the people passing by. Fit subjects for two moralists like us. Here we can speculate on policy. On social manners, fashions, and the news. Now the political aspect of the world. At present, is most cheerful. To begin. Like charity, at home. Out of all wrongs. The most atrocious, the most righteous ends. Are happiest wrought. Festus. It ofttimes chances so. Lucifer. Take of the blood of martyrs, tears of slaves. The groans of prisoned patriots, and the sweat. Wrung from the bones of famine, like parts. Add. Vapor of orphans sigh, and wail of all. Whom war hath spoiled, or law first fanged, then gorged. The stifled breath of man's free natural thought. The tyrant's lies. The curses of the proud. The usurpations of the lawful heir. The treasonous rebellions of the wise. The poor man's patient prayers. And let all these simmer, some centuries, o'er the slow red fire of human wrath, and their results at last. A glorious constitution, and a grand totality of nothings, as we see. Soldiers pass, music, etc. Man is a military animal. Glories in gunpowder, and loves parade. Prefers them to all things. Festus. Of recipes. Enough. Life's but a sword's length, at the best. Lucifer. War, war, still war. From age to age, old time hath washed his hands in the heart's blood of earth. Festus. Yet fields of death. Ye are earth's purest pride. For what is life to freedom? War must be. While men are what they are, while they have bad passions to be roused up, while ruled by men. While all the powers and treasures of a land are at the beck of the ambitious crowd. While injuries can be inflicted, or insults be offered. Yea, while rights are worth maintaining, freedom keeping, or life having. So long the sword shall shine, so long shall war continue, and the need for war remain. Lucifer. And yet all war shall cease. Festus. It must and shall. Some news seems stirring, what I know not yet. Lucifer. Nor I. I heard that one of Saturn's moons had flown upon his face and blinded him. 'Twas also said, in circles I frequent. At times, his outer ring was falling off. If I should find, I'll keep it. It might fit a little finger such as mine, I think. Poor Saturn. Much I doubt he is breaking up. But for these news, I know not what they be. Some one perhaps has lit on a new vein of stars in heaven, or cracked one with his teeth to look inside it, or made out at last the circulation of the light. Or what? Think'st thou? Festus. I know not. Ask. Lucifer. Sir, what's the news? Passer-by. The news are good news, being none at all. Lucifer. Your goodness, sir, I deem of like extent. We heard the great bear was confined of twins. Stranger. 'Tis not unlikely stars do propagate. Festus. And so much for civility and news. This city is one of the world's social poles, round which events revolve, here, dial-like. Time makes no movement but is registered. Lucifer. You gaudy equipage. Hast ever seen a drowning dragonfly floating down a brook, topping the sunny ripples as they rise, till in some ambushed eddy it is sucked down by something underneath? Thus with the rich. Their gilding makes their death conspicuous. Festus. Some men are nobly rich, some nobly poor. Some the reverse. Rank makes no difference. Lucifer. The poor may die in swarms unheeded. They but swell the mass of columned ciphers. Oh! Ye poor, ye wretched, ye bowed down by woe. Thank God for something, though it were but this. He fire, ye ashes. Festus. Thou art surely mad. Lucifer. I meant to moralize. I cannot see a crowd, and not think on the fate of man, clinging to error as a dormant bat to a dead bough. Well, 'tis his own affair. Festus. All homilies on the sorts and lot of men are vain and wearisome. I want to know no more of human nature. As it is, I honor it and hate it. Let that do. Lucifer. Here is a statue to some mighty man, who beat his name on the drum of the world's ear, till it was stupefied, and, I suppose, not knowing what it was about, reared up this marble mockery of mortality, which shall outlive the memory of the man, and all like him who water earth with blood, and sow with bones, or any good he did, as eagles outlive gnats. But never mind why carp at insect sins, or crumb like crimes. The world, the great imposture, still succeeds. Still, in titanic immortality, writhes neath the burning mountain of its sins. Festus. There's an old adage about sin and someone. The world is not exactly what I thought it, but pretty nearly so, and after all, 'tis not so bad as good men make it out, nor such a hopeless wretch. Lucifer. For all the world. Not I would slander it. Dear world, thou art of all things under heaven by me most loved, the most consistent, the least fallible. Believe me ever thine affectionate. Lucifer. P.S. Sweet, remember me. Festus. Wilt go to the cathedral? Lucifer. No, indeed. I have just confessed. Festus. Well, to the concert, then? Lucifer. Some 1,500,000 million years have passed since last I heard a chorus. Festus. Good. Lucifer. In sooth, I cannot calculate the time. There are no eras in eternity. No ages. Time is as the body, and eternity the spirit of existence. Festus. That would I learn and prove. Lucifer. The finite soul can never learn the infinite, nor be informed by it, unaided. Festus. Be it so. What shall we do? Lucifer. I put myself in your hands. Festus. Wilt go on change? Lucifer. I rarely speculate. Steady receipts are mostly to my taste. Besides, I spurn the system. Take my aim. Festus. But something must be done to pass the time. Lucifer. True, let us pass, then, all time. Festus. I shall be most happy, only show me how. Lucifer. Why, thus. I have the power to make thy spirit free of its poor frame of flesh, yet not by death, and reunite them afterwards. Wilt thou entrust thyself to me? Festus. In God I trust, and in his word of safety. Have thy will. Where shall it be effected? Lucifer. Here and now. Recline thou calmly on yon marble slab, as though asleep. The world will miss thee not. Its complement it perfect. I will mind that no impertinent meddler troubles there that tranced frame. The brain shall cease its life, engrossing business, and the living blood, the wine of life which mocketh drunk the soul, sleep in the sacred vessels of the heart. 3 steps the sun hath taken from his throne. Already, downwards, and ere he hath gone, who calmeth tempests with his mighty light, we will return. And till then the bright rain of yonder fountain fails not. Festus. Thus be it. Come. We are wasting moments here that now belong, of right, to immortality, and to another world. Lucifer. Prepare. Festus. And thou? Lucifer. I vanish altogether. Festus. Excellent. Lucifer. Body and spirit part. Chapter 13. Scene, air. Lucifer and Festus. Festus. Where am I? Lucifer. We are in space and time, just as we were some half a second since. Where wouldst thou be? Festus. I would be in eternity and heaven, the spirit and the blessed spirit of existence. Lucifer. And thou shalt be, and shalt pass all secondary nature, all the rules, and the results of time, upon thy spirit. These things shall act no more. Their hands shall be withered upon thee, as the ray of life returns to that it came from, they shall cease in thee, like lightning in the deadening sea. But not now. We have worlds to go through, first, when spirit hath deposited its earth, and brightly, freely flows, self-purified, in its own action, acted on by God. It holds the starry transcript of the skies, book-like within its bosom, evermore. But thine even now, exhausted, not exhaled, bears the design of earthly discontent, not sacred satisfaction. Unto him whose soul is saved, all things are clear as stars. And, to the chosen, safety, to none else. Nor cold insurgent heart, nor menial mind can compass this, it is the way of God, the starry path of heaven which none can tread, but spirits high as heaven, which he hath raised, who were of him before all worlds, and are beloved and saved forever while they live. Thou of the world art yet, with motives, means, and ends as others. Festus. I will no more of it. Lucifer. Oh, dream it not. Thou knowest not the depth of nature's dark abyss, thyself, nor God. Light over strong and darkness over long, blind equally the eye. Thou mayst yet rise and fall as OEA as the sea. Festus. How comes it, being a spirit, that I see not all as spirit should? Lucifer. Thou lackest life and death, the life of heaven and the death of earth. Then wouldst thou see in harmony with God creation strife. Festus. Death alters not the spirit. Lucifer. Death must be undergone ere understood. One world is as another. Best we hear. Chapter 14. Scene, another and a better world. Festus and Lucifer. Festus. What a sweet world. Which is this, Lucifer? Lucifer. This is the star of evening and of beauty. Festus. Otherwise Venus. I will stay here. Lucifer. Nay. It is but a visit. Festus. Let us look about us. It is heaven, it must be, so beautiful. Must, I am sure, have feeling. Cannot worlds live? Least things have life. Why not the greatest, too? An atom is a world an atom. Seen relatively, death an act of life. Lucifer. This is a world where every loveliest thing lasts longest, where decay lifts never head. Above the grossest forms, and matter here is all transparent substance. The flower fades not. The beautiful die never, here, death lies. A dreaming, he has naught to do, the babe plays with his darts. Not dies but what should die. Here are no earthquakes, storms, nor plagues, no hell. At heart, no floating flood on high. The soil is ever fresh and fragrant as a rose. The skies, like one wide rainbow, stand on gold. The clouds are light as rose leaves, and the dew 'tis of the tears which stars weep. Sweet with joy. The air is softer than a loved one's sigh. The ground is glowing with all priceless ore, and glistening with gems like a bride's bosom. The trees have silver stems and emerald leaves. The fountains bubble nectar, and the hills are half alive with light. Yet it is not heaven. Festus. Oh, how this world should pity man's. I love to walk earth's woods when the storm bends his bow, and volleys all his arrows off at once. And when the dead brown branch comes crashing close to my feet, to tread it down, because I feel decay my foe, and not to triumphs worse than not to win. It is wrong to think on earth, but terror hath a beauty even as mildness. And I have felt more pleasure far on earth, when, like a lion or a day of battle, the storm rose, roared, shook out his shaggy mane, and leaped abroad on the world, and lay down red, licking himself to sleep as it got light. And in the cataract-like tread of a crowd, and its irresistible rush, flooding the green, as though it came to doom, then ere I can feel in this fairy orb of shade and shine. I love earth. Lucifer. Thou art mad to dote on earth, when with this sphere of beauty. Festus. It is the blush of being. Surely, too, a maiden world, unmarred by thee. Touch it not, Lucifer. Lucifer. It is too bright to tarnish. Festus. Didst thou fail? Lucifer. I cannot fail. With me success is nature. I am the cause, means consequence of ill. Thou canst not yet enjoy a sensuous world, refined though ne'er so little o'er thine own, and yet wouldst enter heaven, Valhalla's halls, and skulls o'erbrimmed with mead, Elysian plains, Eden, where life was toilless, and gave man all things to live with, nothing to live for. The Muslim's bowers of love, and streams of wine, and palaces of purest adamant, where dark-eyed houris, with their young white arms, the ever-virgin, woo and welcome ye. The Chaldees' orbs of gold, where dwells the primal light, were all too pure to thee. Yet shalt thou be surely in heaven, ere death unlock the heart. I said that I would show thee marvels here, for here dwell many angels, many souls, who have run pure through earth, or been made pure by their salvation since. It is a mart, where all the holy spirits of the world perform sweet interchange, and purchase truth with truth, and love with love. Hither came he, the Son, the Savior of the universe. Not in the stable state he went to earth, a servant unto slaves, but as a God, carrying his kingdom with him, and his heaven. Festus. Lo, here are spirits, and all seem to love each other. Lucifer. He hath only half a heart, who loves not all. Festus. Speak for me to some angel. See, here is one, a very soul of beauty. It is the Muse. I know her by the lyre, hung on her arm, and I like fount of fire. Muse. Mortal, approach. I am the holy Muse, whom all the great and bright of spirit choose. 'Tis I who breathe my soul into the lips of those great lights whom death nor time eclipse. 'Tis I who wing the loving heart with song, and set its sighs to music on the tongue. It is I who watch, and, with sweet dreams, reward the starry slumbers of the youthful bard. For I love everything that is sweet and bright. And but this morn, with the first wink of light, a sunbeam left the sun, and, as it sped, I followed, watched, and listened what it said. Wherefore, with all this brightness am I given from sun to earth? Am I not fit for heaven? From God I came once, and, though worlds have passed, ages, and dooms, yet I am light to the last. Whatever God hath once bent to his will is sacred, so the world's to be loved still. What of this swift, this bright, but downward being? Too burning to be born, too brief for seeing. What is mine aim, mine end? I would not die in dust, or water, or an idiot's eye. I would not cease in blood, nor end in fire, nor light the loveless to their low desire. No. Let me perish on the poet's page, where he kisses from his beauty's brow all age, spelling it fair for eye, and wrinkle scorning, as when first that brow brake on him like a morning. But yet I cannot quit this line I tread, though it lead and leave me to the eyeless dead. It is mine errand, 'tis for this I come, and live, and die, and go down to my doom. This is my fate, right and bright to speed on. God is his own God, fate and fall are one. Straight from the sun I go, like life from God, which hits, now on a heaven, now on a clod. But, spite of all, the world's air warps our way, and crops the roses off the cheek of day. As some false friend, who holds our fall in trust, oils our decline, and hands us to the dust. Where are the sunbeams gone of the young green earth? Search dust and night, our death makes dear our birth. It said, and saw earth. And one moment more fell bright beside a vine-shadowed cottage door. In it came, glanced upon a glowing page, where youth forestalling and foreshortening age, weak with the work of thought, a boyish bard, sat suing night and stars for his reward. The sunbeam swerved and grew, a breathing, dim. For the first time, as it lit and looked on him, his forehead faded, pale his lip and dry, hollow his cheek, and fever fed his eye. Clouds lay about his brain, as on a hill, quick with the thunder thought, and lightning will. His clenched hand shook from its more than midnight clasp, till his pen fluttered like a winged asp. Save that no deadly poison blacked its lips. 'Twas his to life enlighten, not eclipse. Nor would he shade one atom of another, to have a son his slave, a god his brother. The young moon laid her down as one who dies, knowing that death can be no sacrifice, for that the sun, her god, through nature's night, shall make her bosom to grow great with light. Still he sat, though his lamp sunk, and he strained his eyes to work the nightness which remained. Vain pain. He could not make the light he wanted. And soon thought's wizard ring gets disenchanted. When earth was dayed, was morrowed, the first ray perched on his pen, and diamond its way. The sunray that I watched, which, proud to mark the line it loved as deathless, there died dark. Died in the only path it would have trod. Were there as many ways as worlds to God? There, in the eye of God again to burn. A all man's glory unto God's must turn. And so may sunbeams ever guide his pen. And God his heart, who lights the morn of men. For this life is but being that as first faint ray. And sun on sun, and heaven on heaven, make up God's day. And were there suns in day as stars in night, they would show but like one ray from out his full-sphered light. As but one momentary gleam would fly. Or, as years, the arrows of eternity. Festus. Poets are all who love, who feel great truths. And tell them. And the truth of truths is love. There was a time, oh, I remember well, when, like a seashell with its seaborne strain, my soul I rang with music of the lyre. And my heart shed its lore as leaves their dew. A honey dew, and throve on what it shed. All things I loved, but song I loved in chief. Imagination is the air of mind. Judgment its earth, and memory its main. Passion its fire. I was at home in heaven. Swift like I lived above, once touching earth. The meanest thing might master me, long wings. But baffled. Still and still I harped on song. Oh! To create within the mind is bliss. And, shaping forth the lofty thought, or lovely, we seek not, need not heaven, and when the thought, cloudy and shapeless, first forms on the mind, slow darkening into some gigantic make. How the heart shakes with pride and fear, as heaven quakes under its own thunder, or as might of old, the mortal mother of a god, when first she saw him lessening up the skies. And I began the toil divine of verse, which like a burning bush, doth guest a god. But this was only wing flapping, not flight. The pawing of the courser ere he win. Till, by degrees, from wrestling with my soul, I gathered strength to keep the fleet thoughts fast, and made them bless me. Yes, there was a time when tomes of ancient song held eye and heart, were the sole lore I recked of, the great bards of Greece, of Rome, and mine own master land. And they who in the holy book are deathless, men who have vulgarized sublimity, and bought up truth for the nations, parted it, as soldiers lauded once the garb of God. Men who have forged gods, uttered, made them pass, in whose words, to be read with many a heaving of the heart, is a power like wind in rain. Sons of God, who, in olden days, did leave their passionless heaven for earth and woman, brought an immortal to a mortal breast, and, like a rainbow clasping the sweet earth, and melting in the covenant of love, left here a bright precipitate of soul, which lives for ever through the lines of men, flashing by fits, like fire from an enemy's front, whose thoughts, like bars of sunshine in shut rooms, mid gloom, all glory, win the world to light, who make their very follies like their souls, and, like the young moon with a ragged edge, still, in their imperfection, beautiful, whose weaknesses are lovely as their strengths, like the white nebulous matter between stars, which, if not lights at least is likest light. Men whom we build our love round like an arch of triumph, as they pass us on their way to glory and to immortality. Men whose great thoughts possess us like a passion. Through every limb and the whole heart, whose words haunt us as eagles haunt the mountain air. Thoughts which command all coming times and minds. As from a tower a warden, fix themselves deep in the heart as meteor stones in earth, dropped from some higher sphere. The words of gods, and fragments of the undeemed tongues of heaven. Men who walk up to fame as to a friend, or their own house, which from the wrongful air they have wrested, from the world's hard hand and gripe. Men who, like death, all bone, but all unarmed, have ta'en the giant world by the throat, and thrown him, and made him swear to maintain their name and fame. At peril of his life, who shed great thoughts, as easily as an oak looseneth its golden leaves. In a kindly largess to the soil it grew on, whose rich dark ivy thoughts, sunned o'er with love, flourish around the deathless stems of their names. Whose names are ever on the world's broad tongue, like sound upon the falling of a force. Whose words, if winged, are with angels' wings, who play upon the heart as on a harp, and make our eyes bright as we speak of them. Whose hearts have a look southwards, and are open to the whole noon of nature. These I have waked, and wept o'er, night by night, oft pondering thus. Homer is gone, and where is Jove? And where the rival cities seven? His song outlives time, tower, and God, all that then was save heaven. Muse. Yea, but the poor perfections of thine earth shall be as little as nothing to thee here. Festus. God must be happy, who I makes. And since mind's first of things, who makes from mind is blessed o'er men. Thus saith the bard to his work, I am thy God, and bid thee live as my God me. I live or die with thee, soul of my soul. Thou camest and went'st, sunlike, from morn to eve, and smiledst fire upon my heaving heart. Like the sun in the sea, tall it arose, and dashed about its house all might and mirth. Like ocean's tongue in Staffa's stormy cave, thou art a weakly reed to lean upon. But, like that reed the false one filched from heaven, full of immortal fire, immortal as the breath of God's lips, every breath a soul. Muse. Mortal. The muse is with thee, leave her not. Festus. Once my ambition to another end stirred, stretched itself, but slept again. I rose, and dashed on earth the harp, mine other heart, which, ringing, brake, its discord ruinous harmony still. And coldly I rejoiced. No other joy I had, worm-like, to feed upon my ripe resolve. It might not be. The more I strove against, the more I loved it. Lucifer. Come, let us walk along. So say farewell. Festus. I will not. Muse. No, my greeting is forever. Lucifer. Well, well, come on. Festus. Oh. Show me that sweet soul thou brought'st to me the first night that we met. She must be here, where all are good and fair. And thou didst promise me. Lucifer. Is that not she? Walking alone, uplooking to thine earth? For, lo! It shineth through the midday air. Festus. It is. It is. Lucifer. Well, I will come again. Goes. Festus. Knowest thou me, mine own immortal love? How shall I call thee? Say, what mayest thou be? Angela. I am a spirit, Festus, and I love thy spirit, and shall love, when once like mine, more than we ever did or can even now. Pure spirits are of heaven all heavenly. Yet marvel not to meet me in this guise. All radiant like a diamond as it is. We wander in what way we will through all. Or any of these worlds, and wheresoe'er we are, there heaven is, here, and there too, God. Festus. Thou dost remember me. Angela. I, every thought and look of love which thou hast lent to me, comes daily through my memory as stars, where through the dark. Festus. And thou art happy, love? Angela. Yes, I am happy when I can do good. Festus. To be good is to do good. Who dwell here? Are they all deathless, happy? Angela. All are not. Some err, though rarely, slightly. Spirits sin. Only in thought. And they are of a race higher than thine, have fewer wants and less temptations, many more joys, greater powers. They need no civil sway, each rules himself, obeys himself, all live, too, as they choose. And they choose not but good. They who have come from earth, or other orb, use the same powers, passions, and purposes, they had ere death. Although enlarged and freed, to nobler ends. With better means. Here the hard warrior whets the sword of truth, and steels his soul against sin. The fierce and lawless wills which trooped it over his breast, the speared desires that overran the fairest fields of virtue, sleep and lie. Like a slain host, 'neath snow, he dyes his hands deep in the blood of evil passions. Mind. There is no passion evil in itself. In heaven we shall enjoy all to right ends. There sit the perfect women, perfect men. Minds which control themselves, hearts which indulge designs of wondrous goodness, but so far only, as soul extolled to bliss and power Most High, sees fit for each, divinely. Here the statesman makes new laws for growing worlds through their forfeited ages. Here, the sage masters all mysteries, more and more, from day to day, watching the thoughts of men and angels through moral microscopes, or hails afar by some vast intellectual instrument the mighty spirits, good or bad, which range the space of mind, some spreading death and woe on far-off worlds, some great with good and life. And here the poet, like that wall of fire in ancient song, surrounds the universe, lighting himself, where'er he soars or dives. With his own bright brain, this is the poet's heaven. Here he may realize each form or scene he e'er on earth imagined, or bid dreams stand fast, and fairy palaces appear. Here he has heaven to hear him, to the which he sings, with manlike voice and song, the love which lent him his whole strength, as is the wont of all great spirits and good throughout the world. Oh! Happiest of the happy is the bard. Here, too, some pluck the branch of peace wherewith to greet a suffering saint, and show his flood of woe hath sunken. This I love to do. My love, we shall be happy here. Festus. Shall I ever come here? Angela. Thou mayest. I will pray for thee, and watch thee. Festus. Thou wilt have, then, need to weep. This heart must run its orbit. Pardon thou its many sad deflections. It will return to thee and to the primal goal of heaven. Angela. Practice thy spirit to great thoughts and things, that thou mayst start, when here, from vantage ground, we can foretell the future of ourselves. And fateful only to himself is each. Festus. I do not fear to die, for, though I change the mode of being, I shall ever be. World after world will fall at my right hand. The glorious future be the past despised. All now that seemeth bright will soon seem dim, and darker grow, like earth, as we approach it. While I still stand upon yon heaven which now hangs over me. If aught can make me seek other to be than that lost soul, I fear me. It is, that thou lovest me. Heaven were not heaven without thee. Lucifer. I am here now. Art thou ready? Let us go. Angela. Well, farewell. It makes me grieve to bid a loved one back to yon false world, to give up even a mortal unto death. Thou wilt forget me soon, or seek to do. Festus. When I forget that the stars shine in air, when I forget that beauty is in stars, when I forget that love with beauty is, will I forget thee, till then? All things else. Thy love to me was perfect from the first. Even as the rainbow in its native skies. It did not grow, let meaner things mature. Angela. The rainbow dies in heaven, and not on earth. But love can never die, from world to world. Up the high wheel of heaven, it lives for aye. Remember that I wait thee, hoping, here. Life is the brief disunion of that nature, which hath been one and same in heaven ere now, and shall be yet again, renewed by death. Come to me when thou deest. Festus. I will, I will. Angela. Then, in each other's arms, we will waft through space. Spirit in spirit, one. Or we will dwell among these immortal groves, or watch new worlds, as, like the great thoughts of a maker mind, they are rounded out of chaos, and we will be oft on earth with those we love, and help them. For God hath made it lawful for good souls to make souls good, and saints to help the saintly, that thou right soon mayst fold unto thy heart the blissful consciousness of separate oneness with God, in Him in whom alone the saved are deathless, shall become, for thee, my earliest, earnest, and most constant prayer. Oh! What is dear to creatures of the earth? Life, love, fight, liberty. But dearer far than all, and oh! An universe more divine. The gift, which God endows His chosen with, of His own uncreated glory, His before all worlds, all ages, and reserved till after all for those He loves and saves. As when the eye first views some Andean chain of shadowy rolling mountains, based on air, height upon height, aspiring to the last, even to heaven, in sunny snow sheen, up, stretching the angel's pinions, nor can tell which be the loftiest nor the loveliest. As when an army, wakening with the sun, starts to its feet all hope, spear after spear, and line on line reundulating light, while night's dull watchfires wreak themselves away. So feels the spirit when it first receives the bright and mountainous mysteries of God, containing heaven, moving themselves towards us in their free greatness, as by ships at sea come icebergs, pure and pointed as a star, afar off glittering, of invisible depth, and dissolving in the light above. Festus. My prayer shall be that thy prayer be fulfilled. I must to earth again. Farewell, sweet soul. Angela. Farewell. I love thee, and will oft be with thee. Lucifer. I like earth more than this, I rather love a splendid failing than a petty good. Even as the thunderbolt, whose course is downwards, is nobler far than any fire which soars. Festus. I am determined to be good again. Again? When was I otherwise than ill? Does not sin pour from my soul like dew from earth? And, vaporing up before the face of God, congregate there in clouds between heaven and me? What wonder that I lack delight of life? For it is thus, when amid the world's delights, how warm soe'er we feel a moment among them, we find ourselves, when the hot blast hath blown, prostrate, and weak, and wretched, even as I am. I wish that I could leap from off this star, and dash my soul to atoms like a glass. Lucifer, I have done nothing for thee yet. Thou shalt see heaven, and hell, and all the sights of space, whene'er thou choosest. Festus, not then now. Lucifer, up, rise. Festus, no. I'll be good, and will see none of them. Earth draws us like a lodestone. We are coming. Chapter 15. Scene, a large party and entertainment. Festus, ladies, and others. Festus, my Helen, let us rest awhile. For most I love thy calmer smile. Will not be missed from this gay throng. They dance so eagerly and long. And were one half to go away, I'll bet the rest would scarce perceive it. Helen, with thee I either go or stay, prepared, the same, to like or leave it. These two, perhaps, will take our places. They seem to stand with longing faces. Festus, then sit we, love, and sip with me. And I will teach thyself to thee. Thy nature is so pure and fine. 'Tis most like wine. Thy blood, which blushes through each vein, rosy champagne. And the fair skin which o'er it grows, bright as it snows. Thy wit, which thou dost work so well, is like cool Moselle. Like Madeira, bright and warm, is thy smile's charm. Claret's glory hath thine eye, or mine must lie. But naught can like thy lips possess deliciousness. And now that thou art divinely merry, I'll kiss and call thee sparkling sherry. Helen, I sometimes dream that thou wilt leave me, without thy love, even me, lonely. And oft I think, though oft it grieve me, that I am not thy one love only. But I shall always love thee till this heart, like earth in death, stands still. Festus, I love thee, and will leave thee never, until my soul leave life forever. If earth can from her children run, and leave the seasons, leave the sun. If yonder stars can leave the sky, bright truants from their home in heaven, immortals who deserve to die, were death not too good to be given? If heaven can leave and live from God, and man tread off his cradle clod, if God can leave the world he sowed, right in the heart of space to fade, soul, earth, star, heaven, man, world, and God may part, not I from thee, sweet maid. Ah! See again my favorite dance. See the wave-like line advance, and now in circles break, like raindrops on a lake. Now it opens, now it closes, like a wreath dropping into roses. Helen, it is a lovely scene, fair as aught on earth. And we feel, when it hath been, at heart a dearth, as from the breaking up of some bright dream, the failing of a fountain's spray-topped stream. Will, ladies, your leave, we'll choose a queen to rule this fair and festive scene. Charles, and it were best to choose by lot, so none can hold herself forgot. They draw lots, it falls to Helen. Festus, I knew, my love, how this would be. I knew that fate must favor thee. All, lady fair, we throne thee queen. Be thy sway as thou last been. Light, and lovely, and serene. Festus. Here, where this wreath, no ruder crown, should deck that dazzling brow, or ask yon halo from the moon, 'twould well beseem thee now. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. I crown thee queen of me. And oh, but I am a happy land, and a loyal land to thee. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. Thou art queen in thine own right. Feel. My heart is as full as a town of joy. Look. I've crowded mine eyes with light. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. Thou art queen by right divine. And thy love shall set neither night nor day o'er this subject heart of mine. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. Thou art queen by the right of the strong. And thou didst but win where thou mightst have slain, or have bounden in thraldom long. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. Thou art my queen for aye. Of the moon doth queen the night, my love, as the night doth crown the day. I crown thee, love, I crown thee, love. Queen of the brave and free. For I'm brave to all beauty but thine, my love, and free to all beauty by thee. Helen. Here in this court of pleasure, blessed to reign, if not the loveliest, where all are fair, we still, 1 hour, our royalty retain, to outqueen all in kindness and in care. Love, beauty, honor, bravery, and wit. Was ever queen served by such noble slaves? The peerage of the heart, for heaven's court fit. We'll dream no more that earth hath ills or graves. With mirth, and melody, and love we reign. Begin we, then, our sweet and pleasurous sway. And here, though light, so strong is beauty's chain, that none shall know how blindly they obey. We have but to lay on one light command, that all shall do the most what best they love. And pleasure hath her punishments at hand. For all who will not pleasure's rule approve. But no! There's none of us can disobey. Since, by our one command, we free ye thus. And, as our powers must on your pleasures stay, support, and you will reign along with us. Festus. Ha! Lucifer. How now? Lucifer. I come in sooth to keep my vow. Festus. Thy vow? Lucifer. To revel in earth's pleasures, and tire down mirth in her own measures. Festus. Go thy ways, I shrink and tremble, to think how deep thou canst dissemble. For who would dream that in yon breast the heart of hell was burning? Or deem that strange and listless guest some priceless spirit earning? I hear, from every footstep, rise a trampled spirit's smothered cries. Charles. Fest, engage fair Marion's hand. Festus. Pass me. She is free no less than I, who by my queen will stand. May it please her loveliness. Helen. Festus, we know the love, and see, which was with Marion and thee. Festus. I will not dance tonight again, though bid by all the queens that reign. Helen. What, Festus? Treason and disloyalty already to our gentle royalty? Festus. No, I was wrong, but to forgive be thy sublime prerogative. Helen. Most amply, then, I pardon thee. In proof whereof, come, dance with me. A dance. Lawrence. How sweetly Marion sweeps along. Her step is music, and her voice is song. Silver sandalled foot. How blessed to bear the breathing heaven above, which on thee, Atlas-like, doth rest. and round thee move. Ah! That sweet little foot, I swear. I could kneel down and kiss it there. I should not mind if she were Pope. I would change my faith. Charles. Works, too, we hope. Lawrence. Ah! Smile on me again with that sweet smile, which could from heaven my soul to thee beguile. As I mine I would not turn from awful skies, to hail the child of sun and storm arise. Or, from eve's holy azure, to the star, which beams and becks the spirit from afar. For fair as yon star wreath which high doth shine, and worthy but to deck a brow like thine. Pure as the light from orbs which ne'er hath blessed us yet in this far sphere. As eyes of seraphs lift alone through ages on the holy throne. So bright, so fair, so free from guile, and freshening to my heart thy smile. I, passing all things here, and all above. To me, thy look of beauty, truth and love. Harry. Thy friend hath led his lady out. Festus. He looks most wickedly devout. Fanny. When introduced, he said he knew her, and had been long devoted to her. Emma. Indeed, but he is too gallant, and serves me far more than I want. He vows that he could worship me. Why, look! He is now upon his knee. Lucifer. I quaff to thee this cup of wine, and would, though men had not that brine, e'en the brine of their own tears, to cool those lying lips of theirs. And were it all one molten pearl, I would drain it to thee, girl. Aye, though each drop were worth of gold, too many pieces to be sold. And though, for each I drank to thee, fate add an age of misery. For thou canst conjure up my spirit to aught immortals may inherit, to good or evil, woe or weal, to all that fiends or angels feel. And wert thou to perdition given, I'd join thee in the scorn of heaven. Emma. O fy. To only think of such a fate. Lucifer. Better than not to think on't till too late. They'd not believe me, Festus, if I told them that hell, and all its hosts, this hour behold them. Festus. Scarcely, that devil here again. But though my heart burst in the strain, I will be happy, might and main. So wreathe my brow with flowers, and pour me purple wine, and make the merry hours dance, dance, with glee like thine. While thus enraptured, I and thou, love crowns the heart, as flowers the brow. The rosy garland twine around the noble bowl, like laughing loves that shine upon the generous soul. Be mine, dear maid, the loves, and thou shalt ever bosom them as now. Then plunge the blushing wreath deep in the ruddy wine, as the love of thee till death is deep in heart of mine. While both are blooming on my brow, I cannot be more blessed than now. Lucifer. Thou talk'st of hearts, in style to me, quite. The human heart's about a pound of flesh. Festus. Forgive him, love, and aught he says. Helen. What is that trickling down thy face? Festus. Oh, love, that is only wine from the wreath which thou didst twine, and, casting in the bowl, I bound, for coolness' sake, my temples round. Helen. I thought 'twas a thorn which was tearing thy brow. And if it were only a rose thorn was tearing, why, whether of gold or of roses, as now, a crown, if it hurt us, is hardly worth wearing. Lucy. From what fair maid hadst thou that flower? It came not from my wreath nor me. Charles. Love lives in thee as in a flower, and sure this must have dropped from thee, from thy lip, or from thy cheek. See, its sister blushes speak. Nay, never harm the harmless rose. Though given by a stranger maid, 'tis sad enough to feel that flower feels it must fade. And trouble not the transient love, though by another's side I sigh. It is enough to feel the flame flicker and die. And thou to me art flame and flower, of rosier body, brighter breath, but softer, warmer than the truth, as sleep than death. Festus. The dead of night, earth seems but seeming. The soul seems but a something dreaming. The bird is dreaming, in its nest, of song, and sky, and loved one's breast. The lapdog dreams, as round he lies, in moonshine of his mistress' eyes. The steed is dreaming, in his stall, of one long breathless leap and fall. The hawk hath dreamt him thrice of wings, wide as the skies he may not cleave, but waking, feels them clipped, and clings. Mad to the perch, 'twere mad to leave. The child is dreaming of its toys, the murderer of calm home joys. The weak are dreaming endless fears, the proud of how their pride appears. The poor enthusiast who dies, of his life dreams the sacrifice. Sees, as enthusiast only can, the truth that made him more than man. And hears once more, in vision trance, that voice commanding to advance. Where wealth is gained, love, wisdom won, or deeds of danger dared and done. The mother dreameth of her child, the maid of him who hath beguiled. The youth of her he loves too well, the good of God, the ill of hell. Who live of death, of life who die, the dead of immortality. The earth is dreaming back her youth. Hell never dreams, for woe is truth. And heaven is dreaming o'er her prime, long ere the morning stars of time. And dream of heaven alone can I, my lovely one, when thou art nigh. Helen. Let someone sing love, mirth and song. The graces of this life of ours go ever hand in hand along, and ask alike each other's powers. Lucy sings, for every leaf the loveliest flower, which beauty sighs for from her bower. For every star a drop of dew, for every sun a sky of blue, for every heart a heart as true, for every tear by pity shed upon a fellow sufferer's head. Oh, be a crown of glory given, such crowns as saints to gain have striven, such crowns as seraphs wear in heaven, for all who toil at honest fame. A proud, a pure, a deathless name, for all who loving bless. Be life one long, kind, close caress. Be life all love, all happiness. Lucifer. Tell me what's the chiefest pleasure in this world's high-heaped measure? All power, beauty, love, wealth, wine. Lucifer. All different votes. Fanny. Come, Frederick, thine? What may thy joy judgment be? Frederick. I scarce know how to answer thee. Each, apart, too soon will tire. Altogether slake desire. So ask not of me the one chief joy of earth, for that I'm unable to say. That here is a wreath which will lose its chief worth, if ye pluck but one flower away. Then these are the joys that should never dispart, the joys which are dearest to me, as the song, and the dance, and the laugh of the heart. Thou, girl, and the goblet be. Lucifer. Oh, excellent! The truth is dear. The one opinion, too, I love to hear. Helen. Is this a queen's fate, to be left alone? I wish another had the throne. Festus. Why art thou not here, beside thy liege and lady dear? Festus. My thoughts are happier off than I, For they are ever, love, with thee. And thine, I know, as frequent fly o'er all that severs us, to me. Like rays G-pound stars that meet in space, and mingle in a bright embrace. Never load thy locks with flowers, for thy cheek hath a richer flush. And than wine, or the sunset hour, or the ripe yew-berry's blush. Never braid thy brow with lights, like the sun, on its golden way, to the neck and the locks of night, from the forehead fair of day. Never star thy hand with stones, for every dead light there is a living glory gone, than the brilliant far more fair. Nay, nay, where thy buds, braids, gems, let the lovely never part. Thou alone canst rival them, or in nature, or in art. Be not sad, thou shalt not be. Why wilt mourn, love, when with me? One tear that in thine eye doth start could wash all purpose from my heart, but that of loving thee, if I could ever think to wrong. A love so river-like, deep, pure, and long. Helen. I cast mine eyes around, and feel there is a blessing wanting. Too soon our hearts the truth reveal. That joy is disenchanting. Festus. I am a wizard, love, and I a new enchantment will supply, and the charm of thine own smile shall thine own heart of grief beguile. Smile, I do command thee rise from the bright depths of those eyes, by the bloom wherein thou dwellest, as in a rose-leaved nest, by the pleasure which thou tellest, and the bosom which thou swellest. I bid thee rise from rest, by the rapture which thou causest, and the bliss while ere thou pausest. Obey my high behest. Helen. Dread magician, cease thy spell. It hath wrought both quick and well. Festus. Ah! Thou hast dissolved the charm. Ah! Thou hast outstepped the ring. Who shall answer for the harm beauty on herself will bring? Come, I will conjure up again that smile, the scarce departed spirit. There it is, settling and hovering round thy lips the while, like some bright angel o'er the gates of bliss. And I could sit and set that rose-bright smile, until it seemed to grow immortal there, a something abstract even of all beauty, as though 'twere in the eye or in the air. Ah! Never may a heavier shadow rest than thine own ringlets on that brow so fair. Nor sob, nor sorrow, shake the perfect breast, which looks for love, as doth for death despair. And now the smile, the sigh, the blush, the tear. Lo! All the elements of love are here. Oh, weep not, wither not the soul, made saturate with bliss. I would not have one briny tear embitter beauty's kiss. Nay, weep not, fear not. Woe nor wrath can touch a soul like thine, more than the lightning's blinding path may strike the stars divine. Sing, then, while thy lover sips, and hear the truth that wine discloses. Music lives within thy lips, like a nightingale in roses. Helen sings. Oh! Love is like the rose, and a month it may not see, ere it withers where it grows. Rosalie. I loved thee from afar. Oh! My heart was lift to thee, like a glass up to a star. Rosalie. Thine eye was glassed in mine, as the moon is in the sea, and its shin was on the brine. Rosalie. The rose hath lost its red, and the star is in the sea, and the briny tear is shed. Rosalie. Festus. What the stars are to the night, my love, what its pearls are to the sea, what the dew is to the day, my love, Thy beauty is to me. Helen. I am but here die under Queen of Beauty. For yonder hangs the likeness of the goddess. And so to worship her is our first duty. The heavenly minds of old first taught the heavenly bodies were to be worshipped, and the idolatry holds to this hour, though beauty but of thine. I am thy priestess, and will worship thee with all this brave and lovely train of mine. Lo! We all kneel to thee before thy pictured shrine. Yes, there, thou goddess of the heart. Immortal beauty, there. Thou glory of Jove's free love skies. E'en like thyself too fair, too bright, too sweet for mortal eyes. For earthly hearts too strong. Thy golden girdle lifts and drawest the heavens and earth along. Oh! Thou art as the cloudless moon, undimmed and unarrayed. No robe hast thou, no crown save yon goddess. Thy long locks soft and sunbright braid. And there's thy son, love, beauty's child. World known for strangest powers. Boy God, thy place is blessed o'er all. Smil'st thou at thoughts of ours? And there, by thy luxurious side, the Queen of Heaven and Jove stands. And the deep delirious draught drinks, from thy looks, of love. And lips, which oft have kissed away the thunders from his brow. Who ruled, men say, the world of worlds. As God our God rules now. And thou art yet as great o'er this, as erst o'er olden sky. Of all heaven's darkened deities, the last live light on high. God after God hath left thee lone, which lived on human breath. When prayers were breathed to them no more, the false ones pined to death. But in the service of young hearts, to loveliness and love, live thou shalt while yon wandering world, named unto thee, shall move. No fabled dream art thou, all God. Our souls acknowledge thee. For what would life from love be worth? Or love from beauty be? Come, universal beauty, then. Thou apple of God's eye, to and through which all things were made. Things deathless, things that die. Oh! Lighten, live before us there. Leap in yon lovely form, and give a soul. She comes. It breathes. So bright, so sweet, so warm. Our sacrifice is over, let us rise. For we have worshipped acceptably here. And let our glowing hearts and glimmering eyes, strained with gazing on thy light too near, prove that our worship, goddess, was sincere. Festus. I read that we are answered. The soft air doubles its sweetness. And the fainting flowers, down hanging on the walls in wreaths so fair, bud forth afresh, as in their birthday bowers. Dew laden, as oppressed with love and shame, the rosebud drops upon the lily's breast. Brighter the wine, the lamps have softer flame. Thy kiss flows freer than the grape first pressed. Will. A dance, a dance. Helen. Let us remain. Festus. We will not tempt your sport again. Helen. Behold where Marian sits alone. The dance all sweeping round, like to some goddess hewn in stone, with blooming garlands bound. Festus. Tell me, Marian, what those eyes can discover in the skies? Those eyes, that look, so bright, so sweet their hue, as they had gained from gazing on that view, the high and starry beauty of their blue. Marian. For earth my soul hath lost all love, but heaven still loves and watches o'er me. Why should I not, then, look above, and pass, and pity all before me? Festus. Oh! If yon worlds that shine o'er this have more of joy, of passion less, I would not change earth's checkered bliss for thrice the joys those orbs possess, which seem so strange their nature is, faint with excess of happiness. Marian, thy heart with others hath its rest, and it shall wake with me. And if within another breast thy heart hath made itself a nest, mine is no more for thee. Heartbreaker, go. I cannot choose but love thee, and thy love refuse. And if my brow grow lined while young, and youth fly cheated from my cheek, 'tis that there lies below my tongue a word I will not speak. For I would rather die than deem thou art not the glory thou didst seem. But if engirt by flood or fire, who would live that could expire? Who would not dream, and dreaming die? If to wake were misery? Festus, whose woes are like to my woes. What is madness? The mind, exalted to a sense of ill, soon sinks beyond it into utter sadness, and sees its grief before it like a hill. Oh! I have suffered till my brain became distinct with woe, as is the skeleton leaf, whose green hath fretted off its fibrous frame, and bare to our immortality of grief. Marian, like the light line that laughter leaves one moment on a bright young brow, so truth is lost ere love believes there can be aught save truth below. Festus, but as the eye brightlier beams, for every fall the lid lets on it, so oft the fond heart happier dreams, for the soft cheats love puts upon it. Marian, I never dreamed of wretchedness. I thought to love meant but to bless. Festus, it once was bliss to me to watch thy passing smile, and sit and catch the sweet contagion of thy breath. For love is catching, from such teeth, delicate little pearl-white wedges, all transparent at the edges. Marian, false flatterer, cease. Festus, it is my fate to love, and make who love me hate. Marian, no. 'Tis to sue, to gain, deceive, to tire of, to neglect, and leave. The desolation of the soul is what I feel, a sense of lostness that leaves death but little to reveal. For death is nothing but the thought of something being again not. Helen, cease, lady, cease those aching sighs, which shake the teardrops from thine eyes, as morning wind, with wing fresh wet, shakes dew out of the violet. Forgive me, if the love once thine hath changed itself unsought to me. I did not tempt it from thy heart. I nothing knew of thee. And soon, perchance, 'twill be my part, as thou now art, to be. Marian, I blame no heart, no love, no fate. And I have nothing to forgive. I wish for naught, repent of naught, dislike naught but to live. Helen, nay, sing, it will relieve thy heart. Marian, I cannot sing a mirthful strain, and feel too much to act my part. E'en of an ebbing vein. Festus, our hearts not in our own hands. Why wilt thou make me say I cannot love as once I loved? Marian, here, 'tis for this I stay, to say we part, forever part. But oh! How wide the line between thy Marian's bursting heart and that proud heart of thine. And thou wilt wander here and there, ever the gay and free. To other maids wilt fondly swear, as thou hast sworn to me. And I, oh! I shall but retire into my grief alone, and kindle there the hidden fire that burns, that wastes unknown. And love and life shall find their tomb in that sepulchral flame. Be happy, none shall know for whom. I will not dream thy name. Festus. As sings the swan with parting breath, so I to thee. While love is leaving, worse than life. Forewarningly. Speak not, nor think thou any ill of me. If thou wouldst not die soon and wretchedly, I cannot waver on my path, to shun fair ladies' love or wrath, nor condescend the world to undeceive, which doth delight in error and believe. Thus then farewell, dear lady, ere I go, and dearly have I earned my lightest woe. Oh! If we e'er have loved, lady, we must forego it now. Though sore the heart be moved, lady, when bound to break its vow, I'll always think on thee, and thou sometimes, on whom, lady? And yet those thoughts must be like flowers flung on the tomb, lady. Then think that I am blessed, lady, though I for thee I sigh. In peace and beauty rest, lady, nor mourn and mourn as I. From one we love to part, lady, is harder than to die. I see it by thy heart, lady, I feel it by thine eye. Thy lightest look can tell thy heaviest thought to me, lady. Oh! I have loved thee well, but well seems ill with thee, lady. Though sore the heart be moved, lady, when bound to break its vow, yet if we ever loved, lady, we must forego it now. Lucifer. Come, I must separate you two. Such wretchedness will never do. The little cloud of grief which just appears, if left to spread, will drown us all in tears. Emma. Oblige us, pray, then, with a song. Charles. I am sure he has a singing face. Will. At church I heard him loud and long. Lucifer. Pardon, you are doubly wrong. Helen. Obey, I beg. Here, give him place. Lucifer. I have not sung for ages, mind. So you must take me as you find. This is a song supposed of one, a fallen spirit, name unknown, fettered upon his fiery throne, calling on his once angel love, who still remaineth true above. Sings. Thou hast more music in thy voice than to the spheres is given, and more temptations on thy lips than lost the angels' heaven. Thou hast more brightness in thine eyes than all the stars which burn. More dazzling art thou than the throne we fallen dared to spurn. Go search through heaven, the sweetest smile that lightens there is thine, and through hell's burning darkness breaks no frown so fell as mine. One smile, 'twill light, one tear, 'twill cool. These will be more to me than all the wealth of all the worlds, or boundless power could be. Helen. Entreat him, pray, to sing again. Lucifer. Anything anyone desires. Festus. Your loveliness hath but to deign to will, and he'll do all that will requires. Lucifer. Sings. Oh! Many a cloud hath lift its wing, and many a leaf hath clad the spring. But there shall be thrice the leaf and cloud, and thrice shall the world have worn her shroud, ere there's any like thee, but where thou wilt be. Oh! Many a storm hath drenched the sun, and many a stream to sea hath run, but there shall be thrice the storm and stream, ere there's any like thee, but in angel's dream, or in look, or in love, but in heaven above. Lucy. What is love? Oh! I wonder so. Do tell me, who pretends to know? Frank. Ask not of me, love, what is love? Ask what is good of God above. Ask of the great sun what is light. Ask what is darkness of the night. Ask sin of what may be forgiven. Ask what is happiness of heaven. Ask what is folly of the crowd. Ask what is fashion of the shroud. Ask what is sweetness of thy kiss. Ask of thyself what beauty is. And, if they each should answer, I, let me, too, join them with a sigh. Oh, let me pray my life may prove, when thus, with thee, that I am love. Festus. I cannot love as I have loved. And yet I know not why. It is the one great woe of life, to feel all feeling die. And one by one the heartstrings snap, as age comes on so chill. And hope seems left that hope may cease, and all will soon be still. And the strong passions, like to storms, soon rage themselves to rest, or leave a desolated calm, a worn and wasted breast, a heart that like the geyser spring, amidst its bosomed snows, may shrink, not rest, but with its blood, boils even in repose. And yet the things one might have loved remain as they have been, truth ever lovely, and one heart still sacred and serene. But lower, less, and grosser things eclipse the world-like mind, and leave their cold dark shadow where most to the light inclined. And then it ends as it began, the orbit of our race, in pains and tears, and fears of life, and the new dwelling place. From life to death, from death to life, we hurry round to God, and leave behind us nothing but the path that we have trod. Helen. In vain I try to lure thy heart from grief to mirth. It were as easy to ward off night from the earth. Festus. Fill. I'll drink it till I die. Helen's lip and Helen's eye, an eye which outsparkles the beads of the wine, with a hue which outdarkles the deeps where they shine. Come, with that lightly flushing brow, and darkly splendid eye, and white and wavy arms which now, like snow wreaths on the dark brown bough, so softly on me lie. Come, let us love, while love we may, ere youth's bright sands be run. The hour is nigh when every soul, which 'scaped evil's dread control, nor drains the fury's fiery bowl, shall into heaven for aye, and love its God alone. Helen. Now let me leave my throne, and if the hours have measured every moment by a kiss, as I do think, since first ye gave these flowers, it was to teach us how to dial bliss. Farewell, dear crown, thy mistress will not wear, save when she sitteth royally alone. Farewell, too, throne. Not quickly wilt thou bear a happier form, if fairer than mine own. Will the ladies leave us? Lucifer. Oh, by all means let them. But say, for heaven itself will not forget them. Say we will pledge them to the top of breath, as loud as thunder, and as deep as death. Festus. Apart. Where is thy grave, my love? I want to weep. High as thou art this earth above, my woe is deep, and my heart is cold as is thy grave, where I can neither soothe nor save. Whatever I say, or do, or see, I think and feel alone to thee. Oh! Can it be forgiven, that I forget thou art in heaven? Thou wilt forgive me this, and more. Love spends his all, and still hath store. Thou wilt forgive, if beauty's wile should win, perforce, one glance from me, when they, whose art it is to smile, can never smile my heart from thee. And if with them I chance to be, and give mine ear up to their singing, it, wind-like, only wakes the sea. In all its mad monotony of memory forth thy music ringing. Thou wilt forgive, if now and then I link with hands less loved than thine, whose gold-like touch makes kings of men, but wakes no will in blood of mine. And if with them I toss the wine, and set my soul in love's ripe riot, it echoes not, this desert shrine, where still thy love from heaven doth shine, moonlike, across some ruins quiet. Thou wilt forgive me, if my feet should move to music with the fair, when, at each turn, I burn to meet thy stream-like step and airy air. And if, before some beauty there, mine eye may forge one glance of gladness, it is but the ripple of despair that shows the bed is all but bare, and not scarce left but stony sadness. Thou wilt forgive, if e'er my heart err from the orbit of its love, when even the bliss-bright stars will start earthwards, some lower sphere to prove. Thou wilt forgive, if soft white arms embrace, by fits, this breast of mine, when, while amid their pillowy charms, my heart can kiss no heart but thine. And if these lips but rarely pine in the pale abstinence of sorrow, it is, that nightly I divine, as I this world's sick soul recline, I shall be with thee ere the morrow. Thou wilt forgive, if once with thee I limned the outline of a heaven. But go and tell our God, from me he must forgive what he hath given. And, if we be by passion driven to love, and all its natural madness, tell him, that man by love hath thriven, and that by love he shall be shriven. For God is love where love is gladness. Thou wilt forgive, if clay-bound mind can scarce discover that thou art. But wait! I feel the outward wind rush fresh into my fluttering heart. Perchance thy spirit stays in yon mild star, in peace, and flame-like purity, and prayer. And, oh! when mine shall fly earth afar, I will pray God that it may join thine there. 'Twere doubling heaven, that heaven with thee to share. And, while thou leadest music and her lyre, like a sunbeam holden by its golden hair, may I, too, mingling with the immortal choir, love thee, and worship God. What more may soul desire? Enough for me. But, if there be more, it shall be left for thee, Walter. If anything I love in chief, it is that flowery rich relief that wine doth chase on mortal metal, before good wine begins to settle. But all seems smilingly serenely dull, and melancholy as the moon at full. Quenched by their company they seem, like sparks of fire in clouds of steam. Charles. They who mourn the lack of wit show, at least, no more of it. Festus. I cannot bear to be alone. I hate to mix with men. To me there's torture in the tone which bids me talk again. Like silly nestlings, warned in vain, my heart's young joys have flown. While singing to them, even then, they left me one by one. I envy every soul that dies out of this world of care. I envy e'en the lifeless skies, that they enshrine thee there. And would I were the bright blue air, which doth ensphere thine eyes, that thou mightst met me everywhere, and feel these faithful sighs, e'en as the bubble that is mixed of air and wine right red. So my heart's love is shared betwixt the living and the dead. If on her breast I lay my head, my heart on thine is fixed. Wilt thou I loose, as I have said, or keep the soul thou seek'st? From me thou canst not pass away, while I have soul or sight. I see thee on my waking way, and in my dreams thee bright. I see thee in the dead of night, and the full life of day. I know thee by a sudden light. It is thy soul, I say. If yonder stars be filled with forms of breathing clay like ours, perchance the space that spreads between is for a spirit's powers. And loving as we two have loved, in spirit and in heart, whether to space or star removed, God will not bid us part. Frank. As to this seat, its late and fair possessor should, ere she went, have chosen her successor. Festus. In right of her who eat thereon, I think I might demand the throne. I rather choose to let it be all. George shall be king of the company. George. My loving subjects. I shall first promulge a few good rules by which to indulge. They are good, according to my thinking, and shall be held the laws of drinking. First, each man shall do what he chooses, provided that he ne'er refuses, but shall be sworn, by stand and stopper, to drink as much as I think proper. Will. Stay. All of you who think, with me, this law should pass, will please to signify the same by emptying their glass. Walter. Filling again and emptying, and so on. At each law, pari passu, as we go on. George. Secondly, no man shall be held as mellow, who can distinguish blue from yellow. Thirdly, no man shall miss his turn nor toast, nor yet give more than two at once, at most. Fourthly, if one at table should fall under, there let him lie, so much extinguished thunder. Fifthly, let all, in such case, who still stay, like living lightnings, but the brighter play. Sixthly, and last but one, mind this, there shan't be aught said that is not irrelevant. Seventhly, if any of these edicts should not be kept, it shall be good to plead, I would not. Charles. Oh, let the royal law be writ in rosy wine, and read and kept at every feast, where wit and mirth combine. Festus. How sweetly shine the steadfast stars, each eyeing, sister-like, the earth, and softly chiding scenes like this of senseless and profaning mirth. Lucifer. Thou art ever prating of the stars, like an old soldier of his scars. Thou shouldst have been a starling, friend, and not an earthling, end. Festus. And could I speak as many times of each as there are stars in heaven, I could not utter half the thoughts, the sweet thoughts one to me hath given. The holy quiet of the skies may waken well the blush of shame, whene'er we think that thither lies the heaven we heed not, ought not name. O, heaven, let down thy cloudy lids, and close thy thousand eyes, for each, in burning glances, bids the wicked fool be wise. Lucifer. I can interpret well the stars. Charles. Indeed. They need interpreters. Lucifer. Then thus, in their eternal tongue and musical thunders, all have sung to every ear which ear hath given, from birth to death, this note of heaven. Deathlings. On earth drink, laugh, and love. Ye mayn't hereafter, under or above. Yes, this the tale they all have told, since first they made old chaos shrink, since first they flocked creation's fold, and filled all air like flakes of gold, which drop yon royal drink. For as the moon doth madmen rule, it is, that near and few they are, and so in heaven each single star doth sway some reasonable fool, whether on earth or other sphere. For what's above is what is here. Moons and madmen only change. What can truth or stars derange? Edward. Brave stars, bright monitors of joy. Bite well ye time your hours of warning. For, sooth to say the eve's employ doth wax less lovely towards the morning. So push the goblet gaily round. Drink deep of its wealth, drink on. Our earthly joy too soon doth cloy. Our life is all but gone. And, not enjoy yon glorious cup, and all the sweets which lie like pearls within its purple well. Who would not hate to die? Will. And who, without the cheering glance of woman's witching eye, could stand against the storms of fate, or cankering care defy? It adds fresh brightness to the bowl. Then why will men repine? Content will live with heaven's best gifts, with woman and with wine. Harry. Cups while they sparkle, maids while they sigh, bright eyes will darkle, lips grow dry, cheek while the dewdrops water its rose. Life's fount hath few drops, dear as those. Arms while they tighten, hearts as they heave, love cannot brighten life's dark eve. George. Oh! The wine is like life, and the sparkles that play by the lips of the bowl are the loves of the day. Then kiss the bright bubble that breaks in its rise. Oh, I love is a trouble, as light when it dies. Charles. Let the young be glad, though cares in crowds leave scarce a break of blue, yet beep gives wings to morning clouds. And while there shade the sky in shrouds by love and wine, which through them shine, they are turned to a golden hue. Then give us wine, for we ought to shine in the hour of dark and dew. Festus. Well might the thoughtful race of old with ivy twine the head of him they hailed their god of wine. Thank God, the lie is dead, for ivy climbs the crumbling hall to decorate decay, and spreads its dark deceitful pall to hide what wastes away. And wine will circle round the brain as ivy o'er the brow, till what could once see far as stars is dark as death's eye now. Then dash the cup down. 'Tis not worth a soul's great sacrifice. The wine will sink into the earth. The soul, must rise. Charles. A toast. Frederick. Here's beauty's fairest flower, the maiden of our own birthland. Harry. Pale face, oh for one happy hour, to hold my splendid Spaniard's hand. Festus. Why differ on which is the fairest form, when all are the same the heart to warm? Although by different charms they strike, their power is equal and alike. Ye bigots of beauty, behold I stand forth, and drink to the lovely all over the earth. Come, fill to the girl by the Tagus waves. Wherever she lives there's a land of slaves. And here's to the Scot, with her deep blue eye, like the far-off locks 'neath her hill-propped sky. To her of the Green Isle, whose tyrants deform the land, where she beams like the bow in the storm. To the Norman, so noble, and stately, and tall, whose charms, ever-changing, can please as they pall. 2 bowls in a breath. Here's to each and to all. Come fill to the English, whose eloquent brow says, pleasure is passing, but coming, and now. Oh! Her eyes o'er the wine are like stars o'er the sea, and her face is the face of all heaven to me. And here's to the Spaniard, that warm blooming maid, with her step superb, and her black locks braid. To her of dear Paris, with soul-spending glance, whose feet, as she's sleeping, look dreaming a dance. To the maiden whose lip like a rose leaf is curled, And her I like the star flag above it unfurled. Here's to beauty, young beauty, all over the world. Will. Hurrah! A glorious toast. 'Twould warm a ghost. Festus. It moves not me. I cannot drink the toast I have given. There, earth may pledge it, and she will herself and her beauty to heaven. Drink to the dead, youth's feelings vain. Drink to the heart, the battered wreck, hurled from all passion's stormy main. Though I the billows o'er it break, the ruin rots, nor rides again. Charles. Friend of my heart. Away with care. And sing, and dance, and laugh. To love, and to the favorite fair. The wine-cup ever quaff. Oh, drink to the lovely. Whatever they are. Though fair as snow, as light. For whether or falling, or fixed the star. They both are heavenly bright. Out upon care. He shall not stay. Within a heart like thine. There's naught in heaven or earth can weigh down youth, and love, and wine. Then drink with the merry. Though we must die, like beauty's tear will fall. We have lived in the light of a loved one's eye. And to live, love, and die is all. Festus. Vain is the world and all it boasts. How brief love's pleasures date. We turn the bowl and all forget the bias of our fate. George. How goes the enemy? Lucifer. What can he mean? Festus. He asks the hour. Lucifer. Aha! Then I advise, if time thy foe hath been, be quick. Shake hands, man, with eternity. Chapter 16. Scene, a churchyard. Festus and Lucifer beside a grave. Festus. Let years crowd on, and age bow down. My body to the earth which gave. As yon grey, worn out, crumbling stone dips o'er the grave. What though for no music thrill, nor mirth delight, nor beauty move? Though the heart stiffen and wax still, and make no love, still, deep and bright, like river gold, embedded here thy love shall lie. Sun grains, that with the sands are rolled, of memory. Shall that soul never burst the tomb, draped in long robes of living light? Or, worm-like, alway eat the gloom and dust of night? Lucifer. Oh! Life in sporting on earth lies, till death share up the rich green sod. That if the spirit lives or dies, why try ye God? What should it never smile nor sigh? From cheeks or lips but those beneath? Doth love not weigh the world's vast lie? Doth life not death? Festus. I ask why man should suffer death. Lucifer. Answer, what right to life hath he? God gives and takes away your breath. What more have ye? Breath is your life, and life your soul. Ye have it warm from his kind hands. Then yield it back to the great whole. When he demands, why, deathling, wilt thou long for heaven? Why seek a bright but blinding way? Go, thank thy God that he hath given night upon day. Go, thank thy God that thou hast lived. And ask no more, 'tis all he gave. 'Tis all there needs to be believed. God and the grave. Festus. For thee, God, will I save my heart. For thee my nature's honor keep. Then, soul and body, all or part. Rest, wake, or sleep. Chapter 17. Scene, space. Festus and Lucifer. Festus. Listen. I hear the harmonies of heaven. From sphere to sphere and from the boundless round. Re-echoing bliss to those serenest heights. where angels sit and strike their emulous harps, wreathed round with flowers and diamond with dew, such dew as gem the ever-during blooms of Eden winterless, or as all night the tree of life wept from its every leaf, unwithering. And now methinks I hear the music of the murmur of the stream, which through the bridal city of the Lord floweth all life forever. And the breath through the star-shading branches of that tree, transplanted now to heaven, but once on earth, whose fruit is for all beings, breathed of God. Oh! Breathe on me, inspiring spirit breath. Oh! Flow to me, ye heart-reviving waves. Freshen the faded soul that droops and dies. Lucifer. The universe is but the gate of heaven. Lo! From this highest orb, the crown of space, and footstool unto heaven, we can look up, and gain a glimpse of glory unconceived. Festus. See how yon angels stretch their shining arms, wave their star-haunting wings which gleam like glass, and locks that look like mornings when she comes, triumphant in the east. Is this their joy? O'er some world penitent? Lucifer. Lo! There it rides, blessed to discharge on heaven's all-peaceful shores its long-accumulated load of life, its deathless freight, pilgrims of time and space. Yon guilty orb of hesitating light, slow looming, there, on its dark path, goes up, at the forewritten hour, as do all worlds, to God, to judgment. And the earthquake groans, which rend its adamantine breast forebode its agonizing doom. Festus. And doth not heaven grieve with the lost as gladden with the saved? Lucifer. How many immortals mourn at the decree of righteous wisdom, which alone to them is bliss sufficient, being infinite? Festus. If God hath made all, he alone it is who hath to answer for all. Lucifer. He hath made to secondary natures it seems just that justice should be realized, and there is one example extant in the skies. Festus. But wherefore did it not repent in time? Lucifer. What unto us is time, stands before God eternity. Repentance is the grief for an effectual abstinence from sin, which secondary natures without God cannot attain to. Festus. Cloudy and dear by turns, thy words as heaven. I know not what to think, nor how to act. Lucifer. It is natural, and none can aim or hit but as appointed them. There is but one great sinner, human nature, predict of every world and predicate. The wicked one, the enemy of God, to be destroyed in the eternal fire of his wrath. Even thus in deity, in whom as they begin must all things end. God loveth only his own spirit, so all that is base shall perish. From the first, these things were fixed, and are, and I shall be, consummating, and are revealed as writ, in words always fulfilled and burning truth, under the buried basements of the skies, which after overthrown shall reappear. The unenlightened mind sees deity in all things, but the spiritual soul, all things in God. Now, ere we higher rise, look downwards from this coping of the world, and know that down to the profoundest depth of utter space, where not an atom mars the void invisible, it were easier far to cast a line and calculate its rate, or pierce all space, nor cross the path of light, then fathom man's dark heart or sound his soul. Chapter 18. Scene, Heaven. Lucifer and Festus, entering. The archangels. Infinite God. Thy will is done. The world's last sand is all but run. The night is feeding on the sun. Lucifer. All being God. I come to thee again. Nor come alone. Mortality is here. Thou badst me do my will, and I have dared to do it. I have brought him up to heaven. God. Thou canst not do what is not willed to be. Suns are made up of atoms, heaven of souls. And souls and suns are but the atoms of the body I, God, dwell in. What wilt thou? With him who is here with thee? Lucifer. Show him God. God. No being, upon part of whom the curse of death rests, were it only on his shadow, can look on God and live. Lucifer. Look, Festus, look. Festus. Eternal fountain of the infinite, on whose life-tide the stars seem strewn like bubbles. Forgive me that an atomy of being hath sought to see its maker face to face. I have seen all thy works and wonders, past from star to star, from space to space, and feel that to see all which can be seen is nothing, and not to look on thee the invisible. The spirits that I met all seemed to say, as on they sped upon their starward course, and slackened their lightning wings on moment o'er me. I could not look on God whatever I was. And thou didst give this spirit at my side power to make me more than them immortal. So when we had winged through thy wide world of things, and seen stars made and saved, destroyed and judged, I said, and trembled lest thou shouldst not hear me, and make thyself right ready to forgive. I will see God, before I die, in heaven. Forgive me, Lord God. Rise, mortal. Look on me. Festus. Oh. I see nothing but like dazzling darkness. Lucifer. I knew how it would be. I am away. Festus. I am thy creature, God. Oh, slay me not. But let some angel take me, or I die. Genius. Come hither, Festus. Who art thou? Genius. I am one who hath I been by thee from thy birth. Thy guardian angel, thy good genius. Festus. I knew thee not till now. Genius. I am never seen in the earth's low thick light, but here in heaven, and in the air which God breathes, I am clear. I tell to God each night thy thoughts and deeds, and watching o'er thee both on earth and here, pray unto him for thee and intercede. Festus. And this is heaven. Lead on. Will God forgive that I did long to see him? Genius. It is the strain of all high spirits towards him. Thou couldst not. Even if thou wouldst, behold God, masked in dust. Thine eye did light on darkness. But when dead, and the dust shaken off the shining essence, God shall glow through thee as through living glass. And every thought and atom of thy being shall guess his glory, be overbright with God. Hadst thou not been by faith immortalized for the instant, then thine eye had been thy death. Come, I will show thee heaven and all angels. Lo! The recording angel. Festus. Him I see, high-seated, and the pen within his hand, plumed like a storm-portending cloud which curves half over heaven, and swift, in use divine, as is a warrior's spear. Genius. The book wherein are writ the records of the universe lies like a world laid open at his feet. And there, the book of life which holds the names, formed out in starry brilliance, of God's sons. The spirit names which angels learn by heart, of worlds beforehand. Wilt thou see thine own? Festus. My name is written in the book of life. It is enough. That constellated word is more to me and clearer than all stars. Henceforward and for aye. Genius, raise still thine eyes. Thy gleaming throne, hewn from that mount of light, which was before created light or night. Never created, heaven's eternal base, whereon God's throne is stablished. Sit on it. Festus. Nay, I will forestall nothing more than sight. Genius. Turn then and view yon streams where spirits sport, quaffing immortal life, preparing aye for higher and intenser being still. These are the upper fountains of the heavens, the emanations of eternity, by washing them in which they purify their eyes to penetrate the essential light, in all things hidden, seen alone by eyes fire-spirited, ethereally clear, which like the fabled stone, conceived of fire, son of the sun, transmutes all seen to soul. And such the bliss and power reserved for man. Yet but the surface shadow canst thou see. The substance is to be. Behold yon group of spirits blessed in their divinest eyes. The Spirit speaks, and shows that in their own all doubt and want hath ceased, as death hath ceased. Hither they come, rejoicing, marveling. Festus. How all with kindly wonder look on me. Mayhap I tell of earth to their pure sense. Some seem as if they knew me. I know none. But how claim kinship with the glorified? Unless with them like glorified. Yet, yes. It is, it must be, that angelic spirit. My heart outruns me, mother. See thy son. Angel. Child, how art thou here? Festus. God hath let me come. Angel. Hast thou not come unbidden and unprepared? Festus. Forgive me, if it be so. I am come. And I have ever said there are two who will. Forgive me aught I do, my God and thou. Angel. I do. May he. Festus. Dear mother, thou art blessed. And I am blessed, too, in knowing thee. Angel. Son of my hopes on earth and prayers in heaven. The love of God. Oh, it is infinite. Even as our imperfection. Promise, child, that thou wilt love him more and more for this, and for his boundless kindness thus towards me. Now, my son, hear me. For the hours of heaven are not as those of earth, and all is all. But lost that is not given unto God. Oft have I seen with joy thy thoughts of heaven, and holy hopes, which track the soul with light, rise from dead doubts within thy troubled breast, as souls of drowned bodies from the sea, upwards to God, and mark them so received, that my soul hath overflowed with rapture, as now thine eye with tears. But my son, beloved, fear thou ever for thy soul. It yet hath to be saved. Not perfect stands, but that which is in heaven. God is all kind, and long time hath he made thee think of him. Think on him yet in time. Ere I left earth, with the last breath which air would spare for me, with the last look which light would bless me with, I prayed thou mightst be happy and be wise. And half the prayer I brought myself to God. And lo! Thou art unhappy and unwise. Festus. Blessed one. I rejoice that thou art clear. And all who have cared for me, of my misdeeds. Thy spirit was on those who nurtured me. All word and practice that could be of good was given me, so that my sin is splendid. Yes. If I have sinned, I have sinned sublimely. And I am glad I suffer for my faults. I would not if I might, be bad and happy. Angel. God laughs at ill by man made and allows it. The vaunt of mountainous evil and the power to challenge heaven from molehill, child. Festus. God hath made but few better hearts than mine, however much it fail in the wise ways of the world, as living in the dull dark streets of forms and follies wherein men build themselves. Angel. The goodness of the heart is shown in deeds of peacefulness and kindness. Hand and heart are one thing with the good as thou shouldst be. The splendor of corruption hath no power, nor vital essence, and content in sin shows apathy, not satisfied control. Do my words trouble thee? Then treasure them. Pain overgot gives peace as death does heaven. All things that speak of heaven speak of peace. Peace hath more might than war. High brows are calm. Great thoughts are still as stars. And truths, like suns, stir not, though many systems tend round them. Mind's step is still as death's, and all great things, which cannot be controlled, whose end is good. Behold yon throne. There, love, faith, hope are one. There, judgment, righteousness, and mercy make one and the same thing. God's salvation is His vengeance, and His wrath glory, as on earth. Destruction restoration to the pure. Humanity is perfected in heaven. Festus. I did not make myself, nor plan my soul. I am no angel nursed in the lap of light, nor fed on milk immortal of the stars, nor golden fruit grown in the summery suns. How am I answerable for my heart? It is my master, and is free with me. As fixed with fate, even as a star which moves, yet moveth only on a certain course, in certain mode. Its liberties are laws. Its laws tyrannic, I cannot hinder it. It cannot hinder God. All that we do or bear is settled from eternity, whereof is no beginning, midst, nor end. To act, is ours, quite sure, whatever we do. Whether it be for our own good or ill, or others' ill or good, it is for God's glory, the same and always, it is ordered. The soul is but an organ, and it hath no power of good and evil in itself, more than the eye hath power of light or dark. God fitted it for good, and evil is good, in another way we are not skilled in. The good we do is of His own good will, the ill, of His own letting. Doth not nature all light in life shine, marsh-like, too, in death? Yea, wandering fires wait even on rottenness, like a stray gleam of thought in an idiot's brain. And thus I look on souls that seem decaying in sin, and flying off by elements. All may not live again, but all which do must change perpetually eon in heaven. And not by death to death, but life to life. Angel. No. Step by step, and throne by throne, we rise continually towards the infinite, and ever nearer, never near, to God. Festus. Yet merit or demerit none I see. In nature, human or material. In passions or affections good or bad. We only know that God's best purposes are oftenest brought about by dreadest sins. Is thunder evil or is dew divine? Does virtue lie in sunshine, sin in storm? Is not each natural, each needful, best? How know we what is evil from what good? Wrath and revenge God claimeth as His own. And yet men speculate on right and wrong, as upon day and night, forgetting both have but one cause, and that the same, God's will. Originally, ultimately Him. All right is right divine. A worm hath rights. A king cannot despoil him of, nor sin. Yet wrongs are things necessitate, like wants. and oft are well permitted to best ends. A double error sometimes sets us right. In man there is no rule opound right and wrong, inherent as mere man. Why, conscience is the basest thing of all. Its life is past in justifying and condemning sin. Accomplice, traitor, judge and headsman, too. But conscience knows its business and performs. Nothing is lost in nature. And no soul, though buried in the center of all sin, is lost to God, but there it works His will, and burns conformably. The weakest things are to be made the examples of His might. The most defective, of His perfect grace. Whene'er He thinketh well. Oh! Everything to me seems good and lovely and immortal. The whole is beautiful. And I can see not wrong in man nor nature, not meant. As from His hands it comes who fashions all holy as His word. The world is but a revelation. He breathes Himself upon us before our birth, as o'er the formless void. He moveth at first, and we are all inspired with His Spirit. All things are God or of God. For the whole world is in the mind of God. What a thought is in ours! Why boast we then of aught? All that is good belongs to God. And good and God are all things, or shall be. Angel, there lacks in souls like thine unsaved, unraised, the light within, the light of perfectness. Such a there is in heaven. The soul hath sunk and perished like a lighthouse in the sea. It is for God to raise it and rebuild. Genius. And His, thy sons, He will raise. Since with me I have shown Him infinite wonders, we have oped and scanned the golden scroll of fate, wherein are writ, in God's own hand, all things which happen. There we have seen the record of His being. His long temptation, sin, and suffering. Festus. And hear it, O beloved and blessed one. Mine own salvation. Angel. God is great in love. Infinite in His nature, power, and grace. Creating, and redeeming, and destroying. Infinite infinitely. But in love. Oh! It is the truth transcendent over all. When thus to one poor spirit He gives His hand, He seems to impart His own unboundedness of bliss. We seem to be hardly worth destroying, and much less saving, yet He loveth each as though all were His equal. Festus. I know all. I have to go through henceforth all the doubts, passions of life, and woes, but knowing them hinders them not. I bear obeyingly, and pine no more, as once when I looked back, and saw how life had balked, and foiled, and fooled me. Fresh as a spouting spring upon the hills, my heart leapt out to life. It little thought of all the vile cares that would rill into it, and the low places it would have to go through, the drains, the crossings, and the null work after. God hath endowed me with a soul that scorns life, an element over and above the world's. But the price one pays for pride is mountain high. There is a curse beyond the rack of death, a woe, wherein God hath put out His strength, a pain past all the mad wretchedness we feel, when the sacked secret hath flown out of us, and the heart broken open by deep care. The curse of a high spirit famishing, because all earth but sickens it. Angel. Go, child. Fulfill thy fate. Be, do, bear, and thank God. To me it seems as I had lived all ages since I left earth, and thou art yet scarce man. Festus. It was not, mother, that I knew thy face. Strange. The luminous eclipse that is on it now, though it was fair on earth, would have made it even to one who knew as well as he loved thee. And if these time-tired eyes ever imaged thine, it was but for a moment, and the sight passed, and my life was broken like a line. At the first word, but my heart cried out in me, Angel, I knew thee well. And now to earth again. Go, son, and say to all who once were mine, I love them, and expect them. Festus. Blessed one. I will. Angel. I charge thee, genius, bear him safely. Genius. Through light, and night, and all the powers of air. I have a passport. Angel. God be with thee, child. Genius. Come. Festus. I feel happier, better, nobler now. See where she sits, and smiles, and points me out. To those who sit along with her. Who are the two? Genius. One is the mother of mankind, and one the mother of the man who saved mankind, and she, thine own, the mother of the last man of mankind, for thou art he. Festus. Am I? It is enough, I have seen God. Genius. God and his great idea, the universe, are over and above us. Be the one worshipped, the other reverently proved. Wilt sojourn for a time among the worlds, and test their natures? Festus. Gladly. Genius. Seek we, then, all rareness and variety these worlds can offer, ere we reach thine orb. Descend. Now is the age of worlds. Chapter 19. Scene, a visit. Festus and Helen. Helen. Come to the light, love. Let me look on thee. Let me make sure I have thee. Is it thou? Is this thy hand? Are these thy velvet lips? Thy lips so lovable? Nay, speak not yet. For oft as I have dreamed of thee, it was thy speaking woke me. I will dream no more. Am I alive? And do I really look upon these soft and sea-blue eyes of thine, wherein I half believe I can espy the riches of the sea? These dark-rolled looks. O God! Art thou not glad, too, he is here? Where hast thou been so long? Never to hear, never to see, nor see one who had seen thee. Come now, confess it was not kind to treat me in this manner. Festus. I confess, my love. But I have been where neither tongue, nor pen, nor hand could give thee token where I was. And seen, but 'tis enough. I see thee now. I would rather look upon thy shadow there than heaven's bright thrones forever. Helen. Where hast been? Festus. Say, am I altered? Helen. Nowise. Festus. It is well. Then in the resurrection we may know each other. I have been among the worlds, angels and spirits bodiless. Helen. Great God! Can it be so? Festus. It is, and that both here and elsewhere. When the stars come, thou shalt see the track I travelled through the light of night, where I have been, and whence my visitors. Helen. And thou hast been with angels all the while, and still dost love me? Festus. Constantly as now. But for the time I did devote my soul to their divine society, I knew thou wouldst forgive, yet dared not trust myself to see thee, or to pen one word, for fear thy love should overpower the plan conceived and acting, in my mind, of visiting the spirits in their space-embosomed homes. Helen. Forgive thee. 'Tis a deed which merits love. And should I not be proud, too, who can say? For me he left all angels. Festus. I forethought. So thou wouldst say, but with an offering came I provided, even with a trophy of love angelic, given me for thee. For angel bosoms know no jealousy. Helen. Show me. Festus. It is of jewels I received. From one who snatched them from the richest wreck of matter ever made, the holiest and most resplendent. Helen. Why, what could it be? Jewels are baubles only. Whether pearls from the sea's lightless depths, or diamonds culled from the mountain's crown, or chrysolith, cat's eye or moonstone, toys are they at best. Jewels are not of all things in my sight most precious. Festus. Nor in mine. It is in the use of which they may be made their value lies. In the pure thoughts of beauty they call up, and qualities they emblem. So in that thou wearest there, thy cross, to me it is suggestive of bright thoughts and hopes in him, whose one great sacrifice availeth all, living and dead, through all eternity. Not to the wanderer over southern seas rises the constellation of the cross, more lovelily o'er sky and calm blue wave, than does to me that bright one on thy breast. As diamonds are purest of all things, and but embodied light which fire consumes, and renders back to air, that not remains. And as the cross is symbol of our creed, so let that ornament signify to thee the faith of Christ, all purity, all light, through fervency resolving into heaven. Each hath his cross, fair lady, on his heart. Never may thine be heavier or darker than that now on thy breast, so light and bright, rising and falling with its bosom swell. Helen. I thank thee for that wish, and for the love which prompts it, the immeasurable love I know is mine, and I with none would share. Forgive me. I have not yet felt my wings. Now have I not been patient? Let me see my promised present. Festus. Look, then, they are here. Bracelets of chrysoprase. Helen. Most beautiful. Festus. Come, let me clasp them, dearest, on thine arms. For these of those are worthy, and are named in the foundation stones of the bright city, which is to be for the immortal saved their last and blessed abode. And such their hue, the golden green of paradisal plains, which lie about it boundlessly, and more intensely tinted with the burning beauty of God's eye, which alone doth light that land, than our earth's cold grass garment with the sun. Though even in the bright, hot, blue-skied east, where he doth live the life of light and heaven, where, o'er the mountains, at midday is seen the morning star, and the moon tans at night the cheek of careless sleeper. Take them, love. There are no nobler earthly ornaments than jewels of the city of the saved. Helen. But how are these of that bright city? I am eager for their history. Festus. They are thereof prophetically, and have been what I will show thee presently, when I relate the story of the angel who gave them to me. Helen. Well, I will wait till then. Or any time thou choosest, 'tis enough that I believe thee always. But would know, if not in me too curious to ask, how came about these miracles? Hast thou raised the fiend of fiends, and made a compact dark, sealed with thy blood, symbolic of the soul, whereby all power is given thee for a time, all means, all knowledge, to make more secure Thy spirits dread perdition at the end? I of such awful stories oft have heard. And the unlawful lore which ruins souls. Myself have charms, foresee events in dreams. Can prophesy, prognosticate, know well the secret ties between many magic herbs and mortal feelings, nor condemn myself for knowing what is innocent, but thou, thy helps are mightier far and more obscure. Was it with wand and circle, book and skull, with rites forbid and backward jabbered prayers, in cross-roads or in churchyard, at full moon, and by instruction of the ghostly dead, that thou hast wrought these wonders, and attained such high transcendent powers and secrets? Speak. Or is man mastery over spirits not of such a vile and vulgar consequence? Festus. Were not my heart as guiltless of all mirth as is the oracle of an extinct god? Of its priest-prompted answer, I might smile to list such askings. Mind's command o'er mind, spirit's o'er spirit, is the dear effect and natural action of an inward gift, given of God, whereby the incarnate soul hath power to pass free out of earth and death, to immortality and heaven, and mate with beings of a kind, condition, lot, all diverse from his own. This mastery means but communion, the power to quit life's little globule here, and coalesce with the great mass about us. For the rest, to raise the devil were an infant's task to that of raising man. Why, every one conjures the fiend from hell into himself when passion chokes or blinds him. Sin is hell. Helen. How dost thou bring a spirit to thee, Festus? Festus. It is my will which makes it visible. Helen. What are those like whom thou hast seen? Festus. They come, the denizens of other worlds, arrayed in diverse form and feature, mostly lovely, in limb and wing ethereal finer far than an ephemerous pinion. Others, armed with gleaming plumes, that might o'ercome an air of adamantine denseness, pranked with fire. All are of different offices and strengths, powers, orders, tendencies, in like degrees as men, with even more variety of different glories, duties, and delights. Even as the light of meteor, satellite, planet and comet, sun, star, nebula differ, and nature also, so do theirs. With them is neither need, nor sex, nor age, nor generation growth, decay, nor death. Or none whom I have known, there may be such. Mature they are created and complete, or seem to be. Perfect from God they come. Yet have they different degrees of beauty, even as strength and holy excellence. Some seem of milder and more feminine nature than others, beauty's proper sex, shown but by softer qualities of soul, more lovable than awful, more devote to deeds of individual piety and grace, than mighty missions fit to task. Sublimest spirits, or the toil intense of cultivating nations of their kind, or working out from the problem of the world the great results of God, result, sum, cause. These ofttimes charged with delegated powers, formative or destructive. Those, in chief, ordained to better and to beautify existence as it is, with careful love, to tend upon particular worlds or souls, warning and training whom they love, to tread the soft and blossom-bordered, silvery paths, which lead and lure the soul to paradise, making the feet shine which do walk on them, while each doth God's great will alike, and both with their whole nature's fullness love his works. To love them lifts the soul to heaven. Helen. Let me, then. Whence come they? Festus. Many of them come from orbs, wherein the rudest matter is more worth, and fair than queenly gem, the dullest dust. Beneath their feet is rosy diamond. Others, direct from heaven, but all in high and serious love towards those to whom they come. None but the blessed are free to visit where they choose. The lost are slaves forever, here. Never but on their master's merciless business, nor elsewhere. Still sometimes with these dark spirits have I held communion, and in their souls' deep shadow, as within a mountain cavern of the moon, conversed with them, and wormed from them the gnawing truth of their extreme perdition, marking oft nature revealed by torture, as a leaf unfolds itself in fire and writhes the while, burning, jet unconsumed. Others there are, come garlanded with flowers unwithering, or crowned with sunny jewels, clad in light, and girded with the lightning in their hands, wands of pure rays or arrowy starbeams. Some, bright as the sun self-lit, in stature tall, strong, straight and splendid as the golden reed, whereby the height, and length, and breadth, and depth of the descendant city of the skies, in which God sometime shall make glad with man, were measured by the angel. The same reed wherewith our Lord was mocked, that angel found close by the cross and took, God made it gold. And now it makes the scepter of his Son over all worlds, the sole bright rule of heaven, the measure of immortal life, the scale of power, love, bliss, and glory infinite. Some gorgeous and gigantic, who with wings wide as the wings of armies in the field, drawn out for death, sweep over heaven, and eyes deep, dark as sea-worn caverns, with a torch at the end, far back, glaring. Some with wings like an unfainting rainbow, studded round with stones of every hue and excellence, writ o'er with mystic words which none may read but those to whom their spiritual state gives correlative meaning, fit thereto. Some of these visit me in dreams. With some have I made one in visions, in their own abodes of brightness, blessedness, and power. And know moreover I shall joy with them, ere long their sacred guest, through ages yet to come, in worlds not now perhaps create, as they have been mine here, and some of them in unimaginable splendors I have walked with through their winged worlds of light, double and triple party-colored suns, and systems circling each the other, clad in tints of light and air, whereto this earth hath nothing like, and man no knowledge of. Orbs heaped with mountains, to the which ours are mere grave mounds, and their skies flowered with stars, violet, rose or pearl-hued, or soft blue, golden or green, the light now blended, now alternate. Many moons and planets, full, crescent, or gibbous-faced, illumining in periodic and intricate beauty at once those strange and most felicitous skies. Helen, how I should love to visit other worlds, or see an angel. Festus, wilt thou now? Helen, I dare not. Not now at least. I am not in the mood. Ere I behold a spirit I would pray. Festus, light as a leaf thy step, or arrowy footing of breeze upon a waveless pool. Sudden and soft, too, like a waft of light. The beautiful immortals come to me. Oh, ever lovely, ever welcome they. Helen, but why art thou, of all men, favored thus? To say there is a mystery in this, or aught is only to confess God. Speak. Festus. It is God's will that I possess this power, thus to attract great spirits to mine own. As steel magnetically charged draws steel, himself the magnet of the universe, bound whom all spirits tremble, and towards whom all tend. Helen. If as thou sayest, it is good, may it be an immortal good to thee. Festus. There is no keeping back the power we have. He hath no power who hath not power to use. Some of these bodies whom I speak of are pure spirits, others bodies soulical. For spirit is to soul as wind to air. They give me all I seek, and at a wish would furnish treasures, thrones, or palaces. But all these things have I eschewed, and chosen command of mind alone, and of the world, unbodied and all lovely. Helen. Is not this pleasure too much for mortal to be good? Festus. All pleasure is with thee, God. Elsewhere, none. Not silver-sealed hall nor golden throne, set thick with priceless gems, as heaven with stars, or the high heart of youth with its bright hopes, nor marble gleaming like the white moonlight, as 'twere an apparition of a palace, inlaid with light as is a waterfall. Not rainbow pinions colored like yon cloud, the sun's broad banner o'er his western tent, can match the bright imaginings of a child upon the glories of his coming years. How equal, then, the full assured faith of him to whom the Saviour hath vouchsafed the heaven of his bosom? What can tempt in its performance equal to that promise? My soul stands fast to heaven as doth a star, and only God can move it who moves all. There are who might have soared to what I spurned, and like to heavenly orders human souls. Some fitted most for contemplation, some for action, these for thrones, and those for wheels. Helen. Tell me what they discourse upon, these angels. Festus. They speak of what is past or coming, less of present things or actions. Some say most about the future, others of the gone, the dim traditions of eternity, or time's first golden moments. One there was, from whose sweet lips elapsed as from a well, continuously, truths which made my soul, as they sank in it, fertile with rich thoughts, spake to me oft of heaven. And our talk was of divine things always, angels, heaven, salvation, immortality, and God, the different states of spirits and the kinds of being in all orbs, or physical, or intellectual. I never tired preferring questions, but at each response my soul drew back, sea-like, into its depths, to urge another charge on him. This spirit came to me daily for a long, long time. Weener I prayed his presence many a world. He knew right well which man's I never yet hath marked, nor ever may mark while on earth. Yet grew his knowledge every time he came, his thoughts all great and solemn and serene, like the immensest features of an orb, whose eyes are blue seas, and whose clear broad brow some cultured continent came ever round. From truth to truth, day bringing as they came, he was to me an all-explaining spirit, teaching divine things by analogy, with mortal and material. Thus of God he showed, as the three primal rays make one sole beam of light, so the three persons make one God, neither without the other is, however bright or beautiful itself. The theme he touched, he made it more so by his own light, like a firefly on a flower. And one of all I knew the most of, yet the least can say of him, for full oft our thoughts drown speech, like to a foaming force, which thunders down the echo it creates. Yet must I somewhat tell of him. He was the spirit evil of the universe. Impersonate. Oh, strange and wild to know. Perdition and destruction dwelt in him. Like to a pair of eagles in one nest. Hollow and wasteful as a whirlwind was his soul. His heart as earthquake, and engulfed world upon world. In him they disappeared, as might a morsel in a lion's maw. The world which met him rolled aside to let him pass on his piercing path. His eyeballs burned, revolving lightnings like a world on fire. Their very night was fatal as the shade of death's dark valley. And his space spread wings, wide as the wings of darkness when she rose, scowling and backing upwards, as the sun, giant of light, first donned his burning crown, gladdening all heaven with this inaugural smile. Were stained with the blood of many a starry world. Yea, I have seen him seize upon an orb, and cast it careless into worldless space, as I might cast a pebble in the sea. His might upon ibis earth was wondrous most. He stood a match for mountains, ocean's depths. He clove unto their rock bed, as a sword, through blood and muscle to the central bone. With one swoop of his arm, his brow was pale, pale as the lifeblood of the undying worm, which writhes around its frame of vital fire. His voice blew like the desolating gust, which strips the trees, and strews the earth with death. His words were ever like a wheel of fire, rolling and burning this way now, now that. Now whirling forth a blinding beam, now soft and deep as heaven's own luminous blue, and now like to a conqueror's chariot will they came, sodden with blood and slow, revolving death. And every tone fell on the ear and heart, heavy and harsh and startling, like the first handful of mold cast on the coffin dead, as though he claimed them his. Lucifer. Entering. Dost recognize the portrait, lady? Helen. Festus. Who is this? What portrait? Festus. Wherefore comest thou? Did I not claim privacy one evening? Lucifer. Why, indeed. I simply called, as I was on my way to Jupiter, and he's a mouthful, mind. To keep the proverbs, too, in countenance. Any commands for our planetary friends? I go. Make my excuses. Goes. Festus. A mistake. Dearest, but rectified. Apart. And he is gone. Hell hath its own again. Some sorrow chills. Ever the spirit, like a cloudlet nursed in the star giant's bosom. Helen. Tell me, love, more of these angels. Festus. There was one I loved. Of those immortals, of a lofty air, dimly divine and sad. And side by side, him whom I spake of first she oft would stand, with her fair form, shadow illuminate, like to the dark moon in the young one's arms. She never murmured at the doom which made the sorrow that contained her, as the air enfolds the orb whereon we dwell, but spake of God's will alway as most good and wise. She had but little pleasure, but her all, such as it was in devising plans of bliss to come, or in the tales of time, and the sweet early earth. She was in truth our earth's own angel. Ofttimes would she dwell with long and luminous sweetness on her theme, unwearying, unpausing, as a world. The sun would rise and set, the soul like moon, in passive beauty and receptive light, absorbing inspiration from the sun, as doth from God his prophet ceaselessly. She too would rise and set, and the far stars. The third estate of light, complete the round of the divine day. Still our angel spake, and still I listened to the eloquent tongue, which e'en on earth retained the tone of heaven. The shadow of a cloud upon a lake, o'er which the wind hath all day held his breath, is not more calm and fair than her dear face, so sweetly sad and so consolingly, when she spake even on the end of earth. Save that her eye grew darker, and her brow brighter with thought, as with galactic light. Mid-heaven when clearest, at such times, not I had known that earth were dearer unto her than other of the visitants divine, which hallow oft mine hours. Save, too, that then, as though to touch but on that topic had torpedo-like, numbed thought, she would straight cease all converse suddenly, and kneel and seem, inwardly praying with much power, rise and vanish into heaven. My mind is full of stories she hath told me of our world. No word an angel utters lose I ever. One I will tell thee now. Helen, do let me hear. Thy talk is the sweet extract of all speech, and holds mine ear in blissful slavery. Festus. 'Twas on a lovely summer afternoon, close by the grassy marge of a deep tarn, nigh halfway up a mountain, that we stood, I and the angel, when she told me this. Above us rose the grey rocks, by our side forests of pines, and the bright breaking wavelets came crowding, dancing to the brink, like thoughts unto our lips. Before us shone the sun. The angel waved her hand ere she began, as bidding earth be still. The birds ceased singing, and the trees breathing, and the lake smoothed down each shining wrinkle, and the wind drew off. Time lent him o'er his scythe and, listening, wept. The circling world reigned in her lightning pace. A moment. Ocean hushed his snow-maned steeds, and a cloud hid the sun, as does the face. A meditative hand, then spake she thus. Scarce had the sweet song of the morning stars, which rang through space at the first sign of life, our earth gave, springing from the lap of God, onto her orbit, when from heaven came down a white-winged host. And in the east, where Eden's pleasance was, first furled their wings, alighting like to snowflakes. There they built, out of the riches of the soil around, a house to God. There were the ruby rocks, and there, in blocks, the quarried diamonds lay. Opal and emerald mountain, amethyst, sapphire and chrysoprase, and jacinth stood, with the still action of a star, all light, like sea-based icebergs, blinding. These, with tools tempered in heaven, the band angelic wrought, and raised, and fitted, having first laid down the deep foundations of the holy dome, on bright and beaten gold. And all the while, a song of glory hovered round the work, like rainbow round a fountain. Day and night went on the hallowed labor till 'twas done. And yet but thrice the sun set, and but thrice the moon arose, so quick is work divine. Tower, and roof, and pinnacle, without, were solid diamond. Within, the dome was eye-blue sapphire, sown with gold-bright stars, and clustering constellations. The wide floor, all emerald, earth-like, veined with gold and silver, marble and mineral of every hue, and marvelous quality, the meanest thing, where all things were magnificent, was gold. The plainest. The high altar there was shaped out of one ruby heart-like, columned round, with alabaster pure was all. And now, so high and bright it shone in the midday light, it could be seen from heaven. upon their thrones. The sun-eyed angels hailed it, and there rose a hurricane of blissfulness in heaven, which echoed for 1,000 years. One dark, one solitary and foreseeing thought passed, like a planet's transit o'er the sun, across the brow of God. But soon he smiled towards earth, and that smile did consecrate the temple to himself. And they who built bowed themselves down and worshipped in its walls. High on the front were writ these words, to God. The heavenly built this for the earthly ones, that in his worship both might mix on earth, as afterward they hoped to do in heaven. Had man stood good in Pound Den this had been. He fell and Eden vanished. The bright place, reared by the angels of all precious things, for the joint worship of the sons of earth and heaven, fell with him. On the very day he should have met God and his angels there. The very day he disobeyed and joined the host of death black-bannered, Eden fell. The groves and grounds, which God the Lord's own feet had hallowed, the all-hued and odorous bowers, where angels wandered, wishing them in heaven. The trees of life and knowledge, trees of death and madness, as they proved to man, all fell. And that bright fane fell first. No death-doomed eye gazed on its glory. Earthquakes gulped it down. The temple of the angels, vast enough to hold nations worshipping at once, lay in its grave. The cherubs' flaming swords, the soul-sad torches of its funeral, till at the flood, when the world's giant heart burst like a shell, it scattered east and west, and far and wide, among less noble ruins, the fragments of that angel-builded fane, which was in Eden, and of which all stones that now are precious, were, and still shall be, gathered again unto a happier end, in the pure city of the Son of God, and temple yet to be rebuilt in Zion, which, though once overthrown, and once again torn down to its foundations, in the quick of earth, shall soul-like yet rearise from ruin. High, holy, happy, stainless as a star, imperishable as eternity. The angel ended, and the winds, waves, clouds, the sun, the woods, and merry birds went on, as theretofore, in brightness, strength and music. One scarce could think that earth at all had fallen to look upon her beauty. If the brand of sin were on her brow, it was surely hid in natural art from every eye but God's. All things seemed innocence and happiness. I was all thanks. And look, the angel said, take these, and give to one thou lovest best. Mine own hands saved from them the shining ruin, whereof I have late told thee. And she gave what now are greenly glowing on thine arms. Ere I could answer, she was up, star-high, winging her way through heaven. Helen, how shall I thank thee enough, or that kind angel who hath made the gift to me dear doubly? I shall be afraid almost to wear them, but would not part with them for the treasures of all worlds. How show my thanks? Festus. Love me as now, dear beauty, present or absent always, and 'twill be more than enough of recompense for me. Helen. Hast met that angel late while? Festus. I have not. Yet oft methinks I see her, catch a glimpse of her sun-circling pinions or bright feet, which fitter seem for rainbows than for earth, or heaven's triumphal arch, more firm and pure than the world's whitest marble. See her seated oft on some high snowy cloud cliff, harp in hand, singing the sun to sleep as down he lays his head of glory on the rocking deep. And so sing thou to me. Helen. There, rest thyself. Sings. Oh! Not the diamond starry bright can so delight my view, as doth the moonstone's changing light, and gleamy glowing hue. Now blue as heaven, and then anon as golden as the sun. It hath a charm in every change, in brightening, darkening, one. And so with beauty, so with love, and everlasting mind. It takes a tint from heaven above, and shines as it's inclined, or from the sun, or towards the sun, with blind or brilliant eye, and only lights as it reflects the life-light of the sky. He sleeps. The fate of many a gracious moral. This, to be stranded on a drowsy ear. Chapter 20. Scene, home. Festus, and Helen at her piano, dusk. Helen. I cannot live away from thee. How can a flower live without its root? Festus. I, too, must love or die. Helen. But I must have. Attend. I am to say and do just as I please. I may command thee, may I? That I will. Festus. I love to be enslaved. Oh! I would rather obey thee, beauty, than rule men by millions. Helen. Near, as afar, I will have love the same, with a bright sameness, like this diamond, which, wherever the light be, shines like bright. And thou shalt say all sorts of pretty things to me, mind, to me only, write love songs about me, and I will sing them to myself. Perhaps to thee, sometime, as it were now, if I should happen to be very kind. Festus. Sing now. Helen. No. Festus. Tyrant. I will banish thee. Helen. Nay, if to sing and play would please thee, I would die to music. It was very wrong to say I would deny thee anything. But be not angry with me, for though God forgave me, I could ne'er forgive myself. If I brought sorrow to thee, could I love? Festus. As thou art empress of my bosom, no. Helen. Not fear I but an unkind word from thee. Dark death may frighten children, hell the wretch who feels that he deserves it. But for me, I know I cannot do nor say aught worthy of the pure pain a frown of thine can cause, or a cold, careless look. No. Never frown. If I do wrong, forgive me, or I die. And thou wilt then be wretcheder than I, the unforgiving than the unforgiven. Festus. I do absolve thee, beauty, of all faults, past, present, or to come. Helen. Well, that will do. What was I saying? I love this instrument. It speaks, it thinks, nay, I could kiss it, look. There are three things I love half-killingly. Thee lastly, and this next, and myself first. Festus. Thou art a silly, tiresome thing, and yet I never weary of thee, but could gaze, sick with excess and not satiety, upon thy countenance, with the serious joy, with which we and I the unbounded space, which is the visible attribute of God, who makes all things within himself. And thus, it is the heaven we hope for, and can find no point from which to take its altitude. For the infinite is upwards, and above the highest thing created, upwards I. So I could, thinking on thy face, believe an infinite expression, heightening still the longer that I thought, and leaving thee, coming to thee, or being with thee, love. Helen. I am so happy when with thee. Festus. And I. They tell us virtue lies in self-denial. My virtue is indulgence. I was born to gratify myself unboundedly, so that I wronged none else. These arms were given me to clasp the beautiful, and cleave the wave. These limbs to leap and wander where I will. These eyes to look on everything without effort, these ears to list my loved one's voice. These lips to be divinest by her kiss. And every sense, pulse, passion, power, to be swollen into sunny ripeness. Helen. Virtue is one with nature, or 'tis nothing, it is love. Festus. I come fresh from thee every time we meet, steeped in the still sweet dew of thy soft beauty. Like earth at day dawn, lifting up her head out of her sleep, star-watched, to face the sun. So I, to front the world, on leaving thee. Oh! There is inspiration in thy look. Poesy, prophecy. Come hither, love. The evening air is sweet. Helen. It comes on us, fresher and clearer through these dewy vine leaves, fit for the forehead of the young wine god. Festus. A large, red egg, of light the moon lies like on the dark moor-hill, and now, rising slow, beams on the clear flood, smilingly intent, like a fair face, which loves to look on itself, saying, there is no wonder that men love me, for I am beautiful, as I heard thee. Helen. It was not right to overhear me that. Festus. 'Twas very wrong to do what I could not help. But vanity speaks out. Helen. Well, I don't mind. I never knew that I was as I am, till others told me. Festus. Now we're soon enough. Helen. Ah, nothing comes to us too soon but sorrow. Festus. For all were happiness, if all might live long, or die soon, enough, for even us. Helen. Dost not remember, when, the other eve, thy friend the student called, there was a tale upon thy tongue he interrupted? Festus. Was there? Helen. A tale out of the poets, about love, and happiness and sorrow, and such things. Festus. But I forget such things when thou art by. Besides, I asked him here again, tonight. Here, at this hour, and he is punctual. Helen. In truth, then, I despair of hearing it. He keeps his word relentlessly. With not more pride an Indian shows his foeman's scalp than he his watch for punctuality. Festus. But tales of love are far more readily made than remembered. Helen. Tell tale, make one, then. Festus. Love is the art of hearts and heart of arts. Conjunctive looks and interjectional sighs are its vocabulary's greater half. Well then, my story says, there was a pair of lovers, once. Helen. Once. Nay, how singular. Festus. But where they lived indeed I quite forget. Say anywhere, say here, their names were, I forget those, too, say anyone's, say ours. Helen. Most probable, most pertinent, so far. Festus. The lady was, of course, most beautiful, and made her lover do just as she pleased. And consequently, he did very wrong. They met, sang, walked, talked folly, just as all such couples do, adored each other, thought, spoke, wrote, dreamed of and for naught on earth except themselves, and so on. Helen. Pray proceed. Festus. That's all. Helen. Oh, no. Festus. Well, thus the tale ends. Stay. No, I cannot remember nor invent. Helen. Do think. Festus. I can't. Helen. Oh then, I don't like that. 'Tis not in earnest. Festus. Well, in earnest, then. She did but look upon him, and his blood blushed deeper even from his inmost heart. For at each glance of those sweet eyes a soul looked forth as from the azure gates of heaven. She laid her finger on him, and he felt as might a formless mass of marble feel, while feature after feature of a god were being wrought from out of it. She spake, and his love wildered and idolatrous soul clung to the airy music of her words. Like a bird on a bough, high swaying in the wind, he looked upon her beauty and forgot, as in a sense of drowning, all things else. And right and wrong seemed one, seemed nothing. She was beauty, and that beauty everything. He looked upon her as the sun on earth, until, like him, he gazed himself away from heaven, so doing till he even wept on her bosom as a storm-charged cloud weeps itself out upon a hill, and cried, I, too, could look on thee until I wept. Blind me with kisses. Let me look no longer, or change the action of thy loveliness, lest long same seemingness should send me mad. Blind me with kisses. I would ruin sight, to give its virtue to thy lips, whereon I would die now, or ever live. And she, soft as a feather-footed cloud on heaven, while her sad face grew bright like night with stars, would turn her brow to his and both be happy. Numbered among the constellations they. Then as tired wanderer, snow-blinded, sinks and swoons upon the swelling drift, and dies, so on her dazzling bosom would he lay his famished lips, and end their travels there. Oh, happy they! Not he would go to heaven. Not, though he might that moment. Helen. Nor I now. Festus. Helen, my love. Helen. Yes, I am here. Festus. It has been such a day as that, thou knowest, when first I said T loved thee. That long, sunny day we passed upon the waters, heeding not, seeing not but each other. Helen. I remember. The only wise thing that I ever did, the only good, was to love thee, and therefore I would have no one else as wise as I. Didst thou not say that student would be here? Festus. I think I hear him every minute come. Helen. It is not kind. We should be more alone. There was a time thou wouldst have no one else. Festus. Am I not with thee all day? Helen. Yes, I know. But often and often thou art thinking not of me. Festus. My good child. Helen. Well, I know thou lovest me. And so I cannot bear thee to think, speak, or be with any but me. Festus. Then I will not. Helen. Oh, thou wouldst promise me the clock round. Now. Promise me this, that I shall never die. And I'll believe thee when I am dead, not till. But let it pass. I am at peace with thee, and pardon thee, and give thee leave to live. Festus. Magnanimous. Helen. When earth, and heaven, and all things seem so bright and lovely for our sakes, it is a sin not to be happy. See. The moon is up, it is the dawn of night. Stands by her side one bold, bright, steady star. Star of her heart, and heir to all her light. Whereon she looks so proudly mild and calm, as though she were the mother of that star, and knew he was a chief son in his sphere. But by her side, in the great strife of lights, To shine to God, he had filially failed. And hid his arrows and his bow of beams. Mother of stars! The heavens look up to thee. They shine the brighter but to hide thy waning. They wait and wane for thee to enlarge thy beauty. They give thee all their glory night by night. Their number makes not less thy loneliness, nor loveliness. Festus. Heaven's beauty grows on us. And when the elder worlds have ta'en their seats, come the divine ones, gathering one by one, and family by family, with still and holy air, into the house of God. The house of light he hath builded for himself, and worship him in silence and in sadness, immortal and immovable. And there, night after night, they meet to worship God. For us this witness of the worlds is given, that we may add ourselves to their great glory, and worship with them. They are there for lights, to light us on our way through heaven to God. And we, too, have the power of light in us. Ye stars, how bright ye shine, tonight! Mayhap ye are the resurrection of the worlds, glorified globes of light. Shall ours be like ye? Nay, but it is. This wild, dark earth of ours, whose face is furrowed like a losing gamester's, is shining round, and bright, and smooth in air, millions of miles off. Not a single path of thought I tread, but that it leads to God. And when her time is out, and earth again hath travailed with the divine dust of man, then the world's womb shall open, and her sons be born again, all glorified immortals. And she, their mother, purified by fire, shall sit her down in heaven, a bride of God, and handmaid of the ever-being One. Our earth is learning all accomplishments to fit her for her bridehood. Helen. He is here. Festus. Welcome. Student. I thought the night was beautiful, but find the indoor scene still lovelier. Helen. Ah. All is beautiful where beauty is. Student. Night hath made many bards, she is so lovely. For it is beauty mocketh poesy. As from the dancing eye comes tears of light. Night bath made many bards. She is so lovely. And they have praised her to her starry face. So long, that she hath blushed and left them, often. When first and last we met, we talked on studies. Poetry only I confess is mine, and is the only thing I think or read of, feeding my soul upon the soft, and sweet, and delicate imaginings of song. For as nightingales do upon glowworms feed, so poets live upon the living light of nature and of beauty, they love light. Festus. That poetry is not confined to books. For the creative spirit which thou seekest is in thee, and about thee, yea, it hath God's everywhereness. Student. Truly. It was for this I sought to know thy thoughts, and hear the course thou wouldst lay out for one who longs to win a name among the nations. Festus. First of all, care not about the name, but bind thyself, body and soul, to nature, hiddenly. Lo, the great march of stars from earth to earth, through heaven. The earth speaks inwardly alone. Let no man know thy business, save some friend, a man of mind, above the run of men. For it is with all men and with all things. The bard must have a kind, courageous heart, and natural chivalry to aid the weak. He must believe the best of everything, love all below, and worship all above. All animals are living hieroglyphs. The dashing dog, and stealthy stepping cat, hawk, bull, and all that breathe, mean something more to the true eye than their shapes show. For all were made in love, and made to be beloved. Thus must he think as to earth's lower life, who seeks to win the world to thought and love, as doth the bard, whose habit is all kindness to everything. Helen. I love to hear of such. Could we but think with the intensity we love with, we might do great things, I think. Festus. Kindness is wisdom. There is none in life, but needs it and may learn, a reasoning man, and spirit unassisted, unobscured. Student. Go on, I pray. I came to be informed. Thou knowest my ambition, and I joy to feel thou feedest it with purest food. Festus. I cannot tell thee all I feel, and know but little save myself, and am not ashamed to say, that I have studied my own life, and know it is like to a tear-blistered letter, which holdeth fruit and proof of deeper feeling than the poor pen can utter, or the eye discover. And that often my heart's thoughts will rise and shake my breast as madmen shake the stanchions of their dungeons, and howl out. Helen. But thou wast telling us of poesy, and the kind nature-hearted bards. Festus. I was. I knew one once, he was a friend of mine. I knew him well. His mind, habits, and works, taste, temper, temperament, and everything. Yet with as kind a heart as ever beat. He was no sooner made than marred. Though young, he wrote amid the ruins of his heart. They were his throne and theme, like some lone king, who tells the story of the land he lost, and how he lost it. Student. Tell us more of him. Helen. Nay, but it saddens thee. Festus. 'Tis like enough. We slip away like shadows into shade. We end, and make no mark we had begun. We come to nothing, like a pure intent. When we have hoped, sought, striven, and lost our aim, then the truth fronts us, beaming out of darkness, like a white brow, through its overshadowing hair. As though the day were overcast, my Helen. But I was speaking of my friend. He was quick, generous, simple, obstinate in end, high-hearted from his youth. His spirit rose in many a glittering fold and gleamy crest, hydra-like to its hindrance, mastering all, save one thing, love, and that out-hearted him. Nor did he think enough, till it was over, how bright a thing he was breaking, or he would surely have shunned it, nor have let his life be pulled to pieces like a rose by a child. And his heart's passions made him oft do that, which made him writhe to think on what he had done, and thin his blood by weeping at a night. If madness wrought the sin wrought madness, and made a round of ruin. It is sad to see the light of beauty wane away. No, eyes are dimming, bosom shriveling, feet losing their spring, and limbs their lily roundness. But it is worse to feel our heartspring gone, to lose hope, care not for the coming thing, and feel all things go to decay with us, as 'twere our life's 11th month, and yet all this he went through young. Helen. Poor soul. I should have loved him for his sorrows. Festus. It is not love brings sorrow, but love's objects. Student. Then he loved. Festus. I said so. I have seen him when he hath had a letter from his lady dear, he blessed the paper that her hand had travelled over, and her I looked on, and would think he saw gleams of that light she lavished from her eyes, wandering amid the words of love there traced, like glowworms among beds of flowers. He seemed to bear with being but because she loved him. She was the sheath wherein his soul had rest, As hath a sword from war, and he at night would solemnly and singularly curse each minute that he had not thought of her. Helen. Now that was like a lover. And she loved him, and him only. Festus. Well, perhaps it was so. But he could not restrain his heart, but loved. In that voluptuous purity of taste, which dwells on beauty coldly, and yet kindly, as night dew, whensoe'er he met with beauty. Helen. It was a pity, that inconstancy. If she he loved were but as good and fair as he was worthy of. Student. It was his way. Festus. There is a dark and bright to everything. To everything but beauty such as thine. And that is all bright. If a fault in him, 'twas one which made him do the sweetest wrongs man ever did. And yet a whisper went that he did wrong, and if that whisper had echo in him or not, it mattered little. Or right or wrong, he were alike unhappy. Ah me! Ah me! That there should be so much to call up love, so little to delight. The best enjoyment is half disappointment. To that we mean or would have in this world. And there were many strange and sudden lights beckoned him towards them. They were wreckers' lights. But he shunned these, and righted when she rose. Moon of his life, that ebbed and flowed with her. A sea of sorrow struck him, but he held on. Dashed all sorrow from him as a bark. Spray from her bow bounding, he lifted up his head, and the deep ate his shadow merely. Helen. A poet not in love is out at sea. He must have a lay figure. Festus. I meant not to screen, but to describe this friend of mine. Helen. Describe the lady, too. Of course she was above all praise and all comparison. Festus. Why, true. Her heart was all humanity. Her soul all God's, in spirit and in form. Like fair. Her cheek had the pale pearly pink of seashells, the world's sweetest tint, as though she lived, one half might deem, on roses sopped in silver dew. She spake as with the voice of spheral harmony which greets the soul when at the hour of death the saved one knows his sister angels near. Her eye was as the golden pane the setting sun doth just emblaze, which shows, till heaven comes down again, all other lights but grades of gloom. Her dark, long rolling locks were as a stream the slave might search for gold, and searching find. Helen. Enough. I have her picture perfect, quite enough. Student. What were his griefs? Festus. He who hath most of heart knows most of sorrow, not a thing he saw nor did, but was to him, at times, woe. At times indifferent, at times a joy. Folly and sin and memory make a curse, wherewith the future fires may vie in vain. The sorrows of the soul are graver still. Student. Where and when did he study? Did he mix much with the world, or was he a recluse? Festus. He had no times of study, and no place. All places and all times to him were one. His soul was like the wind harp, which he loved, and sounded only when the spirit blew. Sometime in feasts and follies, for he went lifelike through all things, and his thoughts then rose like sparkles in the bright wine, brighter still. Sometimes in dreams, and then the shining words would wake him in the dark before his face. All things talked thoughts to him. The sea went mad, and the wind whined as 'twere in pain, to show each one his meaning, and the awful sun thundered his thoughts into him. And at night The stars would whisper theirs, the moon sigh hers. The Spirit speaks all tongues and understands. Both gods and angels, man's and all dumb things. Down to an insect's inarticulate hum. And an inaudible organ. And it was. The Spirit spake to him of everything. And with the moony eyes like those we see. Thousands on thousands, crowding air in dreams. Looked into him its mighty meanings, till he felt the power fulfill him. As a cloud. In every fiber feels the forming wind. He spake the world's one tongue, in earth and heaven. There is but one, it is the word of truth. To him the eye let out its hidden meaning. And young and old made their hearts over to him. And thoughts were told to him as unto none. Save one who heareth said and unsaid, all. And his heart held these as a grate its gleeds. Where others warm them. Student. I would I had known him. Festus. All things were inspiration unto him. Wood, wold, hill, field, sea, city, solitude. And crowds and streets, and man where'er he was. And the blue eye of God which is above us. Brook-bounded pine spinneys where spirits flit. And haunted pits the rustic hurries by. Where cold wet ghosts sit ringing jingling bells. Old orchards leaf-roofed aisles, and red-cheeked load. And the blood-colored tears which you trees weep. O'er churchyard graves, like murderers remorseful. The dark green rings where fairies sit and sup. Crushing the violet dew in the acorn cup. Whereby his new-made bride the bridegroom sips. The white moon shimmering on their longing lips. The large o'erloaded wealthy-looking wains. Quietly swaggering home through leafy lanes. Leaving on all low branches as they come. Straws for the birds, ears of the harvest home. Summer's warm soil or winter's cruel sky. Clear, cold and icy blue like a sea-eagle's eye. All things to him bear thoughts of minstrelsy. He drew his light from that he was amidst. As doth a lamp from air which hath itself matter of light although it show it not. His was but the power to light what might be lit. He met a muse in every lovely maid. And learned a song from every lip he loved. But his heart ripened most 'neath southern eyes. Which sunned their sweets into him all day long. For fortune called him southwards, towards the sun. Helen. Did he love music? Festus. The only music he or learned or listened to was from the lips of her he loved, and that he learned by heart. Albeit, she would try to teach him tunes. And put his fingers on the keys, but he could only see her eyes, and hear her voice. And feel her touch. Helen. Why, he was much like thee. Festus. We had some points in common. Student. Was he proud? Festus. Lowliness is the base of every virtue. And he who goes the lowest, builds the safest. My God keeps all his pity for the proud. Student. Was he world-wise? Festus. The only wonder is he knew so much, leading the life he did. Student. Yet it may seem less strange when we think back. That we, in the dark chamber of the heart, sitting alone, see the world tabled to us. And the world wonders how recluses know so much, and most of all, how we know them. It is they who paint themselves upon our hearts. In their own lights and darknesses, not we. One stream of light is to us from above. And that is that we see by light of God. Festus. We do not make our thoughts. They grow in us. Like grain in wood, the growth is of the skies. Which are of nature, nature is of God. The world is full of glorious likenesses. The poet's power is to sort these out. And to make music from the common strings with which the world is strung. to make the dumb earth utter heavenly harmony, and draw life clear and sweet and harmless as spring water, welling its way through flowers. Without faith, illimitable faith, strong as estates, in its own might, in God, no bard can be. All things are signs of other and of nature. It is at night we see heaven moveth, and a darkness thick with suns. The thoughts we think subsist, the same in God as stars in heaven. And as these specks of light will prove great worlds, when we approach them sometime free from flesh, so too our thoughts will become magnified to mind-like things immortal. And as space is but a property of God, wherein is laid all matter, other attributes may be the infinite homes of mind and soul. And thoughts rise from our souls, as from the sea. The cloud sublimed in heaven. The cloud is cold, although ablaze with lightning, though it shine at all points like a constellation. So we live not to ourselves, our work is life, in bright and ceaseless labor as a star, which shineth unto all worlds, but itself. Helen. And were this friend and bard of whom thou speakest, and she whom he did love, happy together? Festus. True love is ever tragic, grievous, grave. Bards and their beauties are like double stars, one in their bright effect. Helen. Whose light is love? Student. Or is it poesy thou meanest? Festus. Both. For love is poesy, it doth create from fading features, dim soul, doubtful heart, and this world's wretched happiness, a life which is as near to heaven as are the stars. They parted, and she named heaven's judgment seat as their next place of meeting, and 'twas kept by her, at least, so far that nowhere else could it be made until the day of doom. Helen. So soon men's passion passes. Yea, it sinks like foam into the troubled wave which bore it. Merciful God, let me entreat thy mercy. I have seen all the woes of men, pain, death, remorse, and worldly ruin, they are little weighed with the woe of woman when forsaken by him she loved and trusted. Here, too, thou, Lady of Heaven, Mother of God and man, who made the world his brother, one with God, made mother, mold of God, who wrought in thee, by model as he doth in the world's womb, so that the universe is great with God. Thou in whom God did deify himself, betaking him into mortality, as in thy Son he took it into him, and from the temporal and eternal made of the soul world one same and ever God. Oh, for the sake of thine own womanhood, pray away aught of evil from her soul, and take her out of anguish unto thee, always, as thou didst this one. Festus. Who doth not believe that he loveth cannot die? There is no mode of death in thine eyes' beams, to hint of dust, or darkness, or decay, eclipse upon eclipse, and death on death. No. Immortality sits mirrored there, like a fair face long looking on itself. Yet thou shalt lie in death's angelic garb, as in a dream of dress, my beautiful. The worm shall trail across thine unsunned sweets, and fatten him on that men pine to death for. Yea, have a further knowledge of thy beauties than ever did thy best-loved lover dream of. Helen. It is unkind to think of me in this wise. Surely the stars must feel that they are bright in beauty, number, nature infinite. And the strong sense we have of God in us makes me believe my soul can never cease. The temples perish, but the God still lives. Festus. It is therefore that I love thee. For that when the fiery perfection of the world. The sun shall be a shadow and burnt out. There is an impulse to eternity, raised by this moment's love. Student. I pray it may. Time is the crescent shape to bounded eye of what is ever perfect unto God. The bosom heaves to heaven and to the stars. Our very hearts throb upwards, our eyes look. Our aspirations always are divine. Yet is it in the gloom of soul we see most of the God about us, as at night. For then the soul, like the mother-maid of Christ, is overshadowed by the Holy Spirit, and in creative darkness doth conceive its humanized divinity of life. Festus. Think then God shows his face to us no less in spiritual darkness than in light. Helen. But of thy friend? I would hear more of him. Perhaps much happiness in friendship made amends for his love's sorrows. Festus. Ask me not. Helen. But loved he never after? Came there none to roll the stone from his sepulchral heart, and sit in it an angel? Festus. Ah, my life! My more than life, my immortality! Both man and kind belie their nature, when they are not kind, and thy words are kind, and beautiful, and loving like thyself. Thine eye and thy tongue's tone, and all that speak thy soul, are like it. There's a something in the shape of harps as though they had been made by music. Beauty's the effect of soul. And he of whom thou askest loved again. Couldst thou have loved one who was unlike men? Whose heart was wrinkled long before his brow? Who would have cursed himself if he had dared tempt God to ratify his curse in fire? And yet with whom to look on beauty was a need, a thirst, a passion? Helen. Yes, I think I could have loved him, but, no, not unless he was like thee, unless he had been thee. Tell me, what was it rendered him so wretched at heart? Festus. I will not tell thee. Student. But tell me how and on what he wrote, this friend of thine. Festus. Love, mirth, woe, pleasure, was in Tom his theme, and the great good which beauty does the soul, and the God-made necessity of things. And like that noble knight in olden tale, who changed his armour's hue at each fresh charge, by virtue of his lady-love's strange ring, so that none knew him save his private page, and she who cried, God save him, every time he brake spears with the brave till he quelled all. So he applied him to all themes that came, loving the most to breast the rapid deeps, where others had been drowned, and heeding not where danger might not fill the place of fame. And, mid the magic circle of those sounds, his lyre rayed out, spellbound himself he stood, like a stilled storm. It is no task for suns to shine. He knew himself a bard ordained, more than inspired, of God, inspirited, making himself like an electric rod, a lure for lightning feelings. And his words felt like the things that fall in thunder, which the mind, when in a dark, hot, cloudful state, doth make metallic, meteoric, ball-like. He spake to spirits with a spirit tongue, who came compelled by wizard word of truth, and rayed them round him from the ends of heaven. For as be all bards he was born of beauty, and with a natural fitness to draw down all tones and shades of beauty to his soul, even as the rainbow-tinted shell, which lies miles deep at bottom of the sea, hath all colors of skies and flowers, and gems, and plumes, and all by nature which doth reproduce like loveliness in seeming opposites. Our life is like the wizard's charmed ring. Death's heads, and loathsome things fill up the ground. But spirits wing about, and wait on us. While yet the hour of enchantment is. And while we keep in, we are safe, and can force them to do our bidding. And he raised the rebel in himself, and in his mind walked with him through the world. Student. He wrote of this? Festus. He wrote a poem. Student. What was said of it? Festus. Oh, much was said, much more than understood. One said that he was mad, another, wise. Another, wisely mad. The book is there. Judge thou among them. Student. Well, but, who said what? Festus. Some said that he blasphemed. And these men lied. To all eternity, unless such men be saved, when God shall raise that lie from life, and from his own eternal memory. But still the word is lied, though it were writ in honeydew upon a lily leaf, with quill of nightingale, like love letters from Oberon sent to the bright Titania, fairest of all the fays, for that he used the name of God as spirits use it, barely, yet surely more sublime in nakedness, statue-like, than in a whole tongue of dress. Thou knowest, God, that to the full of worship all things are worshipful, and thy great name, in all its awful brevity, hath not unholy breeding in it, but doth bless rather the tongue that utters it. For me, I ask no higher office than to fling my spirit at thy feet, and cry thy name, God, through eternity. The man who sees irreverence in that name, must have been used to take that name in vain, and the same man would see obscenity in pure white statues. Call all things by their names. Hell, call thou hell. Archangel, call archangel, and God, God. Student. And what said he of such? Festus. He held his peace. A season, as a tree its sap till spring, preparing to unfold itself, and let all rigor do its worst, which only served to harden him, though nothing nesh at first. And then he said at last, what, at the first, he deemed would have been seen by other men. By men, at least, above low water mark. Who take it, they lead others. That it is they who set their shoulders to the stalled world's wheel, and give it a hitch forwards. Helen. There were some encouraged him with goodwill, surely. Festus. Many. The kind, the noble, and the able cheered him. The lovely, likewise, others knew he not of. And yet he loved not praise, nor sighed for fame. Men's praise begets an awe of one's own self within us, till we fear our heart, lest it, magician-like, show more than we can bear. Nor was he fameless. But obscurity hath many a sacred use. The clouds which hide the mental mountains rising nighest heaven are full of finest lightning, and a breath can give those gathered shadows fearful life, and launch their light in thunder o'er the world. Student. And thought he well of that he wrote? Festus. Perchance. Perchance we suffer, and perchance succeed. Perchance he would his tongue had perished ere it uttered half he said, from childhood up to manhood, and so on. For much I heard from him required expiation, much soul sacrifice and penance for heart deeds, which passion had accomplished, yea, perchance he wished, how vain, that fruitful heart and breast had withered like a witch's ere he had trained the parasites of feeling that he did about it. And perchance, for all I know, he would his brain had died ere it conceived one half the thought seeds that took life in it. and in his soul's dark sanctuary dwelt. Yet his blue eyes' dark ball grew greater with delight, and darker, as he viewed the things he made. Not monsters outside of the fane, grinning and howling, but seraphic forms. Embodied thoughts of worship, wisdom, love, joining their fire-tipped wings across the shrine, where his heart's relics lay, and where were wrought immortal miracles upon men's minds. Student, take up the book, and, if thou understandest, unfold it to me. Festus. What I can, I will. Well I remember me of thee, poor book. But there is consolation e'en for thee. Fair hand have turned thee over, and bright eyes sprinkled their sparkles o'er thee with their prayers. The poet's pen is the true divining rod, which trembles upwards the inner founts of feeling, bringing to light and use, else hid from all, the many sweet clear sources which we have of good and beauty in our own deep bosoms, and marks the variations of all mind, as does the needle in air-investing storms. Student, how does the book begin, go on and end? Festus. It has a plan, but no plot. Life hath none. Helen. Tell us, love, we will listen and not speak. I wish I understood it, for I know you would rather hear me than yourselves talk. Student. Surely. I'd give up half the organs in my head, besides all undiscovered faculties, to list to such a lecturer, and then have quite enough, perhaps, to comprehend. Helen. 'Twere needless that, to one half-witted now. Festus. There is a porch, wherefrom is something seen of the main dome beyond. Though shadows cross each other's path, yet let us go through it. And lo! An opening scene in heaven, wherein the foredoom of all things, spirit and matter, is shown, and the permission of temptation, the angelic worship of the Trinity, by God's name uttered thrice, the joys and powers of souls o'erblessed, and the sweet offices of warden angel told, and the complete, well-fixed necessity and end of all things. From heaven we come to earth, and so do souls. For next succeeds a soft and sunset scene, wherein is shown the collapsed, empty state, in which all worldly pleasures leave us. Youths, though natural, fitful, unavailing, struggle against a great temptation come unlocked for, and that to sin is to curse God indeed. The soul long used to truth still keeps its strength, though plunged upon a sudden mid the false, as hands, thrust into a dark room, retain their sunlent light a season. So with this, the lines have under meanings, and the scene of self-forgetfulness and indecision breaks off, not ends. A starry, stirless night follows, which shadows out youth's barren longings for goodness, greatness, marvels, mysteries. Whence comes this dream of immortality, and the resurgent essence? Let us think. What mean we by the dead? The dead have life, the changed, and, if they come, it is to show their change is for the better. The bait takes. Man and his foe shake hands upon their bargain. The youth sets out for joy, and 'neath the care of his good enemy, begins his course. The next scene seems to promise fair. For sure, if that there be one scene in life, wherefrom evil is absent, it is pure early love. Helen. Alas! When beauty pleads the cause of virtue, the chief temptation to embrace its wanting. Festus. A man in love sees wonders, but not love makes the soul happy, so the youth gets hopeless. To this comes on a stem and stormy quarrel 'tween the two foe friends, youth demanding what cannot be, and the other withholding safe and easy grants. They part and meet, as though nothing had happened. In the next scene, none know how we reconcile ourselves to evil. But there they are, together, aiding each the other, and abusing others. Helen. Chapter 1. Was waiting for an eloquential pause. In this mysterious, allegorical, mythical, theological, odd story. So now, then, I shall ask myself to sing. And granting I agree to my request, I think you ought to thank me. Student. That we will. But not just now. Helen. Oh. Yes, now. Yes, this moment. I'm in the humor. Student. We are not. Festus. Yes, let her. Helen. What shall I sing? Festus. Sing something merry, love. Helen. I won't, I'll sing the dullest thing I know. One of thine own songs. Student. What a compliment. Festus. Sing what thou lickst, then. Helen. No, what thou lickst. Student. Well. Something about lore, and it can't be wrong. For love the sunny world supplies. With laughing lips and happy eyes. Festus. And 'twill be sooner over. Student. And so better. Helen. Like an island in a river. Art thou, my love, to me. And I journey by thee ever. With a gentle ecstasy. I arise to fall before thee. I come to kiss thy feet. To adorn thee and adore thee. Mine only one. My sweet. And thy love hath power upon me. Like a dream upon a brain. For the loveliness which won me. With the love, too, doth remain. And my life it beautifieth. Though love be but a shade. Known of only ere it dieth. By the darkness it hath made. Was that addressed to me? Student. Well, now resume. Festus. Trial alone of ill and folly gives. Gear proofs of the world's vanities, but little good comes of sermons, prophecies, or warnings. Though from the steps of an old grey market cross, the devil is holding forth to the faithless. There. A social prayer is offered up, too. This is followed by a bird's-eye view of earth. A stirring up of the dust of all the nations. Then comes a village feast. A kind of home. Unto the traveler, where, with the world, we mix in private, talking diverse things. A country merry-making, where all speak according to their sorts, and the occasion. Deeper than ever lead-line went, behold. We search the rayless central sun within. We penetrate all mysteries, but are unfitted long to dwell in the recess of our own nature, and we long for light. True aspiration riseth from research. Next, by the o'erthrown altar of a fane, foundation shattered, like the ripened heart, we find ourselves in worship. Let us hope. The spirit, form, and offering, grateful all. In one of earth's head cities, after this, we tower like rise, and with an eminent eye glance round society, insatiate. The high unknown as yet unrealized. In less time than the twinkling of a star. Ensphered in air, the arch-fiend and the youth. Like twilight and midnight, discourse and rise. Thence to another planet, for the book. Stream-like doth steal the images of stars. And trembles at its boldness, where we meet. The spirit of the first night of temptation. And mix with many of those lofty musings, which sow in us the seeds of higher kind, and brighter being, heavenly poesy, which shines among the powers of our mind. As that bright star she dwells in, mid the worlds, which make the system of the sun, is there too. But these high things are lost, and drowned, and dimmed, like a blue eye in tears, that trickle from it. Like angels leaving heaven on their errands of love, behind them. In the scene succeeding, a scene of song, and dance, and mirth, and wine, and damsels, in whose lily skin the blue veins branch themselves in hidden luxury. Hues of the heaven they seem to have vanished from. Helen. Moonlight and music, and kisses, and wine. And beauty, which must be, for rhyme sake, divine. Festus. Mere joys, but saddened and sublimed at close by sweet remembrance of immortal ones. Once loved, I hallowed. Still, in scenes like this, youth lingers longest, drawing out his time, as a gold beater does his wire, until 'twould reach round the earth. Student. And be of no use then. Festus. Blame not the bard for showing this, but mind. He wrote of youth as passionate genius, its flights and follies, both its sensual ends and common places. To behold an eagle batting the sunny ceiling of the world with his dark wings, one well might deem his heart on heaven, but, no. It is fixed on flesh and blood, and soon his talons tell it. Pass we on. A brief and solemn parley o'er a grave follows, in which youth vows to trust in God, be the end what it may. A prescient view of what is true repentance to the soul, spirit-informed, expands, and over all, the spiritual harmonies of heaven by the raised soul are heard, and God's great rule to creatures justified. And next we find ourselves in heaven. Even man's deadly life can be there, by God's leave. Once brought to God, the soul's foredoom is set before it brightly, and heaven's designs are seen to be brought to bear. A lightning revelation of the heavens, and what is in them. Let it not be said, he sought his God in the self-slayer's way, whose highest aim was but to worship in all humbleness. For he was called thereto to show the holy God, in three scenes, first and last in threelihood, and midst in one. Although less hard to shape the wide-winged wind o'er the bright heights of air, he will forgive. For we, this moment, and all living souls, all matter, are as much within his presence, and known through, like a glass film in the sun, as we can ever be. Through sundry worlds, the mortal wends, returning, and relates to her he loves, and joyously, they greet, as boat by breeze and billow backed by tide, his bright experience of celestial homes, where spiritual natures, kind and high, light-born, which can divine immortal things, abide embosomed in eternity. Something he tells, too, of the friendly fiend, something of ancient ages, infant earth. To this succeeds a scene explaining much of retrospective and perspective cast between the bard his beauty and his friend. Our story ties us here to earth again, and see all aged. Evil is in love, and ever those who are unhappiest have their heart's desire the oftenest, but in dreams. Dreams are mind clouds, high, and unshapen beauties, or but God-shaped, like mountains, which contain much and rich matter, often not for us, but for another. Dreams are rudiments of the great state to come. We dream what is about to happen to us. Helen. What may be the dream in this case? Festus. It is one of death. Helen. Of death. Is that all? Well, I too have had what every one hath once, at least, in life. A vision of the region of the dead. It was the land of shadows, the land itself was but a shadow, and the race which seemed therein were voices, forms of forms, and echoes of themselves. And there was naught of substance seemed, save one thing in the midst. A great red sepulchre, a granite grave. And at the bottom lay a skeleton, from whose decaying jaws the shades were born, making its only sign of life, its dying continually. Some were bright, some dark. Those that were bright, went upwards heavenly. They which were dark, grew darker and remained. A land of change, yet did the half things nothing that I could see, but passed stilly on, taking no note of other, mate or child. For all had lost their love when they put off the beauty of the body. And as I looked on, the grave before me backed away. And I began to dream it was a dream. And I rushed after it, when the earth quaked, opened and shut, like the eye of one in fits. It shut to with a shout. The grave was gone. And in the stead there stood a gleed-like throne, which all the shadows shook to see, and swooned. For fiends were standing, loaded with long chains, the links whereof were fire, waiting the word to bind and cast the shadows into hell. For Death the second sat upon that throne, which set on fire the air not to be breathed. And as he lifted up his arm to speak, fear preyed upon all souls, like fire on paper. And mine among the rest, and I awoke. Student. By Hades, 'twas most awful. Festus. And when love merges in creature worship, let us mind. We know not what it is we love, perhaps. It is incarnate evil. In the time it takes to turn a leaf, we are in heaven, making our way among the wheeling worlds. Millions of suns, half infinite each, and space forever shone into, forever dark. As God is, to and by created mind, upheld by the companion spirit. There, the nature of the all-in-one, and whence evil, the fixed impossibility of creatures' perfectness, until made one with God, and the necessity of ill. As yet, are things all touched upon and proven. The next scene shows us hell, in the mad mock of mortal revelry, the quelling truth that all life's sinful follies run to hell. That lies, debauches, murders never die, but live in hell forever, make our hell. And truth is there too. Hell is its own moral perdition certain to the unrepentant. Redemption on a like scale with creation, and all creation needing it and having. What follows is of earth, and setteth forth God's mercy, and the mystery of sin, and a great gathering of the worlds round God, told by the youth to his truthful, trustful, love, who, light and lowly as a little glowworm, sheddeth her beauty round her like a rose. Sweet-smelling dew upon the ground it grows on, and then a rest in light, as though, 'tween earth and heaven there were a mediate spirit point, a bright effect original of God, enlightening all ways, inwardly and round. Then comes a scene of passion, brought about by the bad spirit's means for his own ends, whom we know not when come, so dark we grow, making it but a blind for the next scene, laid by the lonely seashore, as before, where the great waves come in frothed, like a horse put to his heart-burst speed, sobbing uphill, wherein he works his victim's death, to clear his way, and keep his name of murderer, as he in other parts makes good his titles: deceiver, liar, tempter, and accuser, hater of man, and, most of all, of God. In the next scene we picture back our life. contrasting the pure joys of earlier years with the unsatedness of current sin, and the sad feel that love's own heart turns sick, like a bad pearl, but that the feeling still is adamantine, though the splendid thing whereon it writes its record is of all frailest. And though earth shows to good and bad the same blind kindness, beautiful to see, wherewith our lovely mother loveth us, the world in vain unbosometh her beauty. We have no lust to live, for things may be corrupted into beauty, and that love, where all the passions blend, as hues in white, tires at the last, as day would, if all day, and no night. So despair of heart increases. The last lure, power, is proffered, taken. All hangs on the last desire, whatever it be. A scene of prescient solitude and soul commune with heaven, repentance, prayer, faith, which are all things inspired alone of God, who signifies salvation, follows this. In the next scene, we feel the end draw nigh. A change is wrought on earth as great as that in its first ages, when the elements, less gross and palpable than air, were changed to mountainous and adamantine mass, now 'neath the feet of nations, figuring forth the fateful mind which is to govern all, controlling the great evil. For it is mind which shall rule and be ruled, and not the body. In the last age of human sway on earth, ambition ruined by its own success, aims lost, power useless, love, pure love, the last of mortal things that nestles in the heart. There is a love which acts to death, and through death, and may come white, and bright and pure, like paper, from refuse, or from clearest things at first. It is beyond the accidents of life. For things we make no compt of, have in them the seeds of life, use, beauty, like the cores of apples that we fling away. Not now is left but trust in God, who tries the heart, and saves it, at the last, from its own ruin. The parting spirit fluttering like a flag, half from its earthy staff. The death change comes. Death is another life. We bow our heads. At going out, we think, and enter straight another golden chamber of the kings. Larger than this we leave, and lovelier. And then in shadowy glimpses, disconnect. The story, flower-like, closes thus its leaves. The will of God is all in all. He makes, destroys, remakes, for his own pleasure, all. After inferior nature is subdued, the evil is confined. All elements conglobe themselves from chaos, purified. The rebegotten world is born again. The body and the soul cease. Spirit lives, and gloriously falsified are all earth's cavern prophecies of bodyhood. Spirits rise up and rule and link with heaven. The soul state is searched into dormant death, evil, and all the dark gods of the heart, and the idolatrous passions, ruined, chained, and worshipless, are seen, and there, the word heard and obeyed. Next comes the truth divine, redintegrative, evil's last and worst endeavor, vanquished, by Almighty good. The last scene shows the final doom of earth, soul's judgment, and salvation of the youth, as was forefixed on from and in the first. The universe expurgated of evil, and hell for aye abolished. All create, redeemed, their God all love, themselves all bliss. We may say that the sun is dead and gone forever, and may swear he will rise no more. The skies may put on mourning for their God, and earth heap ashes on her head, but who shall keep the sun back, when he thinks to rise? Where is the chain shall bind him? Where the cell shall hold him? Hell, he would burn down to embers. And would lift up the world with a lever of light. Out of his way, yet, know ye, 'twere thrice less to do thrice this, than keep the soul from God. O'er earth, and cloud, and sky, and star, and heaven, it dwells with God a prison as a prayer. The Spirit speaks of God in heaven's own tongue. No mystery to those who love, but learned. As is our mother tongue, Him, the parent. By whom created, fashioned, flesh and spirit. All forms and feelings of all kinds of beauty are burned into our heart clay, pattern-like. Much too is writ, elsewhere and here, not yet made clear, nor can be till earth come of age. Like the unfinished rudiments of light, which gather time by time into a star. Thus have I shown the meaning of the book, and the most truthful likeness of a mind, which hath as yet been limned. The mind of youth. In strengths and failings, in its overcomings, and in its shortcomings, the kingly ends. The universalizing heart of youth. Its love of power, heed not how had, although with surety of self-ruin at the end. Everything urged against it proves its truth and faithfulness to nature. Some cried out, 'twas inconsistent, so 'twas meant to be. Such is the very stamp of youth and nature, and the continual losing sight of its aims, and the desertion of its most expressed and dearest rules and objects. This is youth. Student. I look on life as keeping me from God. Stars, heaven, and angels' bosoms. I lay ill, and the dark hot blood, throbbing through and through me. They bled me and I swooned, and as I died, or seemed to die, a soft, sweet sadness fell, with a voluptuous weakness, on my soul. That made me feel all happy. But my heart would live, and rose, and wrestled with the soul, which stretched its wings and strained its strength in vain, twining around it as a snake an eagle. My eyes unclosed again, and I looked up, and saw the sweet blue twilight, and one star. One only star, in heaven, and then I wished that I had died and gone to it. And straight was glad I lived again, lo love once more. And so our souls turn round upon themselves, like orbs upon their axles. What was night is day, what day, night. God will guide us on, body and soul, through life and death, to judgment. Festus. Earth hath her deserts mixed with fruitful plains. The word of God is barren in some parts. A rose is not all flower, but hath much which is of lower beauty, yet like needful. And he who in great makings doth like these, doth only that which is most natural. Like life too it is boundlessly unequal. Now soaring, and now groveling, at one time. All harmony, and then again all harshness. With an ever-changing style of thought and speech. The work is still consistent with itself, as one part often bears upon another, lifting it to the light, where most it needs. The thoughts we have of men are bold as men. Our thoughts of God are thin and fleet as ghosts. But it was not his meaning to draw men, such as he heard they were in the old world, and sometimes mixed with. He blessed God he knew, but little of the world, that little good, while some sighed out that little was its all. So for the persons and the scenes he drew, oft in a dim and dreamy imagery. Chopin, half-shapen, misshapen, unshapen. They are the shadowy creatures which youth dreams. Live in the world embodied, but are not. Save in the minds, which is the mightier one. They are the names of things which we believe in. Ideas not embodied, alas, not. And the sad fate which many of those meet, whom the youth loves and quits, means not so ill as the betrayer's sin, salvationless. Almost, it is but desertion, not betrayal. And forced on him according to a promise, made at the first unto him, and to be wrought out in brief time, and the same fair souls saved, stand for our desires made pure in heaven. Let us work out our natures. We can do no wrong in them, they are divine, etern. I follow my attraction, and obey nature, as earth does, circling round her source of life and light, and keeping true in heaven. Though not perfect in round, which nothing is. 'Twas the heart book of love, well nigh all grief. For the heart leaves its likeness best in that overwhelming sorrow which burns up and buries, like to the eloquent impression left in lava, of Pompeian maiden's bosom. All passions, and all pleasures, and all powers of man's heart, are brought in, and mind and frame. He made this work the business of his life. It was his mission, and was laid on him. He was a laborer on the ways of God, and had his hire in peace and power to work. He wrote it not in the contempt of rule, and not in hate, but in the self-made rule, that there was none to him, but to himself. He was his sole rule, and had right to be. The faults are faults of nature, and prove art. Man's nature, that a thing of art, like it, should be so pure in kind. Helen. I do believe the world is a forged thing, and hath not got the dye of God upon it. It will not pass in heaven, I tell ye. Student. How shouldst thou know aught of heaven, unless by contrast? Festus. Pray now cease. Ye two are jarring ever, though as with the bickering beauty of two swords, whose strife, though deadly, mocketh music, I could listen. Did not each stab, whichever way, pain me? Helen. Oh, I could stand and rend myself with rage. To think I am so weak, that all are so mere minims in the music made from us. While I would be a hand to sweep from end to end, from infinite to infinite, the world's great chord. The beautiful of old had but to say some God had been with them, and their worst fault was hallowed to their best deed. That was to live. Could we uproot the past, which grows and throws its chilling shade o'er us, lengthening every hour and darkening it? Or could we plant the future where we would, and make it flourish, that, too, were to live? But it is not more true that what is, than that what is not. It is enough to bear the ever-present, as we do. The city of the past is laid in ruins. Its echoing walls at a whisper fall. The coming is not yet built, nor as yet its deep foundations laid, but seems, at once, like the air city, goodly and well-watered, which the dry wind doth dream of on the sands, where he dies away with his wanderings, while we enjoy the hope thereof, and perish, not seeing that the desert present is our end. Festus. The brightest natures oft have darkest end, as fire smoke. Student. I will read the book in the hope of learning somewhat from it. Festus. Thou mayst learn a hearty thanksgiving for blessings here, and proud prediction of a state to come, of love, and life, and power unlimited, and uttered in a sound and homely tongue, fit to be used by all who think while speaking, with here and there some old, hard uncouth words, which have withal a quaint and meaning richness, as stones make more the power of the soil. The world hath said its say for and against, and after praise and blame cometh the truth. Living men look on all who live askance. Were he a cold grey ghost, he would have honor, and though as man he must have mixed with men, Yet the true bard doth make himself ghost-like. He lives apart from men, he wakes and walks by nights. He puts himself into the world above him, and he is what but few see. He knows, too, to the old hid treasure, truth. And the world wonders, shortly, how someone hath come so rich of soul, it little dreams of the poor ghost that made him. Yet he comes to none save of his own blood, and lets pass many a generation till his like turns up. Moreover, this same genius comes, ghost-like, to those only who are lonely in life and in desire, never to crowds. And it can make its way through everything, and is never happy till it tells its secret. But pale and pressed down with the inward weight of unborn works, it sickens nigh to death. Often, but who like happy at a birth? Student. Say what a poet ought to do and be. Festus. Though it may scarce become me, knowing little, yet what I have thought out upon that theme, and deem true, I will tell thee. Helen. Now I know. You two will talk of nothing else all night. So I will to my music. Sweet. I come. Art thou not glad to see me? What a time since I have touched thine eloquent white fingers. Hast thou forgot me? Mind, now? Know'st thou not my greeting? Ah! I love thee. Talk away. Never mind me. I shall not you. Student. Agreed. Helen. By the sweet muse of music, I could swear. I do believe it smiles upon me, see it. Full of unuttered music, like a bird. Rich in invisible treasures, like a bud. Of unborn sweets, and thick about the heart. With ripe and rosy beauty, full to trembling. I love it like a sister. Hark, its tones. They melt the soul within one like a sword. Albeit sheathed, by lightning. Talk to me. Lovely one. Answer me, thou beauty. Student. Hear her. Festus. Experience and imagination are mother and sire of song, the harp and hand. The bard's aim is to give us thoughts, his art. Leith in giving them as bright as may be. And even when their looks are earthy, still, if opened, like geoids, they may be found full of all sparkling sparry loveliness. They should be wrought, not cast. Like tempered steel. Burned and cooled, burned again, and cooled again. A thought is like a ray of light, complex in nature, simple only in effect. Words are the motes of thought, and nothing more. Words are like seashells on the shore, they show where the mind ends, and not how far it has been. Let every thought, too, soldier-like, be stripped and roughly looked over. The dress of words, like to the Roman girl's enticing garb, should let the play of limb be seen through it. And the round rising form, a mist of words, like halos round the moon, though they enlarge the seeming size of thoughts, make the light less. Doubly. It is the thought writ down we want. Not its effect, not likenesses of likenesses. And such descriptions are not, more than gloves. Instead of hands to shake, enough for us. Student. But is the power, is poesy inborn? Or is it to be gained by art or toil? Festus. It is underived, except from God. But where? Strongest, asks most of human care and aid. Great bards toil much and most. But most at first. Ere they can learn to concentrate the soul. For hours upon a thought to carry it. Student. Why I have sat for hours and never moved. Saving my hands, clock-like, in writing round. Day after day of thought, and lapse of life. Festus. Many make books, few poems, which may do well for their gains, but they do not for truth. Nor man, true bard's main aim. Perish the books. But the creations live. Some steal a thought, and clip it round the edge, and challenge him, whose 'twas to swear to it. To serve things thus is as foul witches to cut up old moons into new stars. Some never rise above a pretty fault, like faulty dahlias, and of whose best things it is kindly said, the thought is fair, but, to be perfect, wants a little heightening, like a pretty face with a low forehead. Do thou more than such, or else do nothing. And in poetry there is a poet worship, one of other, which is idolatry, and not the true love service of the soul to God, which hath alone of his inbreathing, and is rendered unto him, from the first, without man's mean, by those whom he makes worthy of his worship, who kneel at once to him, and at no shrine, save in the world's wide ear, do they confess them, of faults which are all truths, and through which ear, as the world says them over to itself, he heareth and absolveth. For the bard speaks but what all feel more or less within the heart's heart, and the sin confessed is done away with and forever. Student. What of style? Festus. There is no style is good but nature's style. And the great ancients' writings, beside ours, look like illuminated manuscripts. Before plain press print, all had different minds, and followed only their own bents, for this, nor copied that, nor that the other. Each is finished in his writing, each is best for his own mind, and that it was upon. And all have lived, are living, and shall live. But these have died, are dying, and shall die. Yea, copyists shall die, spark out and out. Minds which combine and make alone can tell the bearings and the workings of all things, and upon each other. All the parts of nature meet and fit, wit, wisdom, worth, goodness and greatness, to sublimity. Beauty arises, like a planet world, laboring slowly, seemingly, up heaven, but with an infinite pace to some immortal eyes. And he who means to be a great bard, most measure himself against pure mind, and fling his soul into a stream of thought, as will a swimmer hurl himself into the water. But never swimmer on the stream, nor bird on wind, feels half so strong, or swift, or glad, as bard borne high on his mind above himself. As though he should begin a lay like this, where spiritual element is all thought chafing thought, as bow, till all burn, like the star-written prophecies of heaven, the shattered shadow of eternity, upon the troubled world, even as the sun shows brokenly on wavy waters. Time, all time is but a second to the dead. The smoke of the great burning of the world had trailed across the skies for many an age, and was fast wearing into air away, when a saint stood before the throne, and cried, Blessed be thou, Lord God of all the worlds, that have been, and that are to be. For thy destruction is like infinite, with thy creation, just and wise in both. Give me a world. And God said, Be it so. And the world was, and then go on to show how this new orb was made, and where it shone, who ruled, abode, worshipped and loved therein. Their natures, duties, hopes, let it be pure, wise, holy, beautiful. If not to be without it, made so by constraint of God. Kindly forced good, we have had enough of sin and folly here to wish for and love change. Let him show God as going thither mildly, father-like, blessing all and cursing none. And that there never will be need for them. That he shall come in glory new to himself, with light to which the lightning shall be shadow, and the sun sadness, borne upon a car, with wheels of burning worlds, within whose rims whole hells burn, and beneath whose course the stars dry up like dewdrops. But of this enough. I mean that H must weigh himself as he will be weighed after by posterity. After us all are critics, to a man. Write to the mind and heart, and let the ear glean after what it can. The voice of great or graceful thoughts is sweeter far than all word music. And great thoughts, like great deeds, need no trumpet. Never be in haste in writing. Let that thou utterest be of nature's flow. Not art's, a fountain's, not a pump's. But once begun, work thou all things into thy work. And set thyself about it, as the sea about earth, lashing at it day and night. And leave the stamp of thine own soul in it, as thorough as the fossil flower in clay. The theme shall start and struggle in thy breast, like to a spirit in its tomb at rising, bending the stones, and crying, resurrection. Student. What theme remains? Festus. Thyself, thy race, thy love. The faithless and the full of faith in God. Thy race's destiny, thy sacred love. Every believer is God's miracle. Nothing will stand whose staple is not love. The love of God, or man, or lovely woman. The first is scarcely touched, the next scarce felt. The third is desecrated, lift it up. Redeem it, hallow it, blend the three in one. Great holy work. It shall be read in heaven by all the saved of sinners of all time. Preachers shall point to it, and tell their wards. It is a handful of eternal truth. Make ye a heartful of it, men shall will that it be buried with them in their hands. The young, the gay, the innocent, the brave, the fair, with soul and body both all love, shall run to it with joy. And the old man, still hardy in decline, whose happy life hath blossomed downwards, like the purple bellflower, closing the book, shall utter lowlily, Death, thou art infinite. It is life is little. Believe thou art inspired, and thou art. Look at the bard and others, never heed the petty hints of envy. If a fault it be in bard to deem himself inspired, 'tis one which hath had many followers before him. He is wont to make, unite, believe, the world to part, and doubt, and narrow. That he believes, he utters. What the world utters, it trusts not. But the time may come when all, along with those who seek to raise men's minds, and have enough of pain, without suffering from envy, may be God-inspired to utter truth, and feel like love for men. Poets are henceforth the world's teachers. Still, the world is all in sects, which makes one loathe it. Student. The men of mind are mountains, and their heads are sunned long ere the rest of earth. I would be one such. Festus. It is well. Burn to be great. Pay not thy praise to lofty things alone. The plains are everlasting as the hills. The bard cannot have two pursuits, aught else comes on the mind with the like shock as though two worlds had gone to war and met in air. And now that thou hast heard thus much from one, not want to seek, nor give, nor take advice. Remember, whatsoe'er thou art as man, suffer the world, entreat it and forgive. They who forgive most shall be most forgiven. Dear Helen, I will tell the what I love. Next to thee, poesy. Helen. Can anything be even second to me in thy love? Doth it not distance all things? Festus. To say sooth, I once loved many things ere I met with thee. My one blue break of beauty in the clouds, bending thyself to me as heaven to earth. Helen. My love is like the moon, seems now to grow, and now to lessen. But it is only so, because thou canst not see it all at once. It knows nor day, nor morrow, like the sun. Unchangeable as space it shall still be, when yon bright suns, which are themselves but sands, in the great glass of time, shall be run out. Festus. Man is but half man without woman, and, as do idolaters their heavenless gods, we deify the things which we adore. Helen. Our life is comely as a whole. Nay, more. Like rich brown ringlets, with odd hairs all gold. We women have 4 seasons, like the year. Our spring is in our lightsome girlish days, when the heart laughs within us for sheer joy, ere yet we know what love is or the ill of being loved by those whom we love not. Summer is when we love and are beloved, and seems short, from its very splendor seems to pass the quickest, crowned with flowers it flies. Autumn, when some young thing with tiny hands, and rosy cheeks, and flossy tendrilled locks, is wantoning about us day and night. And winter is when these we love have perished, for the heart ices then. And the next spring is in another world, if one there be. Some miss one season, some another, this shall have them early, and that late. And yet the year wear round with all as best it may. There is no rule for it, but in the main it is as I have said. Festus. My life with thee is like a song, and the sweet music thou, which doth accompany it. Student. Say, did thy friend write aught beside the work thou tell'st of? Festus. Nothing. After that, like the burning peak, he fell into himself, and was missing ever after. Student. If not a secret, pray who was he? Festus. I. Chapter 21. Scene, garden and bower by the sea. Lucifer and Alyssa. Lucifer. Night comes, world-jeweled, as my bride should be. The stars rush forth in myriads as to wage war with the lines of darkness, and the moon, pale ghost of night, comes haunting the cold earth. After the sun's red sea death, quietless. Immortal night. I love thee. Thou and I are of one seed, the eldest blood of God. He makes, we mar together all things, all but our own selves. Love makes thee cold and tremble, and me all fire. Do off that starry robe, catch me up to thee. Let us love, and die, and weld our souls together, night. But here cometh mine earthly, my Alyssa. Welcome. Alyssa. Is not a lovely, nay, a heavenly eve? Lucifer. Thy presence only makes it so to me. The moments thou art with me are like stars, peering through my dark life. Alyssa. Nay, speak not so, or I shall weep, and thou wilt turn away from woman's tears, yet are they woman's wealth. Lucifer. Then keep thy treasures, lady. I would not have the world, if prized at one sad tear of thine. One tear of beauty can outweigh a world, even of sin and sorrow, heavy as this. But beauty cannot sin and should not weep, for she is mortal. Oh! Let deathless things alone weep. Why should aught that dies be sad? Alyssa. The noble mind is oft too generous. and, by protecting, weakens lesser ones. And tears must come of feeling though they quench, as oft the light which love lit in the eye. Lucifer. And thy love ever hangs about my heart, like the pure pearl wreath which inrings thy brow. I meant not to be mournful. Tell me, now, how thou hast passed the hours since last we met. Elissa. I have stayed the livelong day within this bower. It was here that thou did promise me to come, watching from wanton morn to repentant eve. The selfsame roses ope and close, untired, listening the same herd's first and latest songs. And still thou camest not to the mind which waits. Upon 1 hour the others are but slaves. The week hath but 1 day, the day 1 hour. That hour of the heart, that lord of time. Lucifer. Sweet one. I raced with light and passed the laggard to meet thee, or, I mean I could have done. Yea, have outsped the very dart of death. Say much I sought. And were I living light from God, with leave to range the world, and choose another brow than his whereon to beam, to mark what even an angel could but covet, a something lovelier than heaven's loveliness. To thee I straight would dart unheeding all the lives of other worlds, even those who name themselves thy kind. For oft my mind o'ersoars the stars, and pondering upon what may be of their chief lording natures, man seems worst, the darkest, meanest, which, through all these worlds, drags what is deathless, may be, down to dust. Elissa. Speak not so bitterly of humankind. I know that thou dost love it. Hast not heard of those great spirits, who, the greater grow, the better we are able them to prize? Great minds can never cease. Yet have they not a separate estate of deathlessness. The future is a remnant of their life. Our time is part of theirs, not theirs of ours. They know the thoughts of ages long before. It is not the weak mind feels the great mind's might. None but the great can test it. Does the oak or reed feel the strong storm most? Oh! Unsay what thou hast said of man, nor deem me wrong. Mind cannot mind despise, it is itself. Mind must love mind, the great and good are friends. And he is but half great who is not good. And, oh! Humanity is the fairest flower, blooming in earthly breasts, so sweet and pure, that it might freshen even the fadeless wreaths twined round the golden harps of those in heaven. Lucifer. For thy sake I will love even man, or aught spirit were I, and a mere mortal thou. For thy sake I would even seek to die, that, dead, or living, I might still be with thee. But no! I'll deem thee deathless, mind and make, and worthier of some spirit's love than mine. Yea, of the firstborn of God's sons, could he in that sweet shade thy beauty casts o'er all, one moment lay and cool his burning soul. Or might the arc of his wide flood-like woe but rest upon that mount of peace and bliss, thy heart embosomed in all beauteousness. Nay, lady, shrink not. Thinkest thou I am he? Elissa. Thou art too noble, far. I oft have wished, ere I knew thee, I had some spirit's love. But thou art more like what I sought than man, and a forbidden quest, it seems. For thou hast more of awe than love about thee, like the mystery of dreams which we can feel, but cannot touch. Lucifer. Nay, think not so. It is wrong. Come, let us sit in this thy favorite bower, and I win hear thee sing. I love that voice, dipping more softly on the subject ear Then that calm kiss the willow gives the wave. A soft rich tone, a rainbow of sweet sounds. Just spanning the soothed sense. Come, nay me not. Elissa. Do thou lead out some lay, I'll follow thine. Lucifer. Well, I agree. It will spare me much of shame. In coming after thee. My song is said. Of Lucifer the star. See there he shines. Sings. I am Lucifer, the star. Oh. Think on me. As I lighten from afar. The heavens and thee. In town, or tower. Or this fair bower. Oh. Think on me. Though a wandering star. As the loveliest are. I love but thee. Lady. When I brightest beam. Love. Look on me. I am not what I may seem. To the world or thee. But fain would love. With thee above. Where thou wilt be. But if love be a dream. As the world doth deem. What is to me? Elissa. Could we but deem the stars had hearts, and loved. They would seem happier, holier, even than now. And ah! Why not? They are so beautiful. And love is part and union in itself. Of all that is in nature brilliant, pure. Of all in feeling sacred and sublime. Surely the stars are images of love. The sunbeam and the starbeam doth bring love. The sky, the sea, the rainbow, and the stream. And dark blue hill, where all the loveliness of earth and heaven, in sweet ecstatic strife, seem mingling hues which might immortal be. If length of life by height of beauty went. All seem but made for love, love made for all. We do become all heart with those we love. It is nature's self, it is everywhere, it is here. Lucifer. To me there is but one place in the world. And that where thou art. For where'er I be. Thy love doth seek its way into my heart. As will a bird into her secret nest. Then sit and sing, sweet wing of beauty, sing. Elissa. Bright one. Who dwellest in the happy skies. Rejoicing in thy light as does the brave. In his keen flashing sword, and his strong arms. Swift swoop, canst thou, from among the sons of men. Single out those who love thee as do I. Thee from thy fellow glories? If so, star. Turn hither thy bright front, I love thee, friend. Thou hast no deeds of darkness. All thou dost is to us light and beauty, yea, thou art a globe all glory. Thou who at the first didst answer to the angels which in heaven sang the bright birth of earth, and even now, as star by star is born, dost sing the same, with countless hosts in infinite delight. Be unto me a moment. Write thy bright light on my heart before the sun shall rise, and vanquish sight. Thou art the prophecy of light which he fulfills. Speak, shining star. Drop from thy golden lips the truths of heaven. First of all stars and favorite of the skies. Apostle of the sun, thou upon whom his mantle resteth, speak, prophetic beauty. Speak, shining star out of the heights of heaven. Beautiful being, speak to God for man. Is it because of beauty thou wast chosen to be the sign of sin? For surely sin must be surpassing lovely when for her men forfeit God's reward of deathless bliss and life divine. Or, is it that such beauty, sometimes, before the truth, and sometimes after, as is a moral or a prophecy, is ever warning? Why wast thou accorded to the great evil? Is it because thou art of all the sun's bright servants nearest earth? And shall we then forget that Christ hath said, He is thyself, the light-bringer of heaven? Star of the morning, unto us thou art, the presage of a day of power. Like thee, let us rejoice in life, then, and proclaim a glory coming greater than our own. All ages are but stars to that which comes sun-like. Oh! Speak, star! Lift thou up thy voice out of yon radiant ranks, and I on earth, as thou in heaven, will bless the Lord God ever. Hear, Lucifer, thou star! I answer thee. Sings. Oh! Ask me not to look and love, but bid me worship thee. For thou art earthly things above, as far as angels be. Then whether in the eve or morn, thou dost the maiden skies adorn. Oh! Let me worship thee. I am but as this drop of dew. Oh! Let me worship thee. Thy light, thy strength, is ever new, even as the angels be. And as this dewdrop, till it dies, bosoms the golden stars and skies. Oh! Let me worship thee. But, dearest, why that dark look? Lucifer, let it not cloud thine even with its shadow, but the ground of all great thoughts is sadness. And I mused upon past happiness. Well, be it past. Did Lucifer, as I do, gaze on thee, the flame of woe would flicker in his breast, and straight die out, the brightness of thy beauty, quenching it as the sun doth earthly fire. Elissa. Nay, look not on me so intensely sad. Lucifer. Forgive me, it was an agony of bliss. I love thee, and am full of happiness. My bosom bounds beneath thy smile as doth the seas unto the moon, his mighty mistress. Lying and looking up to her, and saying, Lovely, 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 Lady of the heavens. Oh! When the thoughts of other joyous days, perchance, if such may be, of happier times, are falling gently on the memory, like autumn leaves disdained with dusky gold, yet softly as a snowflake, and the smile of kindliness, like thine, is beaming on me. Oh! Pardon, if I lose myself, nor know whether I be with heaven or thee. Elissa. Use not such ardent phrase, nor mix the claim of aught on earth with thoughts more than with hopes of heaven. Lucifer. Hopes, lady. I have none. Elissa. Thou must have all. Have hopes, however wretched they may be, or blessed. It is hope which lifts the lark so high, hope of a lighter air and bluer sky, and the poor hack which drops down on the flints, upon whose eye the dust is settling. He hopes to die. No being is which hath not love and hope. Lucifer. Yes, one. The ancient ill, dwelling and damned through all which is. That spirit, whose heart is hate, who is the foe of God, the foe of all. Elissa. How knowest thou such doth live? Love is the happy privilege of mind. Love is the reason of all living things. A trinity there seems of principles, which represent and rule created life. The love of self, our fellows, and our God. In all throughout one common feeling reigns. Each doth maintain and is maintained by the other. All are compatible, all needful, one to life, to virtue one, and one to bliss, which thus together make the power, the end, and the perfection of created being. From these three principles doth every deed, desire, and will, and reasoning, good or bad, come. To these they all determine, sum and scheme. The three are one in center and in round, wrapping the world of life as do the skies. our world. Hail! Air of love by which we live. How sweet, how fragrant! Spirit, though unseen, void of gross sign, is scarce a simple essence. Immortal, immaterial, though it be. One only simple essence liveth, God. Creator, uncreate. The brutes beneath. The angels high above us, with ourselves. Are but compounded things of mind and form. In all things animate is therefore chord. An elemental sameness of existence. For God, being love, in love created all. As he contains the whole, and penetrates. Seraphs love God, and angels love the good. We love each other. And these lower lives, which walk the earth in thousand diverse shapes, according to their reason, love us too. The most intelligent affect us most. Nay, man's chief wisdom's love, the love of God. The new religion, final, perfect, pure, was that of Christ and love. His great command, his all-sufficing precept, was not love? Truly to love ourselves we must love God. To love God we must all his creatures love. To love his creatures, both ourselves and him. Thus love is all that's wise, fair, good, and happy. Lucifer. How knowest thou God doth live? Why did he not? With that creating hand which sprinkled stars on space's bosom, bidding her breathe and wake from the long death-like trance in which she lay. With that same hand which scattered o'er the sky, as this small dust I strew upon the wind, yon countless orbs, I fixing each on him. Its flaming eye, which winks and blenches oft, beneath his glance, with the finger of that hand, which spangled o'er infinity with suns, and wrapped it round about him as a robe. Why did he not write out his own great name in spheres of fire, that heaven might alway tell to every creature, God? If not, then why should I believe when I behold around me not scarce, save ill and woe? Elissa. God surely lives. Without God all things are in tunnel darkness. Let there be God, and all are sun, all God. And to the just soul, in a future state, defects dark mist, thick spreading o'er this veil, shall dim the eye no more, nor bound survey. And evil, now which boweth being down, as dew the grass, shall only fit all life for fresher growth and for intenser day, where God shall dry all tears as the sun dew. Lucifer. Oh, lady, I am wretched. Elissa. Say not so. With thee I could not deem myself unhappy. Hark to the sea. It sounds like the near hum of a great city. Lucifer. Say, the city earth. For such these orbs are in the realms of space. Elissa. I dreamed once that the night came down to me in figure, oh, too like thine own for truth, and looked into me with his 1,000 eyes. And that made me unhappy, but it passed, and I half wished it back. Mind hath its earth and heaven, the many petty common thoughts, on which we daily tread, as it were, make one, and above which few look. The other is that high and welkin-like infinity, the brighter, upper half of the mind's world, thick with great sun-like and constellate thoughts. And in the night of mind, which is our sleep, these thoughts shine out in dreams. Dreams double life. They are the heart's bright shadow on life's flood, and even the step from death to deathlessness. From this earth's gross existence unto heaven, can scarce be more than from the harsh hot day to sleep's soft scenes, the moonlight of the mind. The wave is never weary of the wind, but in mountainous playfulness leaps to it. Always. But mind gets weary of the world. and glooms itself in sleep, like a sweet smile. Line by line, settling into proper sadness. For sleep seems part of our immortality. And why should anything that dies be sad? Last night I dreamed I walked within a hall. The inside of the world. Long shroud-like lights lit up its lift-like dome and pale wide walls. Horizon-like, and every one was there. It was the house of death, and death was there. We could not see him, but he was a feeling. We knew he was around us, heard us, eyed us. But where wast thou? I never met thee once. And all was still as nothing. Or as God. Deep judging, when the thought of making first quickened and stirred within him, and he made all heaven at one thought as at a glance. Noise was there none. And yet there was a sound, which seemed to be half like silence, half like sound. All crept about still as the cold wet worms, which slid among our feet, we could not scape from. Bound me were ruined fragments of dead gods. Those shadows of the mystery of one. And the red worms, too, flourished over these. For marble is a shadow weighed with mind. Each being, as men of old believed, distinct. In form, and place, and power. But oh! Not all. The gathered gods of Eld could shine like ours. No more than all yon stars could make a sun. But truly then men lived in moral night. 'Neath a dim starlight of religious truth. I felt my spirit spring gush out more clear. Gazing on these, they beautified my mind. As rocks and flowers reflected dew a well. Mind makes itself like that it lives amidst. And on. And thus, among dreams, imaginings, and scenes of awe, and purity, and power, grows sternly sweet and calm, all beautiful. With godlike coldness and unconsciousness of mortal passion, mental toil, until, like to the marble model of a god, it doth assume a firm and dazzling form, scarcely less incorruptible than that. It emblems, and so grew, methought, my mind. Matter hath many qualities, mind, one. It is irresistible, pure power, pure God. While wandering on I met what seemed myself. Was it not strange that we should meet, and there? But all is strange in dreaming, as in death. And waking, as in life, not is not strange. Methought that I was happy, because dead. All hurried to and fro. And many cried to each other, can I do thee any good? But no one heeded, nothing could avail. The world was one great grave. I looked, and saw Time on his two great wings, one night, one day, fly, moth-like, right into the flickering sun. So that the sun went out, and they both perished. And one gat up and spake, a holy man, exhorting them, but each and all cried out, Go to, it helps not, means not, we are dead. Death spake no word methought, but me he made speak for him, and I dreamed that I was death. Then, that death only lived, all things were mixed. Up and down shooting, like the brain's fierce dance. In a delirium, when we are apt to die. Hell is my air, what kin to me is heaven? Bring out your hearts before me. Give your limbs. To whom ye list or love. My son, decay. Will take them, give them him. I want your hearts. That I may take them up to God. There came these words among us, but we knew not whence. It was as if the air spake. And there rose out of the earth a giant thing, all earth. His eye was earthy, and his arm was earthy. He had no heart. He but said, I am decay. And, as he spake, he crumbled into earth. And there was nothing of him. But we all lifted our faces up at the word, God. and spied a dark star high above in the midst of others, numberless as are the dead. And all plucked out their hearts, and held them in their right hands. Many tried to pick out specks and stains, but could not, each gave up his heart. And something, all things, nothing, it was death, said, as before, from air, let us to God. And straight we rose, leaving behind the raw worms and dead gods, all of us, sword and sword, right upwards, till the star I told thee of looked like a moon, the moon became a sun. The sun, there came a hand between the sun and us, and its 5 fingers made 5 nights in air. God tore the glory from the sun's broad brow, and flung the flaming scalp off flat to hell. I saw him do it, and it passed close by us. And then I heard a long, cold, skeleton scream, like a trumpet whining through a catacomb, which made the sides of that great grave shake in. I saw the world and vision of the dead dim itself off, and all was life. I woke, and felt the high sun blazoning on my brow, his own almighty mockery of woe, and fierce and infinite laugh at things which cease. Hell hath its light, and heaven, he burns with both. And my dream broke, like life from the last limb, quivering, so loath I felt to let it go. Just as I thought I had caught sight of heaven, it came to naught, as dreams of heaven on earth do always. Lucifer. It is time we part again. Elissa. Farewell, then, gentle stars. Tonight, farewell. For we all part at once. It is thus the bright visions and joys of youth break up, but they forever. When ye shine again I will be with ye, for I love ye next to him. To all, adieu. When shall I see thee next? Lucifer. Lady, I know not. Elissa. Say. Lucifer. Never. Perchance. Elissa. There is but one immortal in the world. Who need say, never? Lucifer. What if I were he? Elissa. But thou art not he, and thou shalt not say it. Stars vice and set, rise, set, and rise again, in their sublime-like beauty through all time. Why should not we, too, ever meet, like them? Lucifer. I see no beauty, feel no love, all things are unlovely. Elissa. O earth, be deaf, and heaven, shut thy blue eye. He doth blaspheme the world. Dost not love me? Lucifer. Love thee? I. Earth and heaven together could not make a love like mine. Elissa. When wilt thou come again? Tomorrow? Lucifer. Well. And then I cross yon sea ere I return. For I have matters in another land. Fear not. Elissa. When will our parting days be over? Lucifer. Oh. Soon, soon. Think of me, love, on the waters. Be happy. And, for me, I love few things more than at night to ride upon the broad-backed billow, seeing along and plunging on his precipitous path, while the red moon is westering low away, and the mad waves are fighting for the stars, like men for what they know not. Elissa. Scorner. Lucifer. Saint. Elissa. The world hath much that's great, and but one sea, which is her spirit, and to her it stands as the mad monarch passion to the heart, fathomless, overwhelming, which receives the rivers of all feeling, in whose depths lie wrecked the riches of all nature. God, when he did make thee, moved upon thee then, and left his impress there, the same even now. As when thy last wave leapt from chaos, hark! Nay, there is some one coming. Festus. Entering. It is I. I said we should be sure to meet thee here. For I have brought one who would speak with thee. Lucifer. Thanks. And where is he? Festus. Yonder. He would not come up so far as this. Lucifer. Who is it? Festus. I know not who he may be, or what, but I can guess. Lucifer. Remain a moment, love, till I return. Elissa. Nay, let me leave. Lucifer. Not yet, do not dislike him. He is a friend, and, more another time. Festus. I am sorry, lady, to have caused this parting. I fear I am unwelcome. Elissa. We were parting. Festus. Then am I doubly sorry. For I know it is the saddest and the sacredest moment of all with those who love. Elissa. He is coming. So I forgive thee. Lucifer. I must leave thee, love. I know not for how long, it rests with thee. If it seem long at all. Eternity might pass, and I not know it in thy love. Elissa. If to believe that I do love thee always may make time fly the fleeter. Lucifer. I'll believe it. Trust me. I leave this lady in thy charge. Festus. Be kind, wait on her, may he, love. Elissa. Thou knowest. I receive him as thy friend. Whenever he come. Festus. I ask no higher title than friend of the lovely and the generous. Elissa. Farewell. Festus. Lady. I will not forget my trust. Apart. The breeze which curls the lake's bright lip but lifts a purer, deeper, water to the light. The ruffling of the wild bird's wing but wakes a warmer beauty and a downier depth. That startled shrink, that faintest blossom blush. Of constancy alarmed, love. If thou hast one weapon in that shining armory, the quiver on thy shoulder, where thou keep'st each arrowy eye-beam feathered with a sigh. If from that bow, shaped so like beauty's lip, strung with a string of pearls, thou wilt twang forth that one dart, fair into the mark I mean. Do it. And I will worship thee forever. Yea, I will give thee glory and a name known, sunlike, in all nations. Heart, be still. Lucifer. This parting over. Elissa. Yes, this one, and then? Lucifer. Why, then another, may be. Elissa. No, no more. I'll be unhappy if thou tell'st me so. Lucifer. Well, then, no more. Elissa. But when wilt thou come back? Lucifer. Almost before thou wishest. He will know. Elissa. I shall be always asking him. Farewell. Goes. Lucifer. Shine on, ye stars. And light her to her rest. Scarce are ye worthy for her handmaidens. Why, hell would laugh to learn I had been in love. I have affairs in hell. Wilt go with me? Festus. Yes, in a month or two, not just this minute. Lucifer. I shall be there and back again ere then. Festus. Meanwhile I can amuse myself, so, go. But sometime I would fain behold thy home. And pass the gates of fire. Lucifer. And so thou shalt. My home is everywhere where spirit is. All things are as I meant them. Fare thee well. Goes. Festus. The strongest passion which I have is honor. I would I had none, it is in my way. Chapter 22. Scene, everywhere. Lucifer and Festus. Festus. Why, earth is in the very midst of heaven. And space, though void of things, feels full of God. Hath space no limit? Lucifer. None to thee. Yet, if infinite, it would equal God, and that to think of is most vain. Festus. And yet if not infinite, how can God exist therein? Lucifer. I say not. Festus. No. So soon when placed beside the infinite the poor immortal fails. Lucifer. Space is God's space, eternity is His. Eternity, His, heaven. He only holds perfections which are but the impossible to other beings. Festus. We are things of time. Lucifer. With God time is not. Unto Him all is present eternity. Worlds, beings, years. With all their natures, powers, and events. The range whereof when making He ordains. Unfold themselves like flowers. He foresees. Not, but sees all at once. Time must not be contrasted with eternity, 'tis not a second of the everlasting year. Perfections, although infinite with God, are all identical. As much of Him. And holy is His mercy, merciful His wisdom, wise His love, and kind His wrath. As form, extension, parts, are requisites of matter. Spirit hath no parts. It is one substance, whole and indivisible. Whatever else. Souls see each other clear. At one glance, as two drops of rain in air. Might look into each other, had they life. Death does away disguise. Even here I feel. Among these mighty things, that, as I am akin to God. That I am part of the use universal, and can grasp some portion of that reason in the which the whole is ruled and founded. That I have a spirit nobler in its cause and end. Lovelier in order, greater in its powers. Than all these bright immensities, how swift. And doth creation's tide for ever flow. Nor ebb with like destruction. World on world. Are they for ever heaping up, and still the mighty measure never full? Lucifer. To act is power's habit, alway to create gods. Which, thus ever causing worlds, to Him not cumbrous more than new down to a wing. I multiplies at once my power and pain. I have seen many frames of being pass. This generation of the universe will soon be gathered to its grave. These worlds, which bear its skypall, soon will follow thine. I, both. All things must die. Festus. What are ye orbs? The words of God, the scriptures of the skies? For words with Him cannot be passing, nor less real, vast, or glorious than yourselves. The world is a great poem, and the worlds. The words it is writ in, and we souls the thoughts. Ye cannot die. Lucifer. Think not on death. Here all is life, light, beauty. Harp not so on death. Festus. I cannot help me, spirit. Chide no more. As who dare gaze the sun, doth after see. Betwixt him and else a dark sun in his eye. So I, once having braved my burning doom, see not beside, or that in everything. Hark, what is that I hear? Lucifer. An angel weeping. Earth's guardian angel. She is ever weeping. Festus. See where she flies, spirit torn, round the heavens. Like a forefeel of madness about the brain. Angel of earth. Star, stars. Stop your bright cars. Stint your breath. Repent ere worse. Think of the death of the universe. Fear doom, and fear the fate of your kinsphere. As a corse in the tomb. Earth, thou art laid in doom. The worm is at thy heart. I see all things part. The bright air thicken. Thunder-stricken. Birds from the sky shower like leaves. Streamlets stop like ice on leaves. The sun go blind. Swoon the wind on the high hill top. Swoon and die. Earth rear off her cities as a horse his rider. And still, with each death strain, her heart wound tear wider. The lion roar and die with his eyeballs on the sky. The eagle scream and drop like a beam. Men crowd and cry out on this deathful dream. A low dull sound. 'Tis the march of many bones. Underground. Up. And they fling like a fly's wing. Off them the grey gravestones. They sit in their biers. Father and mother. Man and wife. Sister and brother. As in life. Lady and lover. Love all over. Their flesh reappears. Their hearts beat. Their eyes have tears. Woe! Woe! Do they speak? Stir? No. Tongues were too weak. Save to repeat. Woe! But they smile. In a while. For to wipe from his word the dust of years. He comes. He comes. The Lord, man-God, reappears. To bless, and to save. From death and the grave. To redeem and deliver. For ever and ever. The dead rise. Death dies. Go, time, and sink thy great thoughts in the sea. And quench thy red link. Let him flutter to rest on thy God-nursing breast. Eternity. Mother Eternity. What is for me? Festus. Poor angel. Ah! It is the good who suffer. Look! Like a cloud, she has wept herself away. What of this world we view and all yon worlds? If God made not all things from nothing, how is he creator? Something must exist. If otherwise, eternal with himself. And all things had not origin in him. Lucifer. He made all things of him. The visible world is as the Christ of nature, God the Maker. In matter made self-manifest through time. All things are formed of all things, all of God. The world is made of wonders. Every day is born a new creation. Every orb hath its revealed word, and every race of being hath its judgment, or shall have. Festus. Are all these worlds, then, stocked with souls like man's? Free, fallible, and sinful? Lucifer. Aye, they are. All creature minds, like man's, are fallible. The seraph who in heaven highest stands may fall to ruin deepest. God is mind. Pure, perfect, sinless. Man imperfect is. Momently sinning. Evil then results from imperfection. The idea of good is owned in imperfection's lowest form. God would not, could not, make aught wholly ill. Nor ought not like to err. Man never was perfect nor pure, or he would be so now. Thy nature hath some excellencies, these oft thwarted by low lusts and wicked wills. What then? They are necessitate in kind. As change in nature, or as shade to light. No darkness hath the sun, no weakness God. These only be the faulty qualities of secondary natures, planets, men. God hath no attributes unless to be one, 'twould mix him with the things he hath made. God is all God, as life is that which lives. I am a mighty spirit, and yet I am but to God what lightning is to light. Lightning slays one thing, light makes all things live. Bear, then, thy necessary ills with grace. No positive estate or principle is evil, dead or holy for its form. And measure to defect, defect to good. Good's the sole positive principle in the world. It is only thus, that what God makes, he loves. And must, the others are but offshoots. Ill is limited. One cannot form a scheme for universal evil, not even I. Festus. Can imperfection from perfection come? Can God make aught defective? Lucifer. How aught else? There are but three proportions in all things. The greater, equal, less. God could not make a God above himself, nor equal with by nature and necessity the highest. So, if he make, it must be lesser minds. Little and less from angels down to men, whose natures are imperfect, as his own must be all perfect. These two states are not, except as whole unto its parts, opposed. And evil is itself no ill unless creation be. Festus. Is God the cause of evil? Lucifer. So far as evil comes from imperfection, and imperfection from the things he hath made, and what he hath made from his will to make. Festus. Oh! Let me rest, be it but a moment's pause. This endless light-like journey wearies me. Remember still my spirit toils in dust. A dark close cloud. Lucifer. Alight, then, on this orb. I am not wearied, I will watch by thee. He sleeps, he dreams. How far men see in dreams. In dreams they can accomplish worlds of things. The heart then suffers a fusion of all feeling, back to its youthful hours of innocence, and nakedness, and paradise. Ere yet the world had wound a perishing garb around it, while yet its God came down and spake to it. Such and so great are dreams. My might, my being, to him is but a dream's. And could a state to come fill up their dream-stretched minds, they might be gods. And may it not be so? Then man is worth my ruining. What does he dream? With all the sway his spirit now exerts. O'er time, space, thought it is but a shadowy sway. Light as a mountain shadow on a lake. Mine is the mountain's self. A touch would shake to naught whatever his soul now feels or acts. But not a world quake could touch aught of mine. Thus much we differ. I will not envy man. Power alone makes being bearable. And yet this dream power is mind power, real. All things are real, fiction cannot be. A thought is real as the world, a dream. True as all God doth know, with whom all is true. The deep dense sleep of half-dead exhaustedness. Would I could feel it. Ah! He wakes at last. Festus. Oh! I have dreamed a dream so beautiful. Methought I lay as it were here, and, lo! A spirit came and gave me wings of light, which thrice I waved delighted. Up we flew, sheer through the shining air, far past the sun's broad blazing disk, past where the great snake binds in his bright coil half the host of heaven. Past thee, Orion, who, with arm uplift, threatening the throne of God, dost ever stand sublimely impious. And thy mighty mace, whirling on high, down from its glorious seat, drops, crushed and shattered, many a shining world. And so the brave and beautiful of old believed thou wast a giant made of worlds. And they were rights if thus they bodied out the immortal mind. For it hath star-like beauty, and world-like might, and is as high above the things it scorns, and will make war with God, though he gave it earth and heaven, and arms to win them both, and, spite of lust and pride, to earn them. And now thy soul informs yon 100 stars, as mine my limbs. Well, 'tis a noble end. What now to thee be mortal maid or goddess? Look! She who fled thee once, now loves and longs to clasp thee to her cold and beamy breast. Pine moon! Thou art as far below him now as once she was above thee, thou of the world belt. And she who had thee, and who knew thee God, died of her boast, and lies in her own dust. And she who loved thee, the young blushy morning, who caught thee in her arms, and bore thee off far o'er the lashing seas to a lonely isle, where she might pleasure longer and in secret, that love undid thee. And it is so now. Whether the beauty seek, or flee, or have, 'tis alike ill, this beauty doubly mortal. What though the moon with madness slew thee there? Let me believe it was within the arms that loved thee even in the stroke of death, and that there snapped the lightning link of life. Kill, but not conquer, man nor mind may gods. Thou image of the almighty error, man, banished and banned to heaven, by a weak world, which makes the minds it cannot master gods. And thou, the first and greatest of half-gods, which they in olden time did star together to an idolatrous immortality, who nationalized the heavens, and gave all stars unto the spirits of the good and brave, forestalling God by ages, wondrous men. And if, beguiled by wine, and the low wiles, thou wouldst not creep to meat, and a drunken sleep, like to high noon in the midst of all his might, close by the brink of immortality the deep dominions of thy sea sire, thou didst lose thy light by kings who hate the great. Thou only hadst to stand up to the sun, and gain again thine eyes. So the great king, the world, the tyrant we elect, in vain puts out the eyes of mind, it looks to God, and reaps its light again. Wherefore, revenge! Out with the sword! The world will run before thee. Orion, belted giant of the skies, thou with the treble strain of godhood in thee, march! There is naught to hinder thee in heaven. Past that great sickle saved for one day's work, when he who sowed shall reap creation's field. Past those high diademed orbs which show to man his crown to come. Up through the starry strings of that high harp close by the feet of God, which he, methought, took up and struck, till heaven, in love's immortal madness, rang and reeled. The stars fell on their faces, and, far off, the wild world halted, shook his burning man. Then, like a fresh-blown trumpet blast, went on. Or like a god gone mad. On we flew. I and the spirit, far beyond all things of measure, motion, time and aught create. Where the stars stood on the edge of the first nothing, and looked each other in the face and fled. Past even the last long starless void, to God, whom straight I heard, methought, commanding thus: Immortal, I am God. Hie back to earth, and say to all, that God doth say, love God. Lucifer. God visits men a-dreaming, I, awake. Festus. And my dream changed to one of general doom. Wilt hear it? Lucifer. I, say on. It is but a dream. Festus. God made all mind and motion cease, and, lo! the whole was death and peace. An endless time obtained, in which the power of all made failed. God bade the worlds to judgment, and they came. Pale, trembling, corpse-like. To the souls therein. Then spake the Maker, deathless spirits, rise. And straight they thronged around the throne. His arm. The Almighty then uplift, and smote the worlds. Once, and they fell in fragments like to spray. And vanished in their native void. He shook the stars from heaven like raindrops from a bough. Like tears they poured adown creation's face. Spirit and space were all things. Matter, death, and time, left even not awake to tell where once their track o'er being. God's own light, undarkened and unhindered by a sun, glowed forth alone in glory. And through all, a dear and tremulous sense of God prevailed. Like to the blush of love upon the cheek, or the full feeling lightning through the eye, or the quick music in the chords of harps. God judged all creatures unto bliss or woe, according to their deeds, and faith, and His own will, and straight the saved upraised a voice, which seemed to emulate eternity. In its triumphant overblastness, the lost leapt up and cursed God to his face. A curse might make the sun turn cold to hear, and thee, in all thy burning glory, tremble. In front of all thine angels, like a cord. Rage writhed each brow into a changeless scowl. Madly they mocked at God, and dared his eye. Safe in their curse of deathlessness. To hell they hide like storms. And, cursing all things, each soul wrapped him in his shroud of fire for aye. With one long loud howl which seemed to deafen heaven. And then I woke. Lucifer. A wild fantastic dream. A mere mirage of mind. Come, let us leave. We have seen enough of this world. Festus. Lift me up then. World upon world how they come rolling on. But none that I see are so fair as earth. There is so much to love that is purely earth. Now I could wander all day in the wood, where nature, like a sibyl, writes the fate of all that live on her red forest leaves, and have no other aim than wandering within that wood, and wind my arms around its grey gaunt trunks, and think and feel to them, while the wind, sinking moans over the earth, like a giant over some dead captive dame, whom death had saved from madness and his love, could tramp across the brown and springy moor, and over the purple ling, and never tire, could look upon the ripple of a river, or on a tree's long shadow down a hill, for a whole summer's day, wishing the sun would drink my soul up to him as he draws dew from the earth. These things are in my mind, and suns and systems cannot drive them out. Dost ravage of these worlds? Lucifer. I, all mine own. Where spirit is, there evil. And the world is full of me as ocean is of brine. Festus. God is all perfect, man imperfect. Thou? Lucifer. I am the imperfection of the whole, the pitch profoundest of the fallible. Myself the all of evil which exists. The ocean heaped into a single surge. Festus. O God! Why wouldst thou make the universe? Lucifer. Child. Quench yon suns, strip death of its decay. Men of their follies, hell of all its woe. These, if thou didst, thou couldst not banish me. I am the shadow which creation casts from God's own light, but here we are, at hell. Hark to the thunderous roaring of its fires. Yet ere we further pass, stop. Dost thou shrink? Festus. At naught, not I. Come on, fiend. Follow me. Chapter 23. Scene, Hell. Lucifer and Festus entering. Lucifer. Behold my world. Man's science counts it not. Upon the brightest sky. He never knows how near it comes to him. But, swathed in clouds, as though in plumed and palled state, it steals, hearse-like and thief-like round the universe, forever rolling and returning not, robbing all worlds of many an angel soul, with its light hidden in its breast, which burns with all concentrate and superfluent woe. Nor sun nor moon illume it, and to those which dwell in it, not live, the starry skies have told no time since first they entered there. Worlds have been built, and to their central base ruined and razed to the last atom. They of neither know nor can, unconscious save to agony, not knowing even of God, but his omnipotence to execute torture on those he hath in wrath endowed with heaven's own immortality, to make them feel what woe the Almighty can inflict, and the all-feeble suffer, and not be annihilated as they would. Be sure that this is hell, the blood which hath embrued earth's breast, since first men met in war, may hope yet to be formed again and reascend, each drop its individual vein, the foam bubble, sun drawn out of the sea into the clouds, to scale the cataract down which it fell, or seek its primal source in earth's hot heart, but for the loss to rise to or regain heaven, or to hope it, is impossible. Festus. Are all these angels then, or men, or both? Or mortals of all worlds? Lucifer. Immortals all. Festus. What numbers? Lucifer. All are spirits fallen through sin, at various periods of eternity, and not by one offense, to one same doom. And at one moment, did they down from heaven, like to the rapid droppings of a shower. No. Each distinct as thunder peals, they fell. Save those that fell with me. With me began sin even in heaven, with me but sin remains. Once I alone was hell. Behold my fruits. Festus. What do yon fiends? Some among them look like mortals. Their hearts shine through them like live coals thorug ashes. They look like madmen gone delirious. Oh! Horror! Let me hence. Lucifer. Nay, hear. Festus. I hear a strain incongruous as a merry dirge, or sacramental bacchanal might be. Lucifer. Men are they not, but devils at the best. And I would have thee mark them. Festus. I attend. Fiends. Fill the bowl. It burns but blackly. Fill it up with living fire. Drunkard. Hadst thou sipped as slackly as thou pourest, pour it higher. Then thou hadst ne'er with me been bound in hell to dwell. But let the burning health go round. Drunkard, to hell. Fill. It drinks but cold and leadly. Fill it up with bubbling fire. Drink. 'Tis nothing half so deadly as thy soul when living, liar. Or thou hadst ne'er with me been bound in hell to dwell. But let the burning health go round. Liar, to hell. Fill. It boils but sick and sadly. Fill. Some more immortal fire. Murderer. Drain it quickly, madly, as the stab thou gav'st thy sire. Or thou hadst ne'er with me been bound in hell to dwell. But let the burning health go round. Murderer, to hell. Festus. Nay, let me quit. Now know I what hell is. What are they? Drunkards, liars, murderers. Lucifer. Can wine destroy the soul? Or hell's fierce flames feed upon holy water, wherewith priest baptiseth sinless babe? Can liar make God lie? Or cheat his neighbor of his soul? No. God's salvation waiteth not on man's weak will nor ministry, nor man's perdition upon his brother's hatred or neglect. Can murderer slay the soul? Or suicide drug immortality? Their sin is great, and is eternally condemned of God. But of their nature, the which death destroys, their own as well as victims' recompense, when time hath overcome the ruin wrought upon their hearts who loved the dead, that they who suffered most have most forgiven ill. Shall the dead slay the living ceaselessly? Shall God, who is all love, reserve here in hell, ages afterwards, those crimes? And because man hath sinned a moment, crown all crime in instituting punishment unending for an instantaneous wrong? Shall that be justice? It were more than vengeance. Yet such the deity men fable, such the hell whereto they doom themselves. Festus. No more. The world is all sufficient for itself. And hell and heaven are not the equivalents of earth's iniquities and righteousness. Lucifer. Can those who are idolaters defraud God of his worship? Who adore the world, gold, or as savages, the stars and heaven, and elements of earth? None worship him, but with and in his spirit. Not attains his love but that proceedeth from it first. His praise is everlasting in all worlds, and starry ages of eternity. Can they who covet the world's worthiest goods, wealth, honor, power, knowledge, rank, or aught, merit eternal torment for a sin wherewith is bound the world's prosperity and human glory? Not eternal is, but that which is of God. All pain and woe are therefore finite. Can the robber steal from God or heaven a thing, or from the soul? Or the deflowerer desecrate and undo the espousals of the Spirit with its Lord? How weak is virtue, then, and vice, how vain! How wretched human righteousness, and sin! How despicable to the soul assured, since neither hath a recompense. The one by him destroyed who can alone unmake that he hath made. The other perfected, united, deified in God the Son, with his own nature. Infinite universe. Thou hast no like, no second favorite to mortal man of gods. Festus. What mean the words of yonder fiendish chant, there? Lucifer. Words and shaped are equally as soon assumed by spirits. What mean my words to thee? Festus. In sooth, I know not. I am constrained to hear them. Lucifer. As for these, it is a fire of soul in which they burn, and by which they are purified from sin, rid of the grossness which had gathered round them, and burned again into their virgin brightness. All things work round like worlds. The orb of hell hath yet its place in heaven as thine and all. But, as a spiritual quality, as spirit is the substance of all matter, hidden or open, heat-like doth inhere in all existence, or for good or ill. Look at yon spirit. Festus. What was it brought thee hither? Spirit. I was an angel once, ages agone, but doing good and glorifying not God, who empowered me, he sent me here to fire the proud spot from my heart. Festus. And when Wilt thou do this, and own thou hast wronged God? Spirit. I do repent me, and confess it now. I will not ask God now to let me be what once I was. But might I only sit a footstool for some other worthier far, who owneth now my throne, should be happy. Far happier than I was in my proud prayers. That God would give me worlds on worlds to govern. And in receiving all their prayers and blessings, God, remember me. Oh, save me. Festus. See. I do believe there is an angel coming this way from heaven. Spirit. He comes to me, to me. Angel. Hail, sufferer. Spirit. Sinner. Angel. God hath bade me bring thee away to heaven, thy throne is kept for thee. And all the hosts of heaven are on the wing to welcome thee again. Spirit. I dare not come. I am not worthy heaven. Angel. But God will make thee. Festus. Spirit, farewell. And may we meet again in better time and place. Spirit. Glory to God. I go, farewell, and I will speak of thee. But, oh! Repent. Be humble, and despair not. Angel and spirit rise. Lucifer. Oh! Think, when all are judged, what hosts of souls will then be mine at last, what wings of fire. Deemest thou yet as mortal? Festus. This is not as thou didst speak of hell, nor as I judged. Lucifer. Hell is the wrath of God, his hate of sin. God hates man's nature, be it said of his, as of all beings. Festus. How hate that he hath made? Lucifer. The infinite opposition of perfection to imperfection leaves nor choice nor mean. Thus the demeanor of thy world grieved God, till its destruction pleased him, and its name was struck out of the starry scroll. Thus all creation worketh infinite grief in time. When human nature is most perfect, then its fall is nearest, as of ripest fruit. Man's pleasure in the world, to both of which his nature is made fit, is not of God, save theirs on whom his Spirit he bestows. As in a twilight between earth and heaven, a promissory being unfulfilled. But still how glorious to the stone-blind world. This is in time, but in eternity he raises, remakes, adds to all he made his own immortalizing love and grace, which keeps them ever pure as is the sea, and incorruptible in godly will. The bliss of God and man originates, unites, and ends in self, in deity, to whom is neither motive, good, nor end, greater or less or other than himself. Festus. But how can the Creator glory find in hell, or creature, good, if God be love? Or man a being salvable? Oh, say! But who comes hither? Lucifer. It is the Son of God, omnipotent, before whose steadfast feet the thrones of heaven, which hope to have o'erthrown thine, but now all strengthless, hopeless, godless here, rose once and ebbed forever. Even these, deep in their fiery abyss of woe, unbent, unbettered will again rush forth, in all the might of madness and despair, to prove their hatred of thee and thy love. Salvation is the scorn of angels here. What dost thou here, not having sinned? Son of God. For men I bore with death, for fiends I bear with sin. And death and sin are each the pain I pay for the love which brought me down from heaven to save both men and devils, and the Father makes and orders every instant what is best. Festus. This is God's truth, hell feels a moment cool. Son of God. Hell is his justice, heaven is his love. Earth his long suffering, alt be world is but a quality of God. Therefore come I to temper these, to give to justice, mercy, and to long suffering, longer. Heaven is mine by birthright. Lo! I am the heir of God. He hath given all things to me. I have made the earth mine own, and all yon countless worlds, and all the souls therein. Yea, soul by soul, and world by world, have I redeemed them all. One by one through eternity, or given the means of their salvation. Why not, then? Hell? Festus. Every spirit is to be redeemed. Son of God. Mortal. It has, the best and worst need one and same salvation. There is nothing final in all this world but God. Therefore these souls, whom I see here, and pity for their woes, but for their evil more, these need not be in hell forever. For although once, twice, thrice, on earth or here they may have put God from them, disowned his prophets, mocked his angels, slain his Son in his mortality, and stormed his curses back to him. Yet God is such that he can pity still, and I can suffer for them, and save them. Father, I fear not, but by thy might I can save hell from hell. Fiends, hear ye me. Why will ye burn forever? Look! I am here all water, come and drink, and bathe in me. Baptize your burning souls in the pure well of life, the spring of God. I come to save all souls who will be saved. Come, ye immortal fallen. Rise again. There is a resurrection for the dead, and for the second dead. And though ye died, and fell again, and again died, there is a life to come, a rise for all. A life to come forever, and a rise perpetual as the spring is in the year. Fiend, thou Son of God, what wilt thou here with us? Have we not hell enough without thy presence? Remorse, and always strife, and hate of all I see around me, is it not enough? Why wilt thou double it with thy mild eyes? Son of God. Spirit, I come to save thee. Fiend, how can that be? Son of God, repent. God will forgive thee then, and I will save thee, and the Holy One shall hallow. Repent thou, for thy judgment is at hand. But if thou slurrest over these means and times, which have been given thee for repentance here, tremble. This hell is nothing to thy next. Believest thou I can save thee? Fiend, Son of God, I do believe it. Let me worship. Son of God, come. Come to me. Lo! I will but touch thy brow, and make thee bright as morning is in heaven. Spirit, angel of light, I am again. Look here. This is to be saved. Lucifer, I like it not. Son of God, here. Ye immortals dead, this I can do. Repent, and be all angels. Spirit, oh, believe. He is God. Worship him. He comes to save us. Lucifer, stand thou beside me, I will speak to them, or they will sure believe him. Hell, oh hell, powers of perdition, thrones of darkness, hear. Wrath, ruin, torment, hear me. It is I. Thanks, fiends. I know ye hate me well, and may. I tempted, ruined, damned ye every one. Were ye not proud, now, to be conquered by me? But wherefore so supine? Am I your Lord? Me do ye doubt? Or dare ye him believe? What is an angel dressed in shiny white? Can I not make ye angels? Aye. And more. I cannot make ye less, nor ye yourselves. Nor God, nor Son of God. But hark to me. Be still, ye thunderblasts and hills of fire. Hell doth outdin itself. Hell-hearted slaves. What are ye that I thus should toil for ye? Who hardly earn the fire that burns ye up? Power I have proffered, but ye have refused. Nothing is for ye but your fiery fate. Kingdoms I have prepared, and ye have spurned. Slaves. Slaves. Ye are too much at ease. Ye leave me single in the work of woe. I, soul. Go forth to sow destruction, I, alone. Reap ruin. Had ye been as I, ere now, the universe had been all hell. And, for a pit, each fiend had had a world to rule. Rise. Yet we'll play all hell against all heaven. Up. Up. And then at once we will battle God. And hurling each his orb against the throne. Strange if we will not scatter it like sand. To reign is nothing half like to dethrone. Dethrone. And each is greater than God. And will ye, then, give up your hopes of heaven? And entrance as young conquerors fresh from spoil? And choice of thrones won by your death-red hands? For pitiful repentance? Like him yonder? Forbid it. All the prowess, pride, and pain of hell that we have borne with. Do ye not? Meanwhile man's world is straight to be destroyed. Be glad. Be glad. Earth's sons may soon be here. And here, as earnest of the truth I tell. Behold this earthling standing by my side. Speak to them, Festus. Festus. Nay, I dread them. Lucifer. Speak. Great spirits. He scarce is worthy to address ye. In that I cannot say he yet is damned. Festus. But I am here, what recks it how or why? Ye care not and I know not. It is fate. The will of God and him who sets me here. And which I question not. It must be good. Whether decreed that I be saved or lost. But I have poor pretensions for this place. And none, I hope, have worse that are to come. For I have never mocked the word of God. Nor torn it into fuel for my scorn. Nor doubted, saving tremblingly, his being. His love to man, his right to be adored. Never have hated, never wronged my race. Deluded nor rejoiced in their delusion. Never have beckoned off the good from good. Never have mocked nor scattered hopes, nor e'er have wasted hearts, nor desolated hearths. And if I have once, twice, as who hath not toyed with temptation, yet even he will say, who standeth there, that I have never given up to his burning dalliance my soul. And yet he is my friend, the evil one. And why is wondrous, judge ye wherefore too. I have no malice, envy, nor revenge. None of those petty passions which bad hearts scourge read into themselves, for passions are sufferings, and which to nourish is his wont. Wherein doth lie his power, these I have not. And save enjoying earth, I have done never aught that he could take part in. But he came from God, he said, to give, and I believed. Great spirits lie not, doubt not. Lucifer. He says truth. But it is not for him nor you to know the reason of my doings. It is the thing unfeared and unforethought which tempts, betrays. It is I who bait the world to do its will. As to this mortal, God hath sanctioned all that I have done, or may do to the end which I have naught to do with. Son of God. Go on redeeming, I will go on damning. God. Go on making, I will go on marring. Go on believing, man, I go on tempting. Saint. Angel. Cherub. Seraph. And archangel. Go ye on blessing, I will go on cursing. I now retrack my course to earth, therein to work out what remaineth of the fate of this man, and await his world's destruction. What next may hap I care not. Festus. Let us hence. Lucifer. Where is he? Festus. There, see many do believe. Orb of perdition. Thou too shalt die out. And thy red-sheeted flames shall fail for aye. Thy palpitating piles of ruin, hot with ever-active agony, and quick with soul immortal, down whose midnight heights the wrath of God in cataracts of fire precipitates itself unceasingly, shall rush into destruction as a steed rushes into the battle, there to die. Thy quivering hills of black and bloody hue, death-breathing, shall collapse like lifeless lungs, and end in air and ashes. Thou shalt be dashed from creation spark-like from a hand, scarless, pass like a rolled syllable of midnight thunder from the coming day. The river of all life, which flows through heaven, shall yet reach thee and overflood thy flames. Thou shalt no more vex God nor man, nor all. The seekings of the soul shall hunt thee out. Thy day is sometime over. Be it soon. And thou the lost world which the world hath lost. Chapter 24. Scene, colonnade and lawn. Festus and Clara. Clara. What is it thou wilt tell me? Festus. I have seen what ne'er again may be, nor e'er till now hath been. Clara. Where didst thou see, and what? Festus. In space. He took me there. Of whom I oft have told thee. Midst in air. Was God. I'll tell thee that he told the spheres. For the great family of the universe. Bound him were gathered as a fire, but we held back, and, saving God, none did us see. Though round his throne in sunny halo rolls a ceaseless, countless throng of sainted souls. Clara. Say on, love. Let me hear. Festus. A sound, then, first I heard as of a pent-up flood just burst. It was the rush of God's world-winnowing wing, which bowed the orbs as flowers are bowed by breath of spring. And then a voice I heard, a voice sublime, to which the hoarded thunders of all time, pealing earth's death knell, shall a whisper be, saying these words, where will ye worship me? Aye, where shall be your Maker's holy place? The heaven of heavens is poor before his face. How shall ye meet my temple, ye who die? Look! Can ye span your God's infinity? Hear, mighty universe, thy Maker's voice. Let all thy myriad worlds rejoice. Lo! I, your Maker, do amid ye come, to choose my worship and to name my home. This heard each sphere, and all throughout the sky came crowding round. Our earth was rolling by, when God said to it, rest. And fast it stood, with voice like winds through some wide olden wood. Thus spake the one again, behold, O earth, thy parent, God. It is I who gave thee birth. With all my love I did thee once endow, with all my mercy, and thou hast them now. But hear my words. Thou never lovedst me well, nor fearedst my wrath, dreadst thou no longer hell? Dream'st thou that guilt shall always mock those fires? That deathless death which hell for aye expires? Should all creation its rebellion raise? I speak. And this broad universe doth blaze. Pass like a dewdrop 'neath mine angry rays. Blaze like the fat in sacrificial flame. And that burned offering, when I come to claim its scorching, quenchless mass, all, I will pour upon thy naked soul. Canst thou endure? He spake, and, as the fear-fraught words flew past, earth fluttered like a dead leaf in their blast. Am not I God? Answer me. Hope not thou, impenitent, to ward my righteous blow. Yet, come again. My proffered mercy hear. Rejoice and sing sweet music in thine ear. And peace I speak, seek but to be forgiven. Repent, and thou shalt meet thy God in heaven. Go. Cleanse thy brow from blood, thy heart from crime. And on thy Saviour call while yet is time. Now to this universe of pride and sin I speak, ere yet I call mine angels in. Draw nigh, ye worlds, and, lo! Their light did seem before his eye paled to a pearl's dull beam. Attend, said God, o'er all he lift his hand. Where will ye set my tent? Where shall my temple stand? And all were dumb. Distracting silence spread throughout that host as each were stricken dead. I made ye. I endowed ye. Ye are mine. Then trembled out each orb, thine, God. Forever thine. All that ye have, within myself have I. God, am complete, full inexhaustibly. I dwell within myself, and ye in me. Not in yourselves, I have infinity. The everything in all things is my throne. Your might is my might, and your wealth mine own. 'Tis by my power and sufferance that ye shine. I live in light and all your light is mine. Be dark, said God. Night was. Each glowing sphere dulled, night seemed everything and everywhere. Save that in utter space a feeble flare told that the pits of hell were sunken there. Shuddered in fear the universe the while, till God again embraced it with a smile. And all things made were glad. Come now and hear, ye worlds, said God, the truth I thus make clear. My words are mercy, wherefore should ye fear? And straight, obedient to his sacred will, one great concentrate globe they crowd to fill. Systems and suns pour forth their glowing urns. Full in the face of God the glory burns. Hearken, thou host, thy trembling hope to raise. I to all being thus make plain my ways. God, the Creator, bade creation rise. And matter came in void like clouds in skies. Lifeless and cold it spread throughout all space. And darkness dwelt and frowned upon its face. Chaos I bade depart this work of mine. And straight the mighty elements disjoin. Then light I lit, then order I ordained. And put the dance of atoms to an end. Matter I brake, and scattered into globes. And clad ye each in green and growing robes. Your sizes, places, forms, I fixed with laws. And wrought the link between effect and cause. Then formed I lives for each, which might inherit will, reason, form, and power, not deathless spirit. Then I made spirits, things of heavenly worth. Deathless, divine. Round these, from every earth, I gathered forms and features fit for love, trust, pleasure, power, and all I could approve. To every spirit I disclosed my name, my love, my might, and whence all being came. To deathless souls I righteously decreed accountability for thought, word, deed. Then every orb complete, along the sky, in glory, beauty, order, harmony, I launched. Souls, worlds did everything possess, which could a mortal and immortal bless. To all the hope of happier state was given. For all I keep one common boundless heaven. Ye all have freedom, and ye all do sin. For ye are creatures, but ye all may win life everlasting, everlasting joy. If ye do but the love of sin destroy, this only is offense. For sin ye must. Not by my will, but weakness dwells with dust. Unless ye have sinned ye cannot enter heaven. How shall a sinless creature be forgiven? And by forgiveness only can ye claim. Hope in my mercy, trust upon my name. I knew that ye would all to sin be given. But I, even God, have paid your price to heaven. And if ye will not journey on that way, the truth, the life, what do ye merit? Say. Death is the gate of life, and sin, of bliss. Mark the dread truth. But mourn your deeds amiss. Cast off your guilt. Abandon folly's path. Turn to the Lord your God ere hell his wrath. Turn from your madness, wicked ones, and live. Take the bliss which God alone can give. God, the Creator, me all beings own. God, the Redeemer, I will still be known. God, two, the Judge, the each, the three, the one. Again the everlasting cried, repent. To bless or curse I am omnipotent. And what art thou, created being? Round that world of worlds his arm the Almighty wound. The bright immensity he raised, and pressed, all trembling, like a babe, unto his breast. There, in the Father's bosom rose again, of filial love, the universal strain. Strong and exultant, blissful, pure, sublime. It rolled, and thrilled, and swelled in notes unknown to time. Think ye that I, who thus do ye maintain, thus always cherish ye, or all were vain? Ye all would drop into your native void, if by my hand ye were not held and buoyed. Think ye that I cannot uphold in heaven, in righteous state, the souls I have forgiven? Is this a weightier task? With God, 'tis one. To guide a sunbeam or create a sun. To rule 10,000 worlds or none. Go, worlds, said God, but learn, ere ye depart. My favored temple is an humble heart. Therein to dwell I leave my loftiest skies. There shall my holy of all holies rise. He spake. And swiftly, reverent to his will, sprang each bright orb on high its sphere to fill. Glory to God. They chanted as they soared. Father Almighty, be thou all adored. Thou art the glory, we, thine universe, serve but abroad thy luster to disperse. Unsearchable, and yet to all made known. The world at once thy kingdom and thy throne. Pity us, God. Nor chase us quite away before thy wrath, as night before the day. In thee, our God, we live. From thee we came. The feeble sparks of thine eternal flame. Thy breath from nothing filled us all at first, and could again as soon the bubble burst. In thee, like motes in the sunbeam, we move. Glow in thy light, and gladden in thy love. And midst this praise, earth was the only one. Sullen remained in that grand union of joy and harmony. Word spake she none. Clara. Earth only had been chidden. Festus. Not alone. High o'er all height, God gat upon his throne. Downwards he bent, and, as a grain of sand, he lifted up our globe. Then from his hand, as 'twere in pity, bowled the ingrate sphere, which rushed like ruin down its dark career. And high the air's blue billows rolled and swelled. On many an island world mine I beheld. Clara. And where and what is he, this mighty friend? Who to thee, human, thus his might doth lend? Who bore thee harmless, as thou sest, through space, and brought thee front before thy Maker's face? Festus. I know not where he is. It is but at times that he is with me. But he I sublimes his visits thus, by lending me his might. O'er things more bright than day, more deep than night. And he obeys me, whether good or ill. His or my object, he obeys me still. Clara. O Festus! I conjure thee to beware, lest thus the evil one thy soul ensnare. Festus. What? May not a free spirit have preferred a mortal to his heart, as thou thy bird lovest, because it singeth of the sky, although it is as far below thy soul as I 'neath an archangel's majesty? God will protect the atom as the whole. Clara. Him, then, I pray, the spirit full must share the truths it feels with God himself in prayer. So guide us, God, in all our works and ways, that heart may feel, hand act, mouth show thy praise. Tie when they meet, who love, and when they part, each may be high in hope, and pure in heart, that they who have seen, and they who have but heard of thy great deeds, may both obey thy word. Festus. Unto the wise belongs the sphere of light, and to the spirit world compelling might. Yon sun, now setting in the golden main, shall count me his ere next he rise again. Would that the earth had nothing fair to lure, nor being more to answer or endure. But I foresee, forsuffer, bound to earth, wrecked in the deeps of heaven, in death's expiring birth. Chapter 25. Scene, the sun. Festus. Soul of the world, divine necessity, servant of God, and master of all things. Here, in the heaven of light's eternal noon, first see I all things clear, from end to end. The divine cycle of the soul of man. How spirit, soul, mind, life, flesh, feeling, mix. And how, withal they each reciprocate, as ocean, earth, air, fire and wind. How flow the streams of feeling, and the cataracts of passion, mine and mountain, this of pride, and that of covetousness. Man I know, the human universe and the divine, and central fate, know all must be fulfilled. Of nature that there is, of sin and strife, peace, righteousness, change, self-delusion, self-destruction, ere the earth can take new life, or man become the minister of God. The world and man are just reciprocal, yet contrary. Spirit invadeth sense, and carries captive nature. Be this true. All good is heaven, and all ill is hell. All things are means for greater good. Thou, sun, art just a giant slave, a god in bonds. The summit flower of all created life is its unit ion with divinity. In essence, yet existence separate. High o'er my own existence, here then I look down upon the nature and the earth. Yet mine, whose separate and combined ends have still to be evolved. How wide men miss, while in the lower world of soul and sense, in aiming even at life-ruling truth. Formless as air, simple and one as death. If heaven and all its stars depend on earth, then may eternity on time, not else. But since now earth is as a crumb of heaven, and time an atom of eternity, neither depends upon the other, both one essence being eminent from God, whose flowings forth are ion infinite, and radiant as the rivers of the skies. One only truth hath consequence, God's truth, inspirited in man. Mere human truth, or falsehood matters not. The world may act, believe, or bless, or curse, as best it lists. Yet men expend life, solemnizing points, uncertain as the site of paradise, and area of Hades. Not the less, There is no disappointment we endure, one half so great as that we are to ourselves. We make our hearts the centers of all hopes, all powers, all rewards, remembering not that centers are imaginary points. Imaginary circles only two are perfect. Therefore, draw life as we may, bound as a world, or as an atom round, and pure as virgin visionary's dream, or perfect faith's regenerative wave, it fails to match the true invisible, whereof we labor. It is come to this. One state of life with me hath passed away. Aught henceforth that may matter be of doubt, to me is matter of indifference. I love only that is certain, me no more. The spirits of the bright invisible shall throng round as the wind some mountain top, nor watery lightfulness of ghostly eyes, belonging heavenly forms informed with light, impose their spell of record under pain. The inspiration quits me, it is gone, like a retreating army from the land, which it hath wasted, the long gleaming mass, snake-like, at last hath wound itself away, and left me weak and wretched. None again of all the starry tribes of shining mien, swifter than undulations of the light, a million in a moment, multiform as atomies of air, shall visit me. Their word of leave is taken back, henceforth restricted to perfection, earth they quit. True, albeit, I loved them more than life. I felt myself made sacred by their touch. But they are gone, and there is not on earth left acceptable. Fiery shadows, hence. I have outbraved ye once. It matters not. I have left all for one, truth's countless rays. For truth itself, the mean for the supreme, the dubitable for the throned power. Yet thus I cannot rest. The mightiest sphere is not for man. The elements of mind and matter are proportioned in all worlds. The father they and mother of all things. And earth hath favor over crowds of stars. I must reseek earth. Still what boots it now? To plunge in pleasure or to passion bow? The very lion honey of the heart, which dwelleth in corruption. Yet, perchance, 'twere wisdom to extract it while we may. The oak, as lily, feels the lightest breeze. The ineradicable seed is sown of love in life, and tide-like, 'twill have way o'er the impalaced prisoner of the breast. The thirst for power and knowledge still exist, and meet with dizzy mixture in the brain. If suffering could expiate offense, they who have most enjoyed have most atoned. It may be, humanly, but it cannot. Earth-like, the heart must undergo all change, ere the superior life be formed therein. The chastity of heart which loves but God. Life's sensuous warmth, the spirit's holy chill. Time's weekday work, have yet to be gone through. The hortus siccus of a paradise is all earth now can boast. To God belongs the autumn of all nature. But, alas, not yet can we o'ercome our nature here. Would we? If therefore passion strike the heart, let it have length of line and plenteous play. The safety of superior principles lies in exhaustion of the lower ones, however vast or violent. Men and angels obey the order of existence. Fate, who seeks thee everywhere, will find thee there.